Chapter 1, 10 years ago. Lin Feng cleaned up the messy house, took a shower, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was handsome, really handsome. If he had possessed such good looks in his previous life, he would have at least struggled less for 10 years. Speaking of his previous life, Lin Feng really had a lot to say. He had been an orphan since childhood, and it took a lot of effort for him to get into university. After graduation, he started a business with great difficulty. However, when he had a net worth of over 10 million and was ready to seriously fall in love, get married, have a child and live a good life, he was diagnosed with terminal cancer and his life was forever set at the age of 35. Before he died, he donated all his assets and his body. Perhaps it was because of this that he moved the heavens. Not only was he reborn, he also became a second-generation rich man worth billions. Having lived again, he could no longer work as hard as he did in his previous life and ignore his health. Living a good life and being happy is the most important thing. Lin Feng went to the window and looked at the stars in the sky, taking a deep breath. It's great to have a young body. Full of energy, like you have endless strength. Not far downstairs was a road, and a black SUV was parked on the side of the road. Upon closer inspection, the license plate number clearly appeared in his eyes. From such a distance away, he could actually read the license plate number. And he could even hear the sound coming from the car. Lin Feng was stunned. His vision and hearing were incredible. The black SUV downstairs was at least 100 meters away. The main thing was that it was very dark, and a normal person would never be able to see the license plate number without using binoculars. It was even less likely that they would hear the sound coming from the car. Super hearing and vision. Was this a perk of being able to time travel? Or had his dead predecessor drunk too much alcohol, and after his body was stimulated by the alcohol, he had hallucinations? Lin Feng went downstairs and came in front of the SUV. The woman's voice coming from the car was familiar yet strange to him. He took out a cigarette and lit it, waiting quietly. A feeling of anger and suffocation welled up in his heart, along with a deep sense of helplessness. These were the emotions left behind by the previous owner of the body. Lin Feng reminded himself that this had nothing to do with him, but he had to get rid of it. A few minutes later. It's over. Bang bang. Lin Feng knocked on the car window. The window lowered. A middle-aged man stuck his head out. Lin Feng shook his head and looked at the man with contempt. Who the hell are you? The middle-aged man roared. While he was raging, the woman's panicked screams could be heard from the car. The woman hastily dressed and opened the car door to get out. Lin Feng, why are you here? The woman was shocked. Lin Feng pointed at the building across the street. I rent this place, and it's reasonable to come down for a walk, isn't it? Just now. The woman didn't know what to say for a moment. She had been caught red-handed by her boyfriend, and no matter how she tried to explain, it would be futile. Nana, who is this guy? The middle-aged man had already returned to the driver's seat and asked with a frown. My boyfriend. Shit. Boom. The middle-aged man hurriedly started the car and drove off. As soon as he got on the road, he heard a loud bang. A car crash. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Lin Feng felt very sorry and shifted his gaze to the woman in front of him. Very young, probably in her early 20s. Wearing a black wrap skirt, with a hint of black or white stockings on her legs. Her long hair dyed a brownish red looked very supple. Her skin was very white, and her face was oval. With this figure and appearance, Lin Feng could give her about an 80 out of 100. Unfortunately, she was wearing makeup, and after removing it, she could only be described as slightly presentable. Lin Feng's current standards of beauty were much higher than those of the previous Lin Feng. He really couldn't understand why this woman named Liu Na would cheat on him when he was so handsome. Could it be that the world's sense of beauty was different from his previous life? He had already decided not to smoke. Lin Feng suddenly realized this. He quickly took a deep drag, stubbed out the cigarette, and then threw it accurately into the trash can not far away. This precise throwing was not something that a smoker of more than 10 years could do. Lin Feng didn't say anything, turned around, and silently went upstairs. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had encountered such a thing, and it was quite interesting. Next, he wanted to see how this woman would act. Liu Na was at a loss for words at first, but after making a phone call, she immediately went upstairs. As she walked, she sighed, "What bad luck. The manager was giving me a ride home, and I ran into this guy instead. The door was open, and she could see Lin Feng sitting on the sofa. To her surprise, Lin Feng was very calm. It was as if he had become a different person. A stranger she didn't know. She immediately put down her bag and quickly walked into the bathroom. Clatter. The sound of water was heard. Lin Feng picked up a magazine on the coffee table and started flipping through the pages. From his memory, he learned that the era after the time travel was 10 years earlier, and it was 2012. With the memory of his previous life, even without billions of dollars, he was confident that he would become a billionaire. After putting down the magazine with dozens of pages, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Because in his mind, the words and pictures in the magazine appeared clearly. It was so clear, as if the brain had taken a photo and saved it. Even the punctuation was clear. This was the ability to remember everything you've seen. In addition to supervision and hearing. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover another perk of being a time traveler. Liu Na walked out of the bathroom wearing a thin, pink silk pajama. She sat next to Lin Feng with a charming expression. "Honey, it's my fault." Liu Na then took Lin Feng's hand and tried to put it on her body. Lin Feng quickly pulled back his hand and shifted his buttocks away from this woman, who in his mind could never be cleansed even if she jumped into the Yellow River. "Lin Feng, do you despise me? Who are you to despise me? You're usually so timid and weak. If any other man were here, they would have already taken me. Look at you, we've been friends for 6 months and you're afraid to even kiss me. What kind of man are you?" Liu Na exploded, looking hysterical. Lin Feng watched Liu Na's performance with a face of indifference. Seeing that Lin Feng was unmoved, Liu Na started crying again. Women always think that crying will get men's sympathy. "Stop crying." Lin Feng pretended to look helpless and said, "Can't I forgive you?" "Really?" Liu Na wiped away her tears and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Really? I'm just kidding." In Lin Feng's mind, he had already thought of a way to torture this woman. Life is like a play, it's all about acting. Lin Feng lowered his head slightly. "I can forgive all your mistakes." At this time, Lin Feng looked like a little boy who had been wronged but was afraid to get angry. Liu Na's mouth curled up, and a look of smugness appeared in her eyes. She knew it would be like this. In her mind, the man in front of her had long been labeled as weak and incompetent. She explained, "Actually, this is the first time. You know, he is our manager." Before Liu Na could finish, Lin Feng raised his hand to stop her. "Don't say anymore, I understand." "Lin Feng, you are so good." As she said this, Liu Na was about to throw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng moved out of the way again. Liu Na's brows furrowed again. Lin Feng said indifferently, "My parents just passed away, it's not good." Chapter 2, I have thousands of apartments. How could this happen? Liu Na was full of surprise. Lin Feng said slowly, "I just got the news too. My parents had been together for their whole lives, and when they passed away, they were less than half an hour apart." After saying this, Lin Feng sighed, his face full of sadness. This was not an act. If his parents, who had just passed away, had not both been in their 60s, he would even have suspected that he was born under an unlucky star. He was now in his 20s, and his parents were in their 60s because he was born late. When she heard that Lin Feng's parents had passed away, Liu Na's eyes lit up. But soon she put on a face of grief and sympathy. "Lin Feng, I'm sorry for your loss." But in her heart, she was incredibly excited. The reason she agreed to be friends with Lin Feng was that a few days ago, they had even mentioned marriage. It was because Lin Feng's parents owned a 6-story building in the suburbs of the city. Although it was an old building from the 1990s, it could still collect a rent of over 100,000 yuan a year. It would be demolished in a few years. At that time, she will be able to receive at least 10 million yuan in demolition compensation. If she can marry Lin Feng, she will become a little rich woman in a few years. Moreover, Lin Feng's weak and pliable personality is really easy to manipulate. After they get married, she will be the boss of the family, with the red flag flying inside the family and the colorful flags fluttering outside. Those days will be so happy. "Lin Feng, let's get married. After we get married, I will never mess around anymore." Once she had said this, she looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Lin Feng looked at Liu Na with surprise. There was actually such an eccentric woman in reality. Did she think that the world revolved around her? Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort and continued acting. The happy plot had not yet arrived. It was just the build-up. But the conditions your mother mentioned. Lin Feng frowned, looking reluctant. At that moment. Knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Liu Na immediately got up and opened the door. Entering was a middle-aged woman with curly hair and a well-maintained figure. She was Liu Na's mother, He Guifang. Just now, He Guifang received a call from her daughter Liu Na. When she heard Liu Na say that she was caught red-handed by Lin Feng while playing with the manager in the car, she hung up the phone and immediately rushed over. On the way here, she was worried to death, and her heart kept blaming Liu Na. This little girl is so troublesome. She hadn't even received the demolition compensation, so how could she let Lin Feng catch her in the act? Couldn't she have stayed away from the car when they were playing with it? Why did she have to be downstairs in Lin Feng's building? I have to say, young people nowadays really know how to have fun. He Guifang thought Lin Feng and Liu Na were arguing. What she didn't expect was that her daughter was actually smiling. What's going on? Mom, I was just talking to Lin Feng about getting married. Liu Na said with a smile. This short sentence told He Guifang what was going on. Caught cheating on your girlfriend, and you want to marry her? A man who has reached this point is truly extraordinary. He Guifang really couldn't help it, and gave Lin Feng a look of disdain. We're getting married. He Guifang sat down on the sofa proudly. Mom, I was just discussing it with Lin Feng. Liu Na sat down next to He Guifang and said with a smile. He Guifang said proudly, the same conditions as before, 1 million yuan in bride price, and Nana's name must be on the property ownership certificate before the building is demolished. Also, if they get an apartment in the future demolition, in addition to the 1 million yuan bride price, they must give up one apartment to Lu Qi. If you agree to these conditions, you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to complete the paperwork. He Guifang's reference to Lu Qi was to Liu Na's younger brother, a good-for-nothing guy. Lin Feng shook his head. That building has already been given to their nanny, Auntie Wang, by my parents. Auntie Wang has taken care of them for more than 20 years, and she deserves it. No way, Lin Feng. Aren't you their real son? He Guifang stood up angrily. It felt like someone had taken something from her. Lin Feng smiled and said, in fact, that building is just a drop in the bucket for my parents' assets. Lin Feng said, taking a stack of legal documents on inheritance from under the coffee table and placing them on the table. I only found out about this after my parents died. It was obvious that they were multi-billionaires with over 1,000 luxury apartments, but they had always pretended to be small landlords. Now I understand that they wanted to raise me as a poor son so that I wouldn't go astray. Over 1,000 apartments, collecting hundreds of millions in rent every year, and leaving me over 20 billion in savings, I don't even know what to do with it. He Guifang and Liu Na's eyes were wide with surprise. Lin Feng continued, I'm not used to suddenly becoming a billionaire from a poor boy. Spending $1 million a day, I won't be able to use it all in my lifetime. Hulala. He Guifang and Liu Na listened to Lin Feng's narration while flipping through the documents. The two were so excited that their cheeks turned red, and they were both about to run out of breath. Get married. You must get married. Suddenly, He Guifang yelled excitedly. Liu Na also looked at Lin Feng with excitement. Judging from the blush on her face, she was probably more excited than if she were driving a car. Lin Feng, however, gave a slight smile and looked at Liu Na and said, but why should I marry you? With my current wealth, what kind of woman can I get? What do you mean? He Guifang was confused. Liu Na was stunned at first, and then she said with shock, Lin Feng, you want to break up with me? Lin Feng sneered, I was just playing with you. Do you really think I don't care about your cheating? In fact, even if there was no such thing, with your virtue, are you worthy of me? Look in the mirror, what the hell do you look like after you take off your makeup? Besides, I'm only 24 years old, I can still enjoy at least a decade of wonderful single life. Why get married? After saying that, Lin Feng snatched the documents from the two of them. Then, he made a gesture of invitation and said, you can go. No. A miserable sound came from Liu Na's mouth. She came to Lin Feng's front and kneeled down, hugging Lin Feng's legs and pleading. I was wrong. Will you forgive me? We won't get married, I'll be your woman, I'll do whatever you want, just don't abandon me. Lin Feng looked at Liu Na with disgust. Seeing that Lin Feng was unmoved, she continued, I have a lot of good-looking girlfriends, I'll introduce them to you, we can be together. Lin Feng. Suddenly, He Guofeng also knelt in front of Lin Feng and cried, "You must not abandon my daughter." Lin Feng looked at He Guofeng and Liu Na with a sneer. The ugly nature of the two was completely revealed in front of Lin Feng. Under normal circumstances, something like this would never happen. But He Guofeng and Liu Na had already lost their minds from Lin Feng's torment. It's like someone buying a lottery ticket, winning hundreds of millions, and seeing that they will soon become rich and achieve financial freedom. Just as they were about to collect the prize, they realized that they had lost the lottery ticket and could not redeem the prize. Facing such a thing, most people would collapse. Just as Lin Feng was describing it, Liu Na and He Guofeng had already imagined what life would be like after becoming billionaires. Driving luxury cars, sailing on yachts, traveling with a large entourage of bodyguards, and showing off in front of neighbors and colleagues who once looked down on them. Such a good life is within reach. Unfortunately, while this beautiful vision was still brewing, it was shattered by Lin Feng in a few words. Such ups and downs are not something that everyone can bear. Phew. Lin Feng let out a breath. This can be considered revenge for the previous Lin Feng. The previous Lin Feng, because he saw Liu Na get out of someone else's car with her clothes disheveled. Plus, due to the sadness of his parents' deaths, he drank 2 bottles of cheap high-proof liquor and passed out drunk. This is not the way to drown your sorrows. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Feng felt a little lighter, both physically and mentally. It had been 3 days, and it was time to go back and deal with his parents' funeral. His phone had a lot of missed calls. It was his parents' nanny, Auntie Wang, calling. Lin Feng got up and picked up the legal documents on the table, ready to go. He Gaisu and Liu Na looked at Lin Feng with blank faces. After great emotional ups and downs, the mind can become temporarily blank. It wasn't Lin Feng's style to let Liu Na off so easily. There was more fun to come. Chapter 3, Haunting. Lin Feng's parents' funeral did not trouble him. The old couple had already made all the arrangements before they died. 10 years ago, they had bought a piece of prime real estate in the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. After the 7th day, the old couple finally found peace. Looking at the newly made grave and the off-white granite tombstone, Lin Feng felt a strong sense of loneliness well up in his heart. Lin Feng, don't be too sad. Your parents both want you to live a good life. As long as you are doing well, they will be happy in the ground. Auntie Wang, the nanny who had looked after the elderly couple for more than 10 years, looked at Lin Feng, who was so sad, and her eyes welled up with tears as she tried to comfort him. Auntie Wang looked to be in her 50s. She didn't look like a nanny at all, more like a noblewoman. Auntie Wang, I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Remember your parents' last words. Auntie Wang reminded him. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, I remember. My father said not to let middlemen make a profit. My mother told me to beware of women. The parents who have just passed away can be said to be legendary figures of their generation. The couple had a low level of education and were still technicians in the factory in the 1980s. In the early 1990s, when the stock market just opened, they heard from others that stock speculation could make money, so they took out all their savings and invested in the stock market. As a result, they were extremely lucky and their wealth increased by dozens of times in just 1 year. Then, his father and a comrade in arms went north to do trade. By the mid-1990s, they had several $100 million in assets. After the trade business was wound up, they bought real estate in Beijing and bought land. Because they had seen too many rich young people in Beijing. The couple, who had a child late in life, were afraid that Lin Feng would learn bad habits from those people. So they decided to raise their son poor and stay away from that circle of wrong and right. Recalling his parents' legendary experiences, Lin Feng burned joss paper at the grave. While others brought bags to the grave, Lin Feng pulled up a whole cart. The old couple had left him billions, so naturally he wasn't stingy. Not to mention the thin yellow paper with crescent moon imprints. The new version of the joss paper, each one is worth more than 10 billion. I don't know if burning such a large pile of it will devalue the money in the underworld and cause inflation. In this world, perhaps only Lin Feng believes 100% that humans have souls. Sister, this truckload of paper money this kid burned is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Burning tens of thousands of dollars for the dead is really extravagant. Not far away, on the hillside, a young man wearing a flowery shirt looked at Lin Feng with envy on his face. Next to the young man stood a woman wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses. This woman was Liu Na, who had been kicked away by Lin Feng a few days ago. The young man in the flowered shirt is Liu Qi, Liu Na's younger brother. When the cooked duck flew away, Liu Na and her mother He Guifang didn't know how hard it was. When Lu Qi heard that Lin Feng had inherited billions of assets, he almost became an indirect rich second generation himself, and he was even more depressed than his sister Liu Na and his mother He Guifang. Lu Qi, however, had no intention of giving up. In his words, his sister had been with Lin Feng for most of the year, and it was only right that she should get some sort of breakup fee. With Lin Feng's current net worth, he should at least pay tens of millions. Otherwise, this is not over. Brother, just go over there and ask him for it? He definitely won't give it to you. Liu Na glanced at the direction where Lin Feng was and frowned. She was a little worried. What happened that night made her feel that Lin Feng had changed and was not as easy to manipulate as before. Besides, there is no law that says after a breakup between a man and a woman, the man has to pay a breakup fee. Besides, she and Lin Feng were only nominal boy and girl friends. Lu Qi had started hanging out after finishing junior high school and had plenty of dodgy ideas. He sneered, just ask for it, the guy definitely won't give it. Sis, let's trick him. What do you mean? Liu Na asked curiously. Lu Qi smiled and said, I've got a few good ideas. The best way is for you to ask him out, and then, afterwards, accuse him of rape. If he doesn't want to go to jail, he'll have to settle with us privately. At that time, he'll have to agree to whatever amount of money we want. The second method is for me to find some people to tie up this kid, so that he will voluntarily leave us a proof. The process is the same as above. Isn't this a crime? Especially the second method, that's kidnapping. Liu Na was shocked. Because she was emotional, she spoke a little louder. On the hillside, Lin Feng, who was about to leave, frowned. Liu Na's words reached his ears. It's Liu Na. This woman is really persistent. But that's good, Lin Feng had no intention of letting Liu Na go like that. What are they up to? Lin Feng, with his super hearing, immediately listened intently. Soon, Lu Qi's voice, which was as faint as a mosquito's chirp and also carried excitement, reached his ears. Sister, don't worry, as long as we follow my plan, even if we get caught by the police, we'll be fine. From now on, you just have to cooperate with me. Do whatever I tell you to do, and after this is all over, we'll be rich. Thinking back to the humiliating scene she had been in the other night in front of Lin Feng, Liu Na's heart couldn't help but swell with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Brother, I'll do as you say. Let's trick him. Trick him? Lin Feng shook his head. These two really don't know their place. It's probably because of their previous image of being weak that has become ingrained in their minds. As the old saying goes, if you don't kill the snake when you find it, it will bite you again. If you don't get rid of the roots of the weed, it will grow again in the spring breeze. These words make a lot of sense. These little people should not be underestimated. A sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Auntie Wang, what is Xiaoyang up to these days? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng was referring to Xiaoyang, Auntie Wang's son Zhao Xiaoyang. Wang Yi sighed and shook her head, saying, What else can I do? He just hangs around all day. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm free tonight. Tell him I'll buy him dinner at the usual place. Great. Wang Yi nodded. That night, there was a crescent moon in the sky. It was already past 11 p.m. Lu Qi and two friends walked out of a bar. It was late, and the streets and alleys around them had become deserted. The three men had been drinking and were laughing as they walked. From the shadows ahead, a young woman with a good figure and sexy clothes suddenly emerged. She was unsteady on her feet and it was obvious that she had drunk too much. After a few steps, she collapsed to the ground. The three men's eyes lit up and they immediately walked over. Beauty! Beauty! Lu Qi exclaimed, patting the woman on the cheek. The woman gave off a strong smell of alcohol and mumbled in her sleep. The three men looked at each other and laughed. Then the woman was picked up and carried on Lu Qi's back, and they entered a hotel not far away. They had done this more than once. Lu Qi, carrying the woman on his back, entered first, and the two men followed 10 minutes later. Not far from the hotel, on the road, there was a black car parked. Lin Feng was sitting in the passenger seat playing with his phone. In the driver's seat was a young, strong man with a scar on his face and short hair. This person is Zhao Xiaoyang, 22 years old, 2 years younger than Lin Feng. Zhao Xiaoyang has actually been working for the Lin family for a long time. Of course, it's not anything murderous or illegal. For example, if some tenants are behind on their rent and are unreasonable, someone with a fierce appearance like Zhao Xiaoyang is needed to step in and reason with those people. When there is nothing to do, he is a full-time chauffeur. Zhao Xiaoyang's phone suddenly rang, and a message tone sounded. After deleting the text message, he immediately called the police. "Hello, I want to report a crime. I saw 3 men take a drunk woman to a hotel on the street." A few minutes later, 2 police cars drove up. Lu Qi and his 2 companions were handcuffed and taken away in the police car. Chapter 4: A beautiful woman arrives. The next morning, Liu Na goes to work in a depressed mood. Her younger brother Lu Qi was arrested last night, and the evidence is conclusive. "I heard that he will be sentenced to more than 5 years in prison, and no matter how good a lawyer he hires, it will be useless." Before the incident, she and her mother He Guifang were thinking that Lu Qi had pulled it off and could get a large sum of money from Lin Feng and live a life of luxury from then on. The 2 of them even planned what kind of house to buy in the city center, where to get a beauty card, and what brand of luxury car to buy. But in the end, Lu Qi didn't get to do anything, and he was arrested first. Sitting in front of the computer, Liu Na opened it with a tired face, ready to concentrate on finishing the paperwork in her hands. Suddenly, bang! The office door was slammed open. A woman in her 30s charged in angrily. Everyone in the office widened their eyes and looked at the woman in surprise. The woman scanned the room and quickly found Liu Na. Her expression became hideous, and she rushed a few steps to Liu Na's face and grabbed her by the hair. "You shameless vixen, I'll kill you." Pang! The woman yelled and slapped Liu Na hard. Liu Na finally came to her senses and wrestled with the woman. The woman who hit Liu Na was manager Zhou's wife, Li Lan. Li Lan had just got up in the morning when she received several surveillance videos of her husband entering and leaving the hotel with Liu Na. Li Lan was already a hot-tempered person, and after watching the videos, without any regard for the consequences, she angrily came to the company. "This matter has blown up. This company is not owned by manager Zhou and Li Lan." The company quickly announced the results of the handling of Liu Na and manager Zhou. The 2 had seriously violated company regulations and caused a huge negative impact on the company. Liu Na and manager Zhou were summarily dismissed. "Brother, everything is taken care of." Zhao Xiaoyang appeared in front of Lin Feng and reported. "Xiaoyang, you've worked hard," Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhao Xiaoyang smiled innocently and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going back." "Good." Lin Feng nodded. Zhao Xiaoyang turned and left. Zhao Xiaoyang is not a chatterbox. Whenever Lin Feng has something to do, he will immediately do it if he is told. What Lin Feng doesn't know is that his parents, who have just passed away, have done a great favor for Aunt Wang and Zhao Xiaoyang. When Aunt Wang was pregnant with Zhao Xiaoyang, she came to this big city alone to find her relatives. A pregnant woman wandering alone on the streets was almost miscarried. If it weren't for Lin Feng's parents helping out and sending Aunt Wang to the best hospital, both the mother and son would have been in danger. The mother and son will never forget this kindness. Lin Feng now lives in a luxurious apartment on the 18th floor. It is over 200 square meters in area. The community is called Tianfu Ruijing and is located within the second ring of Yanjing City. The price is currently over 20,000 yuan per square meter. In less than 10 years, the price of housing here will increase 7 or 8 times. By then, this apartment alone will be worth over 30 million yuan. The decoration here is different from that of a normal home. Only 1 bedroom is reserved for sleeping and resting. The remaining 4 rooms are a study, a data room, a storage room, and a small safe. After Zhao Xiaoyang left, Lin Feng entered the study. There was no computer in the study, but there was a thick stack of notebooks neatly stacked on the desk. There was a quaint-looking table lamp on the desk. Looking at this desk, Lin Feng's mind conjured up the image of his old father sitting at the desk, recording in a notebook. Managing more than 1,000 properties is no easy task. If it were anyone else, they would have set up a company to manage the data and carry out professional management. Or they would have simply entrusted it to an agent. Although the rent received is much lower, it is much more relaxing. However, the older generation all started their businesses with great hardship, and they don't want to let others do things that they can do themselves. Lin Feng promised that he would manage these properties himself and never let the middlemen make a profit. Fortunately, he has the ability to memorize everything he sees. In 3 days, all the information about the properties was stored in Lin Feng's mind. There were a total of 1,120 apartments, most of which were in good locations. In some good neighborhoods, Lin Feng even owned the entire building. In addition to more than 1,000 apartments, There were also some office buildings where an entire floor belonged to Lin Feng. When buying these office buildings, he had paid a high price. Lin Feng can't help but admire the courage of his parents. At that time, some people might say that they were being taken advantage of. But looking back, with the rapid development of Yanjing, in just a few years, the rent alone has recovered at least half of the cost. In a few more years, when house prices rise again, it can be resold for several times the original price. Of course, unless something extraordinary happens, Lin Feng will not sell any of his properties. Leaving the study, Lin Feng opened the storage room. What appeared before his eyes were keys hanging on 3 walls. Under each bunch of keys was a sign. The sign said the address and house number of the house. The keys were also hung according to their numbers. Those with the same house number were hung in the same area. Lin Feng went up and took a bunch of keys numbered 1204. Spring Garden, Building 9, 12th floor, Apartment 4. A tenant named Yang Yukai has not paid rent for more than half a year. The reason for not paying rent is that Yang Yu died of illness half a year ago. And his wife and son have refused to pay rent, saying that Yang Yukai paid for the house. Thinking about this, Lin Feng shook his head. The world is big, and weird people and deadbeat debtors are everywhere. In a previous life, he had heard that if someone rents someone else's house for a long time and the house is to be demolished, they want a share of the landlord's demolition fee. Lin Feng now has many houses in his hands, and there are many strange and dishonest people, not just 1 or 2. In addition, there are also some rented houses where people have died, which have become haunted houses. These haunted houses have been left vacant and not rented out. It's such a pity that such nice houses have become haunted houses. It seems that in the future, I will have to learn a bit of psychology and find someone with strength and quality to rent out the house. Lin Feng muttered to himself and opened the door. Then, his eyes lit up. There was actually a beautiful woman standing outside the door. She had a delicate oval face, long hair falling over her shoulders, and was wearing a white blouse, a black blazer and a short skirt. Her legs were wrapped in black stockings, and she looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. The young woman had a small leather bag slung over her left shoulder, and her right hand was raised as if she were about to ring the doorbell. Coincidentally, the door suddenly opened. Seeing Lin Feng, the beautiful woman looked surprised and asked, "Lin, where is Mr. Lin?" Lin Feng sighed and said, "You're talking about my father. He passed away a few days ago. I'm his son, my name is Lin Feng." The beauty's face showed a sad expression. Mr. Lin was such a good person. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have bothered you." After saying this, the beauty turned around and was about to leave. "What can I do for you?" Lin Feng asked. The beauty stopped in her tracks. Chapter 5. My name is Winkiki. "Mr. Lin, my name is Winkiki. I came this weekend to discuss renting the room with you." Winkiki sat down on the sofa in the living room and spoke gently. "What would you like to drink?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. To a landlord, a tenant is a customer and a god. Lin Feng naturally treated him politely. "Thank you, I'm not thirsty." Winkiki waved her hand modestly. Lin Feng took a bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator and placed it on the coffee table in front of Winkiki. After sitting down, he said with a smile, "Now that my parents' house has been handed over to me, you can talk to me about renting a place. You just heard that my father was gone and you were about to leave. Do you think I'm a difficult person to talk to?" Winkiki nodded and said, "I can tell from your eyes that you are a person of principle, so..." Lin Feng smiled slightly. This beautiful woman also knows psychology. "Tell me what you think, maybe I'll agree. My father and I are kind people." Winkiki couldn't help but smile and said, "Here's the thing. This time last year, I rented the apartment in your building. It was the apartment in Building 5, Unit 1706, right?" Lin Feng searched his mind for information about the tenant, and Winkiki's name quickly appeared. "Yes." Winkiki nodded. Then he continued, "The apartment is over 120 square meters, and the initial price was $5,000 a month, and I paid for all the property management fees and utilities. But this year, our company's performance was not good, and the monthly bonus was gone, only a basic salary of 8,000 yuan. After deducting the rent, utilities, and living expenses, I don't have much money left every month. So, can I find someone to share the rent?" Wait a minute. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he got up and went into the data room. Soon, he found the rental contract signed by Winkiki. The rent and other terms agreed in the contract were the same as Winkiki had said. However, there was a clause that stated that when Cuckoo was not allowed to bring friends to live in the house for a long time. In other words, it was forbidden to share the house. Landlords don't like it when the house they own is shared. One reason is that the tenants who share the house may argue about the rent, and the other is that accidents are more likely to happen. It is worth mentioning that because the rent in Yanjing is expensive, it is basically paid month by month. Of course, in order to prevent tenants from running away and damaging the house, a deposit is required. One Cuckoo put up 10,000 yuan. If it's a male-female roommate situation, I won't allow it. Lin Feng said lightly after putting down the rental contract. When Kiki hurriedly said, "No, it's a female colleague from our company. I've already discussed it with her before I came here, and if you agree, we'll share the apartment." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Miss One, that's a 3-bedroom apartment. In fact, you can totally find a few more people to share it with." In a previous life, Lin Feng had worked hard and knew how difficult it was for these wage earners. In a big city like Beijing, more than half of the income of many people is contributed to the landlord. When Kiki shook her head and said, "Actually, I prefer to live alone in a bigger, more spacious place. Because I have a slight case of OCD, I don't really adapt well to living with other people. If my income hadn't dropped this year, I wouldn't have agreed to share the apartment." "Okay, I agree. I'll come to you in a couple of days with the rental contract." Lin Feng nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." When Kiki was overjoyed. Relieved, she couldn't help but pick up the orange juice and drink it. "Did you take a taxi here?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. When Kiki nodded. Lin Feng said, "I'm going to Spring Garden soon, it's not far from Jinhu community, I can give you a ride." "It's great to get a free ride." When Kiki smiled and stood up. They went down to the basement parking lot via the elevator, and Lin Feng walked up to a white Range Rover and opened the door. It was a brand new car, because it had just been bought, and it only had temporary license plates. When Kiki secretly stuck out her tongue, thinking that the landlords in Yanjing were all rich people, vampires. The money to buy this car would be enough for her to pay rent for decades. Lin Feng liked these big-looking cars because they felt safe to drive. He wasn't really interested in those sports cars with low chassis, which looked cool and showy when driven out. After pulling the car out of the garage and onto the road, Lin Feng started chatting with Wen Kiki. Wen Kiki is 25 years old, a year older than Lin Feng. She started working this time last year. She studied advertising design, is currently single, and has no boyfriend. Lin Feng feels that the more information he has about his tenants, the better. In the future, he would rather leave those low-quality tenants empty-handed after their leases expire. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng drove the car to the entrance of the Jinhu community. "Goodbye, Mr. Lin." After getting out of the car, when Kiki waved to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved and drove away. "Wow! Kiki, you've caught a husband." Driving a Range Rover and good-looking, Kiki has made a fortune. A young woman with big, wavy hair and fashionable clothes walked over and said with a smile. The woman looked a little older than Coco Wen, and her face was not as delicate as Coco Wen's, but her skin was very white and her eyes were charming. "Julie, don't say anything. That's the landlord. I just went to talk to him about sharing the apartment." Coco Wen explained. "Did he agree?" Julie asked, putting her arm around Coco Wen's shoulder. "Well," Coco Wen nodded, and he said he would come back in a few days with a new rental contract. Julie laughed. "This guy is quite considerate of you. With other landlords, they would have asked you for the rent alone and wouldn't have bothered with a contract for a shared flat. I was going to take advantage of you, but I didn't expect this loophole to be closed." "What a shame. You're not like that." Wen Kiki laughed. Julie smiled again. "I'm telling you, if such a man has the opportunity, you mustn't let him go. When you reach my age, you'll understand how difficult it is to find a rich, handsome man to marry. If you like him, go for it. You said it yourself. And don't be jealous of me." Chapter 6, The Deadbeat Who Doesn't Pay the Rent. Lin Feng drove into a residential area called Spring Garden. After parking the car in the underground garage, he took the elevator to the 12th floor of Building 9. He knocked on the door of apartment 4. An old woman, probably in her 60s, opened the door. "Who is it?" A man's voice came from inside the house. Lin Feng shouted, "Rent collector." Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, the door slammed shut. Lin Feng frowned, looked at the dust falling from the doorframe, and thought to himself that the old woman was quite strong. He knocked on the door again. This time, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a black t-shirt opened the door. Lin Feng sized up the middle-aged man. "My name is Lin Feng. My father is Lin Xiangdong. You owe 6 months' rent. When are you moving out?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man yelled, "Collecting rent? This house belongs to our family." Lin Feng frowned and said, "You say this house belongs to your family, but where's the property deed?" "I don't know you. Why should I show you the property deed? You'd better go. And don't bother us again." Lin Feng laughed. "If you guys are going to act like this, I'm going to call the police. At that time, I can sue you for occupying private property." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "I'll tell you what. My mother has a heart condition. If you want to call the police, go ahead. When the police come, my mother will have a heart attack, and you'll all be in trouble." After saying this, he slammed the door shut. Lin Feng shook his head, thinking that he really couldn't reason with someone like this. He took out his phone and prepared to call the property management company. "If that doesn't work, I'll call the police." He had just pressed the number when the door suddenly opened again. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "If you want us to move out, you can. Right now, the second-hand housing prices in this neighborhood are over 10,000 yuan per square meter. This 150 square meter house is worth at least 2 million yuan. If you give us 1 million yuan, we'll move right away." Lin Feng just looked at the middle-aged man and left directly. When he reached the window in the elevator hall, he called the property management company and explained the situation. Soon, several property management staff came up the stairs. Next, Lin Feng got a taste of what a bad debtor was. No matter what the property management staff said, the young family refused to move. Getting angry, the old woman directly lay on the ground, saying that the property management staff wanted to make her die of anger. The property management staff dared not cause a death, and had no choice but to leave. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt that reporting to the police was useless. Even if the police came, they would have to consider the consequences of enforcement. If the old lady is fine, it's fine, but if there is a problem, the police officers will be punished. It's the main thing, it's a civil matter. Law enforcement will not be that harsh. What should I do? Cut off the gas and electricity? I don't think it will be very useful. If the gas is cut off, they can't cook, but they can go out to eat. If the electricity is cut off, they can light candles. When it gets cold and there is no heating, the worst that can happen is that they buy a few more quilts and stack them up." Lin Feng stood in the shoes of the old lie and thought of a solution for them. "You have to know that this is a big apartment, and the rent is several thousand yuan a month. There are so many people, the old woman, the eldest son and his wife, the second son and his wife and their children. If they want to stay in Beijing, even if they go to the suburbs, it will cost several thousand yuan a month. The living conditions in those old buildings in the suburbs are nowhere near as good as here. And if they move far away, the jobs they found nearby will definitely be lost." Lin Feng went downstairs and went to the property management office. The property manager said helplessly, "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, but for the time being, we don't have a good solution. In fact, we've been here many times before to communicate, but it's always the same situation today." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "First, cut off their gas, electricity and water supplies, and let them suffer for a while." The property manager laughed bitterly and said, "I'm afraid it won't work. Mr. Lin, you may not know how tough these lazybones are. If you really do this, their family will surely make a scene and cause chaos in the entire community." Pop. Lin Feng threw a cigarette to the property manager, lit the lighter, and said with a smile, "That would be interesting. Since I have nothing to do, I'll play with them. Being rich and having a free hand means having fun. When you're rich, experiencing these strange events in life firsthand is actually even more enjoyable than playing games." At the same time, in room 1204, the eldest brother Yan Long and the second eldest brother Yang Fei were sitting on the sofa in the living room discussing things. Their wives-in-law were sitting nearby, eating melon seeds and supervising their 4 children doing their homework. "Brother, what should we do? The landlord is here to collect the rent again," Yang Fei said with a worried face. Yang Long sneered, "Give me a hammer. The rent is more than 4,000 yuan a month, and our family salary is less than 10,000 yuan in total. Our 4 children still need to go to school, and our mother needs to take medicine every day. After paying the rent, how are we going to survive?" "Yes. The eldest daughter-in-law spat out a melon seed and sneered, 4,000 yuan a month is like robbery. If they want us to move, they'll have to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan. We've been living here for 5 or 6 years. What if they cut off the water, electricity, and gas? The second daughter-in-law frowned. Yang Long snorted, in that case, let's show the same spirit we showed before, not afraid of hardship, and just keep on fighting. If they make me mad, they'll bang on the drums and gongs every day upstairs, disturbing the whole neighborhood. The property management will definitely give in to appease the other residents. Is that a good idea? That night, the property management shut off the water, electricity, and gas to 12:04. The family had been prepared for this, and in the afternoon they bought a large stack of candles. If there's no water, they can use plastic buckets to carry water from outside, and they can just eat outside. Besides, after work, they only cook dinner at home. Let's see who can last longer. Before they knew it, it was 12 o'clock at night. The young family were all asleep. Suddenly, a rumbling sound. Rhythmic rock music came from upstairs. The sound was loud, as if the speakers were playing through the floorboards. Then, the floorboards also started to creak. Someone was obviously knocking on the floorboards below. The whole family, adults and children alike, were woken up. Yang Long and Yang Fei got up in a rage. They went to the elevator door, but found that the elevator was out of power. So they climbed the stairs with a flashlight to the 13th floor. The sound coming from room 1304 made the door vibrate. They knocked on the door for a long time, but it didn't open. When they went back down to the 11th floor, the door was still closed. Listening to the door, they could hear people talking inside, but the louder sound was the sound of thumping banging. Yang Long and Yang Fei could do nothing about it if the people inside did not open the door. They had no choice but to go find the security guard on duty at night. The security guard said helplessly, "I'm sorry, you are not owners of our community, so we can't do anything about it." Yang Long said angrily, "If you can do it, then I will do it too. When that time comes, if the community is disturbed and the owners complain about you, don't blame us for not being merciful." The security guard laughed, "You can make a scene, but I'd advise you to do it in building 9. If you go to another building and get beaten to death for being a thief, don't blame us. My mother has a heart condition." Yang Fei was furious and moved out the old lady and his family. During the day, Mr. Lin said that if your mother dies in the house, the worst that will happen is that you won't get the house. My two brothers, take my advice, you can't fight the rich. You may not know this, but the 11th, 13th, and 12th floors, and the 12 apartments on these 3 floors, all belong to Mr. Lin. He could actually call the police and enforce the law. Aren't you just relying on an old woman to be a bad loser? Relying on an old woman to be a bad loser is enough to get away with anything? If that were the case, our country would have been in chaos long ago. Mr. Lin is also looking at you with your old parents and young children, and doesn't want to go too far, otherwise he will send you to jail. In the dim light, the property security guard finished speaking, gave the 2 men a look of contempt, and then turned around and walked away leisurely. "Brother, what should we do?" Yang Fei asked, a little lost. Yang Long paused for a moment, and sneered, "Get used to the loud noise. On the construction site, we can sleep too, right?" The 2 men returned to the house. After more than an hour, the noise finally stopped. But soon, from upstairs and downstairs, from the houses to the left and right, there was a burst of sad music. After the sad music had been playing for more than an hour, there was woo woo, woo woo, gaga. The family was not afraid of the simple noise. But the terrifying music was really scary. The 4 children were so scared that they cried, and the family could only sit on the sofa in the living room. The faint light of the candle added to the horror. After staying up all night, after dawn broke, the whole family had panda eyes, with bloodshot pupils. Chapter 7, Good Sister, Smelly Brother. Lin Feng put aside the family's financial problems for the time being. It would take a few days to deal with them. He had a lot of other things to deal with. From Monday to Friday. Get up at 5 o'clock every morning. Go home around 9 o'clock. Then leave at 9 o'clock in the evening and go home around 11 o'clock. While others work from 9 to 5, Lin Feng works from 5 to 9. There was no choice, there was so much rent to collect. Most of his tenants work, so he collects the rent before they leave for work in the morning and after they get home in the evening. It's even busier at the weekend. Lin Feng basically pays surprise visits. Make an appointment by phone? Forget it, more than half of his tenants will say they're not at home. It's not that they're all deadbeats who want to default on the rent. It's just that the thought of a large sum of money that he's worked hard to earn going into someone else's pocket doesn't sit well with him. Friday night, 9:30 p.m. Jinhu Garden. Building 8, 8th floor, apartment 3. Lin Feng suddenly remembered this as he parked in the underground parking lot. When Kiki also lived in this community. She was in building 5, though. Jinhu Garden was a community famous in the capital city of Yen for its beautiful women. Lin Feng rang the doorbell in front of apartment 803. Who is it? A woman's sweet voice came from the loudspeaker installed at the door. I'm here to collect the rent. My father is Lin Shandong, and I'm his son, Lin Feng. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out his ID card and placed it in the peephole. The door opened quickly, and a beautiful woman wearing a long red dress appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. These days, I collect rent every day. I meet a lot of beautiful tenants. Lin Feng deliberately didn't think about the tenants' information, quite like the fun of opening a blind box. Seeing a beautiful woman, and a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament, would be a surprise. It turns out to be the little landlord. He's really handsome. The beauty teased her long hair a little, made way for him, and invited him in. In his spare time these past few days, Lin Feng read a lot of books on psychology and micro-expressions. This woman named Gui Yanru was not someone to be trifled with, as soon as he laid eyes on her. What followed was quite a test of his perseverance. Once inside the house, Gui Yanru made Lin Feng a cup of tea, then sat elegantly on the sofa opposite him. She then raised one of her long legs slightly and crossed them. Handsome boy, your rent is really expensive. I work hard every day, just like I'm working for you. As Gui Yanru spoke, her eyes were full of resentment, but her posture and subtle movements made Lin Feng feel aroused. Lin Feng smiled slightly. You're joking, sister. You're the manager of the public relations department of a big company, with an annual income of over 300,000 yuan. For you, 6,000 yuan a month in rent is just a drop in the bucket. Gui Yanru's face showed surprise. You really are amazing, knowing how much your sister earns every year. But your sister also spends a lot. Clothes, bags, cosmetics, it all adds up to tens of thousands of yuan a month. As you know, in our line of work, we have to look good in front of our clients. Your sister just mentioned a BMW, with monthly payments of over 3,000 yuan. As she spoke, Gui Yanru leaned forward, her collar slightly parted, and I don't know if it was intentional. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at her, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. He said, No, sister, you can ask your neighbors to see how much rent they pay. For an apartment like this, other landlords have long since raised the price. Charging you 6,000 is really not excessive. Gui Yanru stood up, sat down next to Lin Feng, put her arm around his shoulder, and said, Handsome boy, little brother, real little brother. Just reduce the rent a little for me. There are so many beautiful women in my company, how about I introduce you to a girlfriend? Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at Gui Yanru. This is killing me. But matters of principle are not negotiable. If I have to reduce the rent for every beautiful woman, I'll be losing out big time. Good little brother. Gui Yanru cooed, looking at Lin Feng as if he were hesitating. No way. You're lucky your rent hasn't gone up. 6,000 a month, not a penny less. In Lin Feng's mind, not raising the rent by 1,000 yuan was like reducing it by 1,000 yuan for her. As soon as she finished speaking, when Lin Feng looked at Gui Yanru again, she had already stood up and sat down on the other side of the table. With a smile on her face, she took out 2 rental contracts from under the coffee table that she had drafted and printed. Then she looked at Lin Feng with a smug expression and said, Brother, sign it. Lin Feng slapped his forehead and said helplessly, It's really hard to defend against. Sister, you're actually afraid that I'll raise your rent, so you want me to reduce it on purpose, right? Lin Feng took the contract and saw that it had not yet expired, but it was to be extended for another year. Fine. Lin Feng agreed to the rental, because he had no intention of raising the rent this time anyway, but rather to collect the rent. It can only be said that Gui Yanru was a bit paranoid. Lower the price and rent for another year, so be it. If it's left empty, the loss could be even greater. My sister still has to meet with a client early tomorrow, so I won't be able to entertain you. Gui Yanru said with a smile after collecting the rental contract. My sister, you're crossing the bridge after you've crossed the river. You're not raising the rent, but you're not even treating me to dinner? Lin Feng said helplessly. Gui Yenru said with a smile, "You want to stay, little brother? My sister doesn't mind an older man dating a younger woman." After saying this, she walked towards Lin Feng with long legs and seductive eyes. Lin Feng quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, "I'm leaving." Bang! The door was closed. Lin Feng let out a breath and thought to himself, no wonder she is the manager of the public relations department, few men can resist her tactics. However, this is only the appearance. Under Gui Yenru's beautiful appearance, she actually has an illness. Because she often drinks a lot, she has a very serious stomach problem. Although her annual income exceeds 300,000 yuan, she has to support her younger brother and sister through school. Her parents are also sick, and her father just had surgery and spent more than 100,000 yuan. The BMW in the garage is actually used. Wait, I forgot something. Lin Feng suddenly remembered. He turned around and rang the doorbell again. After a long time, the door opened. Gui Yenru, exhausted, said, "Brother, are you regretting it? I'm just looking for a rich man to rely on. Sister, add me on WeChat so we can keep in touch." Lin Feng said with a smile. Gui Yenru turned around and got her phone, quickly adding him as a contact. "Should you think about it?" Gui Yenru asked again. Lin Feng waved at her and walked away. As soon as he got out of the elevator and entered the underground garage, Lin Feng's phone received a text message. It was a payment text message from the bank, 18,000 yuan. Gui Yenru pays her rent seasonally. Lin Feng opened WeChat and sent Gui Yenru a message, "Sister, don't drink so much, your health is important. You can always come to me if you need anything. As a landlord, you should also care about your tenants, right?" Gui Yenru sent a shy smile in return. Just as he was about to get into his car, a white car pulled up in front of him. The car swerved suddenly, and then there was a loud bang from inside. Luckily, the car braked. The door opened, and when Kiki, with long hair, got out of the car. Then she covered her mouth and went to the front of the car, looking at the black BMW that had been kissed by her white car. She wanted to back into the parking space, but she didn't realize that she had hit someone else's car. What a female driver! Lin Feng shook his head inside, walking up to her. When Kiki was crouching on the ground, lost in thought, not knowing what to do anymore. Chapter 8, The Old Debtor Surrenders. Don't worry. The bumper is not broken, just a little paint scratched off. But it will cost a few hundred to a few thousand to repaint, depending on what the owner wants to do. Going to a forest shop is definitely very expensive. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, when Kiki raised her head. Seeing it was Lin Feng, she immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, it's you." Lin Feng nodded. "Mr. Lin, what should we do?" When Kiki looked at the cars parked next to each other and said helplessly. Lin Feng got into the car and expertly backed when Kiki's car into the parking space. He turned off the engine, took out the key and got out of the car. Lin Feng put the car key into Kiki's hand and said, "When parking for the first time, it's best to choose an open space. For example, there's a large empty parking space over there. Just take a few extra steps to get in and out of the car." When Kiki nodded, Lin Feng raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. It was already 10 o'clock at night. When Kiki took out her phone and dialed the phone number left in the lower left corner of the front window of the black BMW. The phone connected, and when Kiki put it on speakerphone. "Hello? Who is this?" A lazy voice rang out. Although the voice came from the phone, Lin Feng felt familiar with it. Looking again at the number when Kiki dialed, wasn't it Gui Yenru's mobile phone number? What a coincidence! When Kiki hadn't even said anything yet when Lin Feng said, "Sister, someone drove below you and scratched your car, chipping the paint a little." There was a sound of awe from the phone, and then, "Stupid brother, it wasn't you, was it? You're getting back at me. I'll deduct the cost of the repairs from your rent." "It wasn't me." Lin Feng hurriedly explained, "It's the same as you, it's my tenant." Gui Yenru said, "You called. I get it, I'll give you face and let it go. It's not a big deal to touch up the paint. You're such a kind sister." Lin Feng praised. "If I'm so nice, will you reduce my rent?" Gui Yenru said. Lin Feng hung up the phone directly. There was no way to negotiate a rent reduction. "Mr. Lin, thank you," One Kiki said with gratitude. "It's okay, it's no big deal. It's late, see you tomorrow." Lin Feng finished speaking, turned around, walked over to his Land Rover, opened the door and got in. He pulled out of the parking space, waved to Wankiki, and drove off. His schedule was packed. However, it was Saturday, and Lin Feng slept in. He didn't get out of bed until 8 o'clock. The first thing on the agenda for the day was a trip to Jinhu community to have Wankiki sign a contract with another woman for a shared apartment. He had just finished getting ready and put on some casual clothes when his phone rang. Lin Feng picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was the Spring Garden Property Management Company. He gave a small smile and answered the call. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Yang would like to invite you over to discuss this matter." "I understand." Lin Feng nodded and hung up the phone. "Discuss this matter." Lin Feng sneered. "There are many people living a difficult life. But not all of them are worthy of sympathy or pity. No matter how poor or difficult life is, one should still follow the rules, right?" Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at Spring Garden. After parking the car, he went directly to the property management office. Yang Long, Yang Fei, and the two women had already been sitting there waiting. Lin Feng glanced at the four of them and could see that their eyes were dark and they looked tired. Lin Feng walked over and sat down. The clerk at the property management office poured Lin Feng a cup of tea. The Yang family members did not receive such treatment. Lin Feng took a sip of tea and said lightly, "I'll be direct. Your family will pay half a year's rent and move out immediately." As soon as the words fell, Yang Long let out a chuckle. His eyes suddenly took on a fierce expression. Yang Fei gritted his teeth and frowned, saying, "Mr. Lin, when my father rented this place, he had several 100,000 yuan in savings. After he passed away, that money disappeared." "So?" Lin Feng said with a smile before Yang Fei could finish his sentence. Yang Fei paused for a moment, then continued, "It is very likely that he paid the rent for decades in one go. My father liked to do things like that. Back home, he would pay the butcher the entire monthly meat budget." After he finished speaking, he glanced at his brother Yang Long. Lin Feng laughed again. From the micro-expressions on their faces, he could tell that Yang Fei and Yang Long were clearly lying. They just wanted to find a reason to stay here forever and didn't want to pay rent. Or when they move out, they want Lin Feng to pay them a sum of money as a subsidy. "What do you guys think?" Lin Feng asked with a sneer on his face. Yang Long spoke up, "First, let us stay for another 10 years, and we won't pay rent during those 10 years. No matter how much money my father has given before, we will just forget about it. Second, if you don't agree to the first condition, then refund us the 500,000 yuan in rent and we will move out immediately." Lin Feng smiled slightly. "What if I don't agree to either of these two conditions?" Yang Long's eyes flashed with a murderous light. "Mr. Yang, don't push us. We are just poor people, and we are not afraid of you. You are a rich man, and there is no need to argue with us poor people over a little money." "Are you threatening me?" Lin Feng sneered. Yang Long didn't say a word. Lin Feng shook his head. "In fact, there are some methods that I don't want to use. If I want to, I can force you to be cornered. For example, this kind of harassment can continue indefinitely. All four of you work, and with my methods, I can make sure that you can't find a job in Beijing, not even sweeping the streets. And all four of your children are probably attending school on a temporary basis, right? Do you believe I can get them expelled from school? Don't you dare." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Longting stood up abruptly. Lin Feng sneered, "No matter how much money I have, does it matter to you? If you want to blame someone, blame the Lord of Hell for not letting you be born into a good family. Don't try to bully me. There are plenty of people in the world who sell themselves for money. Don't make me spend money to find someone to deal with you. And before you act on impulse, think about your wife and children. What will happen to them if you are locked up or even killed?" After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the door. Yang Long's momentum immediately weakened, and he called out, "Mr. Lin, wait." Lin Feng stopped. Yang Long stood up, his face full of pleading, "We'll pay the rent for the next 6 months, and pay on time every month from now on. Please let us stay. We work nearby, if we move, we'll lose our jobs." Lin Feng frowned and said, "That's your problem. Pay the rent and move out. There's no discussion. As for the rest, I won't hold it against you for the sake of your 4 children." Lin Feng had long since seen through the virtue of these two brothers. If they wouldn't budge, he would try a softer approach. If he didn't let them move out, and if he let them stay for a longer period of time, they would probably cause trouble again in a few years. Seeing Lin Feng's tough stance, the two brothers had no choice but to pay the rent on the spot and promise to move out the next day. It was only 10 o'clock when Lin Feng arrived at the Jinhu community. Building 5, 17th floor, apartment 6. After ringing the doorbell, the door opened quickly. What appeared in Lin Feng's eyes was not Wen Kiki. Instead, it was a curly-haired beauty wearing a crop top and black jeans. "It's Mr. Lin, right? My name is Julie, I'm Coco's colleague." Julie extended her hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought to himself, here we go again. From the way Julie was looking at him, he knew that she was another woman with a lot of skills. But compared to Gui Yanru, this one's skills were a little shallow. Lin Feng extended his hand and shook it with Julie. When they entered the room, Wen Kiki happened to be coming out. Seeing Lin Feng, dressed in a pink casual outfit, Wen Kiki, who looked cute, smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you're here. Good morning, both of you," Lin Feng said with a smile. It was already mid-afternoon, not morning anymore. But looking at the two beautiful women, it was obvious that they had just got up from bed. It was the weekend, and office workers all wanted to sleep in. Chapter 9, Julie's Advice. The contract for the shared apartment was quickly signed. Lin Feng folded his share and put it in his pocket. It was almost noon, and Lin Feng was planning to leave. But Julie took the lead and said, "It's almost lunchtime, stay for lunch. I'll tell you, Coco can cook really well." After saying that, Julie turned her head and winked at Wen Coco. Wen Coco immediately said, "I'll go buy the groceries." After saying that, she hurriedly left the house with her bag. Lin Feng had wanted to politely refuse, but Wen Kiki left so quickly. If he left now, it would be an insult. Julie also didn't want to stay and be alone with Lin Feng, so she followed her out. After the two women left, Lin Feng curiously surveyed the furnishings in the house. Before it was rented, the house was fully furnished and decorated. However, Wen Kiki had decorated the house herself. It was dominated by pink tones. There were many cartoon dolls in the living room. As for the bedroom, the door was closed, and Lin Feng was embarrassed to open it and pay homage. He had just drunk a cup of coffee brewed by Julie, and now he wanted to go to the bathroom. Lin Feng opened the bathroom. The bathroom was very spacious, with a wet and dry separation. Outside was the sink and toilet, and a fully automatic washing machine, while inside was the shower room. After the water was finished, Lin Feng wanted to leave. But out of curiosity, he pulled open the partition door and pushed aside the curtain. At that moment, with a pop, a bunch of things fell into the large bathtub, which had not been emptied. It was underwear. It looked like it had just been taken out of the washing machine and hung up to dry. Young women generally don't take their underwear outside to dry. What should he do? Lin Feng's head was spinning. He reached in and fished the things out. Then he took out a plastic bucket and sprinkled in some laundry detergent. Lin Feng was 100% sure that all the underwear was Winnie the Pooh. Not only were they pink, some even had cartoon characters embroidered on them. After soaking them for a few minutes, he put them on the floor and stepped on them with his bare feet. Don't think Lin Feng was deliberately vandalizing them. That's just how he did his laundry. Afterwards, he threw them in the washing machine, spun them, dried them. Lin Feng didn't even know that by doing so, he had actually damaged the circles. Winnie the Pooh and Julie left the residential area. 100 meters further down the road is a large supermarket chain. "Coco, what do you think of this Lin Feng?" Julie asked, smiling, as she took Wen Coco's hand. "What do you mean?" Wen Coco pretended not to understand what Julie was saying. Julie said, "Your sister has the best taste in men. This young man is definitely a quality guy that you won't find even with a lantern in the capital city of Yen. If you have such good taste, why don't you go tell fortunes?" Wen Kiki shook her head with a smile. Julie sighed and said, "It's harder for us women to make a name for ourselves in the workplace than it is to climb to the heavens. You're still an unknown little clerk, and our company is also dominated by women, so there's no filth. But you can't work there forever, can you? After you leave that job and find a new one, you'll either have to work honestly for a dead wage. If you muddle along like that for a few years, you won't be able to afford to buy a house. And when you get older, your family will pressure you to get married. Then there's the whole matchmaking thing, with endless blind dates at every holiday. You wouldn't believe the weird guys you meet. It's not just the ugly ones, but the slightly attractive ones with a bit of money also have their noses in the air, like they're some kind of emperor picking a beauty queen. If you want a promotion and earn a few $100,000 a year, you have to accept the unspoken rules of the workplace. Sister, you haven't encountered all of this, have you? When Kiki asked curiously after Julie finished speaking. Of course not. Your sister is 30 this year, and I came out 5 or 6 years earlier than you, so I've encountered everything. I don't have any extravagant hopes anymore, so I'll just keep on muddling through. One day, if I find a man I like, I'll just marry him. After saying this, a touch of melancholy flashed across Julie's eyes. A 30-year-old working woman will always have a past that is either hard to look back on or worth remembering. When Kiki and Julie returned, Lin Feng was already sitting on the sofa. He was holding an advertising magazine in his hands and flipping through it. In his previous life, Lin Feng had already developed a thick skin. When Kiki and Julie returned, Lin Feng didn't even blush. In fact, even if he is discovered, he can still keep a straight face. As long as he is not embarrassed, then the one who is embarrassed is someone else. When Kiki went into the kitchen to cook, Julie obviously wasn't good at cooking, so she sat down and chatted with Lin Feng. Handsome boy, you have so many apartments, so when you collect the rent, you must meet a lot of strange tenants, right? After she finished speaking, Julie's mouth slightly curled up. Lin Feng nodded and said, well, there are all kinds of people. Then tell me about it. Julie looked at Lin Feng with a face full of expectation. Lin Feng smiled and said, have you ever met a lazy person who doesn't go out for 6 months, orders takeaways for meals, relies on online shopping for all their daily necessities, and doesn't even want to throw away the rubbish? Tell me about it. Julie was even more excited. Lin Feng glanced in the direction of the kitchen and said with a smile, last Tuesday, when I went to collect the rent, the tenant was a young girl. As soon as the door opened, a foul stench came wafting out, the kind of smell you get from a rubbish dump. The entire living room was full of takeaway boxes, used paper towels, dirty clothes, and even used sanitary napkins. Several rooms were full of delivery boxes. Even the bedroom, where she slept, was filthy. At that time, I saw my own house become like that, not to mention how hard it was. There are actually people like this. Then what happened? Julie asked curiously again. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, of course, they were treated like ancestors and asked to leave. A cleaning company was hired, and it took most of the day to clean up. What else is there? Lin Feng then talked about the Yang Long and Yang Fei family in Spring Garden. Afterwards, Julie laughed, you're pretty mean. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to last even one night. But this family is really rascal, they went too far, and you let them off so easily. Lin Feng said indifferently, if it weren't for the sake of those 4 children, of course I wouldn't let them off so easily. Feeling that his tone was a little harsh, Lin Feng added with a smile, there were also some tenants who redecorated the house without saying a word, and when they returned the lease, they wanted me to pay for the renovation costs. Julie listened to Lin Feng's story and laughed giggle to giggle. Lin Feng actually understood the purpose of Julie's question. But he just wanted to find out how many houses he had. There are really a lot of strange things in the world. If you write about these things in a novel, it will definitely be read by many people. Julie said with a smile. Lin Feng laughed, if it were written as a novel, I would probably be accused of being dark and depressing, full of negative energy. After all, there are many weak and morally inferior people in the world. My way of dealing with these people is inhumane. If someone who has been a deadbeat puts themselves in my shoes, I don't want to be scolded. Julie said, how is that possible? Is there anyone else so stupid as to expose their own quality by posting comments? Lin Feng laughed, without offering an explanation. Julie looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of surprise. As far as Julie knew, there were 2 apartments in the Jinhu community. There were at least 12 apartments in the Spring Garden. When Lin Feng was punishing the Yang family, he offered to waive the rent for 1 month, and the tenants on those 3 floors temporarily moved out. It can be said that the 6 months' rent paid by the Yang family was not even worth the money Lin Feng spent punishing them. But even if it was a loss, Lin Feng would not compromise. In addition, there are 2 or 3 more. At least more than 20 suites. All of them are located in the central area of Yanjing, and the rent collected each month is at least 100,000 yuan. This is definitely the tip of the iceberg of the properties owned by Lin Feng. Chapter 10. If you don't work, you support me. You landlords are the new age landlords. You sit at home every day collecting money, unlike us who work so hard that we can't even save any money at the end of the year. You sit at home every day collecting money, and a month's worth of that is equivalent to a year's worth of our hard work. You sleep until you wake up naturally. Julie couldn't help but let out a sigh. Lin Feng was about to say a few polite words when Kiki had already finished cooking and was shouting in the kitchen for Julie to help fetch the dishes. The topic was finally over. When Kiki had made 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, boiled meatballs, shredded pork with green peppers, and stir-fried cabbage, as well as a seaweed and egg drop soup. The taste was really good. Lin Feng hadn't had such home-cooked meals in a long time. Miss One, you're a great cook. When we have time, I'll treat you to a big meal. When Kiki said with a smile after she had cleaned up the dishes. When Kiki quickly said, don't bother, it was just a casual meal. Julie, however, said, you said it. How about next Saturday? After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. No problem. Lin Feng readily agreed. After the meal, Lin Feng should leave. Just as he was about to say goodbye, suddenly his phone rang. He opened it and received a WeChat message. It was from Gui Yanru. Brother, I have a stomachache. It was just 5 short words. Lin Feng quickly said, I have something else to do, see you next week. After saying that, he hurriedly left the house. Arriving at the door of 803 in Building 8, Lin Feng rang the doorbell. After a long time, the door opened. Gui Yanru's body was bent like a shrimp, and her forehead was covered in sweat. After opening the door and seeing Lin Feng, she leaned over and fell to the ground. Is it a stomach problem? Lin Feng asked with a frown. Gui Yanru gave a in response. Lin Feng quickly picked her up, closed the door, and walked into the elevator. Once in the garage, Lin Feng opened the car door and put Gui Yanru in the back seat. Then he started the car. On weekends, there was some traffic on the way to the public hospital, and there were also more people seeking medical treatment. Lin Feng drove directly to a private hospital called Ronald. Ronald Hospital has branches in dozens of cities around the world, with the best doctors and the most advanced medical equipment. Such a hospital is also what the world calls a rich man's hospital. After entering the hospital, Gui Yanru was already in pain and confused. More than an hour later, the test results came out. In the doctor's office. Hello, Mr. Lin. A British doctor named Connor extended his hand to Lin Feng enthusiastically. Mr. Connor, what bad luck, we meet again. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Connor laughed and said, I know, you Yancha people are most afraid of seeing a doctor. Connor used to be the attending physician of Lin Feng's parents. He also often went to Lin Feng's house, so he is very familiar with him. Connor was a little surprised at Lin Feng's performance. In his impression, Lin Feng was a big boy who didn't like to talk much and was easily shy. He never expected that when they met again, Lin Feng seemed like a different person. After a few polite words, the two sat down. Then Connor took a large pile of examination reports and read them in detail. Mr. Lin, is this Miss Gui your girlfriend? Connor asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Connor nodded and continued, this Miss Gui has a severe stomach ulcer and liver damage, which is probably caused by frequent excessive drinking. Can it be cured? Lin Feng asked with a frown. Connor said, it's not serious enough to be incurable. It is recommended that she be hospitalized for at least a month for recuperation. She can't drink anymore in the future, otherwise, it is likely that the ulcer will develop into cancer. There is also a big problem. Within a short period of time, the hospital performed a comprehensive examination on Gui Yanru. Many problems were discovered. What problems? Lin Feng's heart was raised. The big problem the doctor mentioned must be something bad. Kang Naota, there is an image of adhesion in her ovary area, and she may not be able to get pregnant. It is recommended that after a period of time, when her body has recovered, she undergo a detailed examination. Lin Feng nodded. Seeing a doctor at a private hospital is very expensive. Especially at the world's best Ronald Hospital. Lin Feng paid 300,000 yuan directly by credit card. After paying, Lin Feng went into the single-person nursing ward. Gui Yanru was already in a hospital gown, leaning against the head of the bed and spacing out. When she saw Lin Feng open the door and come in, the expression on her face suddenly came to life, and she said with a smile, good brother, you really have caused me trouble. It hurt so much at the time that I couldn't think of anyone else, so I sent you a message. Lin Feng sat down by the bed and said with a smile, it's no big deal. I happen to be collecting rent in Building 5. Don't worry, it's not a serious illness. You'll be fine after a month of recuperation in the hospital. A month? Guo Yanru shook her head and said, I still have work to do, I can't be away for that long. Are you going out for a drink afterwards? Lin Feng's expression became serious. This is my job, if I don't work, you'll have to support me. Guo Yanru joked. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng nodded and said, sure. Guo Yanru raised her hand and tapped Lin Feng's forehead, little brat. Seeing Guo Yanru's disapproving look, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In his previous life, he also worked hard like Guo Yanru. As a result, when his career was successful, he was diagnosed with cancer. When he saw the test results, Lin Feng regretted it immensely. What's the point of earning a lot of money? You can't take it with you when you die. Although he encountered something like time travel and rebirth. But who can guarantee that everyone will have such an adventure? This is the Ronald Hospital. You will be recuperating for the next month. You are not allowed to leave without my permission. What about my work? My sister has worked hard for 10 years to become the manager of the public relations department. If I don't go to work for a month, I'm sure I'll lose my job. Before Guo Yanru finished speaking, Lin Feng said, what's more important, work or your life? The doctor told me that you not only have stomach problems, but also liver problems, and... What else? Guo Yanru asked, her eyes wide. Lin Feng spat out 2 words, infertility. Guo Yanru was stunned, then stunned. She was almost 32 years old, and this was the first time she had thought about getting married and having children. Rest well, I'll come see you when I have time. Lin Feng stood up and was about to leave. Wait. Guo Yanru suddenly said. Huh? Lin Feng looked at Guo Yanru. Guo Yanru said, it's very expensive to seek medical treatment here, isn't it? Lin Feng nodded, a little expensive, remember to settle the medical expenses when you leave. I've advanced you 300,000 yuan. I won't charge you for the petrol and service fees for sending you here. You're so poor. Guo Yanru gave Lin Feng a cold stare. What petrol and service fees? Of course I'm joking. Chapter 11 The Deformed Ring. Ah. A voice of surprise and astonishment came from the bathroom. What's wrong, Coco? Julie hurriedly ran into the bathroom. She saw Wen Coco frowning, holding a pile of damp underwear in her hands and staring blankly. What's wrong, Coco? Julie asked curiously. Wen Coco pouted and said, Julie, did you move my underwear? I hung them up to dry last night after washing them, but why are they wet now? And look at the wire, it's all been washed out of shape, how can I wear them? Julie, you have to compensate me. Wen Coco obviously misunderstood Julie. Julie waved her hands, don't frame me, I was in your sight all day, except. At this, Julie first rolled her eyes, then covered her mouth in shock and said, could it be? Julie's 2 pauses made Wen Kiki feel nervous. What is it? She widened her beautiful eyes. Julie first stuck her head out to look into the bathroom, then said in a low voice, I guess it was when we went shopping earlier and that cute guy came in. Then, he saw the things you hung here and had evil thoughts, hee. Ah. When Kiki threw what she was holding in her hands and screamed while hugging her head. This girl is really not to be trifled with. Julie laughed, giggle. April 9, 2012. Monday, 9:30 a.m. Bang! On the boxing ring at Tiger Gym, Zhao Xiaoyang's chin took a hook from Lin Feng and he fell to the ground. Lin Feng stopped, bent over and gasped for breath. Zhao Xiaoyang got up from the ground with a bitter smile, took out the mouthguard in his mouth, and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Awesome! Brother Yang, you've been knocked down too. Dude, awesome! You've trained, haven't you? There was a burst of gasps of awe around the boxing ring. Lin Feng smiled and waved to the onlookers below the ring. This Tiger Gym is owned by Zhao Xiaoyang. Because it is so remote, most of the people who come here to work out are friends of Zhao Xiaoyang's. This was Lin Feng's first time here. Last Saturday, Lin Feng carried the 100-plus kilogram Guo Yanru for a few dozen meters and felt his arms go numb. He lifted up his shirt and saw that although there was no excess fat on his stomach, he could not see any abdominal muscles either. Zhao Xiaoyang is 2 years younger than Lin Feng, but his muscles made Lin Feng envious to death. Lin Feng therefore decided to find some time to work out. A man can have nothing, but he must be strong. A woman's delicate appearance is a relative concept. Zhao Xiaoyang helped Lin Feng take off his boxing gloves while saying, brother, your reaction is very good, but you lack strength. I can help you develop some training methods to increase your strength. Lin Feng laughed and said, if my strength increases, can I become a martial arts master, the kind that can knock someone out with one punch? Zhao Xiaoyang said, brother, it's fine to practice self-defense skills, such as grappling. If you really practice lethal martial arts, it's easy to get someone killed. And once someone practices these martial arts, they'll be prone to impulsive behavior when things go wrong and they'll like to use their fists to solve problems. Zhao Xiaoyang said this with personal experience. When he was a child, he got along well with an older neighbor and learned a lot of martial arts from him. After the mysterious old man passed away, Zhao Xiaoyang relied on his martial arts skills to get by in society. He almost killed someone once. Fortunately, Auntie Wang had saved some money and paid a large sum of medical expenses to the other party. After being released after being imprisoned for a few months, Zhao Xiaoyang looked at his emaciated mother and suddenly realized his mistake. He slashed his face with a knife and vowed never to misbehave or fight again. Lin Feng patted Zhao Xiaoyang on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry. I just want to get fit, and learning some self-defense skills is just a bonus. Zhao Xiaoyang gave a simple smile and said, brother, you just need to come 2 or 3 days a week. If you follow the training plan I've set up for you, you'll see results in less than 3 months. Lin Feng nodded. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. The caller ID said, Boss Yang from Carry Trading. Lin Feng's phone had 2 SIM cards. One was his new card, and the other was the business card his late father had used. After answering the phone, Lin Feng went to the bathroom, took a shower, changed into some clean clothes, and left the gym. Half an hour later, Lin Feng drove to the central business district of Yanjing. After circling a few times, he drove into the underground parking lot of a building called Zhechen World Trade. This is a 66-story building covering thousands of square meters. After taking the elevator to the 12th floor, Lin Feng got out of the elevator and walked a few steps, and saw the words Carry International Trade in large letters. The thousands of square meters of office space here is all mine. Lin Feng glanced around and sighed in his heart. Just as he walked up to the reception desk, a middle-aged man with a potbelly and receding hairline came up to him with a smile on his face. You must be Mr. Lin Feng, right? I'm Yang Chu. The middle-aged man said, smiling, and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook hands with Yang Chu and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yang Chu laughed, Mr. Lin, please come to my office. Lin Feng nodded. After entering the office and sitting down, a female secretary came up to ask Lin Feng what he wanted to drink. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, no, thank you. The beautiful female secretary turned around and closed the door. Yang Chu sat down opposite Lin Feng and said with a difficult expression on her face, Mr. Lin, the contract will expire at the end of next month. We want to renew the contract, but business is not good right now, so can we lower the rent a bit? Yang Chu's company rents the entire 12th floor, which is more than 3,000 square meters of office space. The annual rent is 4 million. Lin Feng smiled and said, Mr. Yang, this rent is already very low. I don't think there are any office buildings in this area that can be rented for less than 3 yuan per square meter a day, right? Yang Chu frowned, nodded slightly, and said, before, the lease was for 3 years. How about changing it to 1 year? This way, we can save 10 million yuan in capital to use for working capital and get through the difficult times. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I can't agree to that. Yang Chu sighed with regret. If Lin Feng refused, he would have to lay off employees and rent a smaller office. Mr. Lin, if you could allow us to sublet a section of the office. Yang Chu made a last-ditch effort to convince Lin Feng to agree. Lin Feng, of course, refused outright. This Yan wanted to make a profit as a middleman. His father had left a last will and testament, forbidding such a thing. It was almost noon. The 22nd floor is the dining area. For fire safety reasons, of course, no cooking is allowed in the building. The meals are all fast food that is prepared outside and transported up. Although he is a billionaire, Lin Feng doesn't have high expectations for his 3 meals a day. As long as it is to his liking and he can eat his fill, that's fine. By the way, he can also relive his life as an office worker. White-collar workers love cleanliness, and the floor of the 22nd floor lobby is mopped clean, and the tables and chairs are neatly arranged. It was still 10 minutes before the end of the workday at 12 o'clock, and there weren't many people in the lobby. Lin Feng glanced around and quickly set his sights on the window seat in front of him. Isn't that one Kiki? Who is the young man sitting opposite her? Lin Feng walked over curiously and sat down in the seat next to her. When Kiki tilted her head slightly, poking at the plate in front of her with chopsticks in a rather unnatural manner, and her eyes glanced out the window from time to time. The young man sitting opposite her hadn't even picked up his chopsticks. After withdrawing his disgusted gaze from the plate in front of him, he smiled and said, "Miss One, why don't we go out to eat? Whatever you want to eat, I'll pay, okay?" When Kiki glanced back at the young man and waved his hand a little awkwardly, saying, "Thank you, no. I think the food here is very good." The young man's mouth curled up. "Miss One, this is your boss who told you to entertain me. It's not good to not do your best as a host, is it? If I'm not happy, your company will have to move out of this building next month, and there might even be layoffs. By then, you, a little clerk." Having said this, the young man looked pleased with himself, raised his hands, and shrugged. This was undoubtedly a threat. When Kiki frowned. "Mr. Zhang, I'm not an employee of the Public Relations Department. You forced me to come." The young man surnamed Zhang looked displeased. "Miss One, you're hurting my feelings with those words. I didn't mean to force you." Lin Feng understood what the two were saying after just a few words. It turned out that this Zhang was actually in the same business. This guy was using the lease of an office building to blackmail a young girl, really embarrassing landlords. But if Boss Yang had a beautiful woman to negotiate with, would he agree to lower the rent? Definitely not. Cough. "Waiter." Lin Feng coughed twice and called out loudly. However, the neatly dressed waitresses in the window only glanced at Lin Feng and were unmoved. "To eat here, you have to go to the kitchen window and order." Lin Feng smiled and turned his head. At this time, when Kiki was already looking at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Lin Feng grinned at her. When Kiki's eyes widened first, and then she dropped her chopsticks and put her hands on her chest. Seeing Lin Feng's evil smile, she remembered the deformed circle. When Kiki was at a loss for what to do. After she reacted, she first lowered her hands, and then nervously raised them. With a pop sound. The dinner plate in front of her was inadvertently overturned, and the soup inside flew out, spilling on the Zhang surnamed man's face. "Ya!" A scream came from the Zhang surnamed man's mouth. There was chili oil in the soup, and it splashed in his eyes. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 12, The Female Ghost Calls. Zhang used his one eye to glare at Lin Feng, who was laughing at him. Then, covering his stinging eyes, he hurriedly ran into the bathroom to wash his eyes. What should I do? When Kiki was at a loss. Just now, she caught a glimpse of Zhang Guanqing leaving, his face full of anger. Manager Shui's task was for her to accompany Zhang Guanqing and stroll around the neighborhood. They would discuss the renewal of the lease. Now, it seems like I've messed up. Miss One, what a coincidence that we should meet here. Lin Feng sat down next to Wen Kokoro and smiled. When Kokoro hugged her arms tightly, her body slightly shrinking as she leaned against the wall as much as she could. This was almost an involuntary action on her part. She was a neat freak, and Julie knew it. Whether Julie intended to or not, she had made Wen Kokoro misunderstand Lin Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Feng is now almost synonymous with pervert in Wen Keek's mind. Lin Feng suddenly understood as soon as he saw Wen Keek's eyes and movements. He has a photographic memory and has read books on psychology and micro-expressions. Although he only knows a little about these two subjects, he can still guess the general idea. Thinking about what happened the day before, Lin Feng gave an embarrassed smile. "I'm sorry. The day before yesterday, I went to the bathroom and accidentally dropped your clothes in the bathtub, and then I washed them for you." Lin Feng described what had happened. Sometimes, although it is embarrassing to talk about it, if you don't, the misunderstanding will only grow. Lin Feng had been reincarnated twice, so naturally he understood this truth. When Kuka's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared in her beautiful eyes. She had a good impression of Lin Feng, and in fact, deep down, she didn't want Lin Feng to be a man with quirks. "I see." The misunderstanding was resolved, and when Kuka finally relaxed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I misunderstood you." When Kuku was a simple and honest girl, and she almost said the word fly a plane. Fortunately, she was able to control her vocal cords in time, and at the same time, she cursed Julie in her heart for being a bad woman. It's okay. It's all my fault. By the way, aren't you an advertising designer? How come you're doing PR work?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. When Kiki frowned and told Lin Feng what had happened at the company earlier. It turned out that the young man surnamed Zhan was named Zheng Guanqing. The advertising agency where when Kiki worked had rented office space that was due to expire and wanted to renew the lease. The boss had already negotiated a deal with the Zhang family. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guanqing suddenly came over and said that the rent would increase. When Zhang Guanqing saw the beautiful young Wen Coco, he got a mischievous idea and made an inappropriate request. Wen Coco's immediate supervisor, Shui Mei, the manager of the creative department, forced Wen Coco to entertain Zhang Guanqing. Shui Mei told Wen Coco to just go through the motions and get rid of Zhang Guanqing. Wen Coco knew nothing about these social engagements and remembered the word get rid of. So she took Zheng Guanqing to the 22nd floor to have lunch. After she finished speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh again. Wen Coco gave Lin Feng a glare. "I'm in big trouble now, and you're still laughing at me." "Ahem." Lin Feng quickly stopped laughing and said sternly, "In the future, if the company asks you to do things that are unrelated to your actual work, you can just refuse. Do you know that there are too many crooked ways in this?" Wen Coco lowered her head and whispered, "I'm not stupid, I know all about this. It's just that it's so hard to find a job these days." Lin Feng was about to comfort Kiki when Zhang Guanqing came out of the bathroom. His left eye was bloodshot and red, like a rabbit's eye. The anger on his face had not subsided, and because of the slightly red and swollen left eye, it looked a bit menacing. When he rinsed his eyes a moment ago, he thought that Kiki had deliberately embarrassed him. Zhang Guanqing walked over to the table and looked at Kiki, about to yell at her. But a sharp gaze was cast over. Zhang Guanqing was taken aback by Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, Coco said that their company is not renting the space on the 18th floor anymore." Ah. Both Zhang Guanqing and Wen Coco froze. Lin Feng laughed again, took Wen Coco's hand, and left the 22nd floor. Wen Coco came to her senses when the elevator doors closed. She stamped her foot, covered her red cheeks and muttered, "It's over, I'm definitely going to get fired." "Fired for what?" "Zhang didn't want to rent it, so I'll just rent it to your company." As soon as the words left her mouth, Kiki looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "How many houses does Lin Feng have anyway? Forget the 20-odd apartments, there's also an office building." Lin Feng said indifferently, "The entire 12th floor is mine. It happens to be vacant at the end of next month, so it's just perfect for finding a new tenant, hee hee." Kiki suddenly realized, "So you mess things up on purpose to get a bargain?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Don't put it that way. You mess things up first, and I'm just helping you out, okay?" The elevator arrived on the 18th floor. Kiki's advertising company shared the floor with 3 other companies. The rented area is about 1,000 square meters, with more than 100 employees. Kiki gave a brief introduction to the company. Then she led Lin Feng to the door of the manager's office. Kiki knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman's voice came from inside, saying, "Come in." Lin Feng pushed open the door and walked in with Kiki. "Who is that handsome guy?" "Yes. He's really handsome. Young and charismatic." The women in the company whispered among themselves. Julie had seen Lin Feng long ago. However, she was at work and being watched by her boss, so she didn't dare go up to Lin Feng and greet him. Hearing the whispers of her colleagues around her, Julie felt a little pleased with herself. She was the only one who knew Lin Feng's background. He was a billionaire, young and handsome, and didn't have a girlfriend yet. There were so many seductive vixens in the company, of course she wouldn't tell anyone Lin Feng's background. A moment later, Julie saw the office door open. Lin Feng and Kiki walked out. Manager Shui, who was behind the two, wore a mocking expression on his face. Kiki lowered her head, her eyes red, looking aggrieved. Lin Feng's face, however, wore a faint smile. Julie immediately stepped forward, first giving Lin Feng a disgusted look, then taking Kiki's arm and frowning, saying, "Kiki, what's wrong?" Manager Shui's mouth curled up. "What's wrong?" "You've been fired." Here's what happened. When Lin Feng and Kiki went upstairs, Zhang Guanqing called Manager Shui. Manager Shui then went into the general manager's office and said a lot of bad things about Kiki. Then Lin Feng and Kiki entered the office, and the middle-aged woman surnamed Xiao had a cold attitude and simply did not give Kiki and Lin Feng the chance to speak. After General Manager Xiao scolded Kiki, he told Kiki to go to the finance department to settle the bill and leave. "Fired. How could this be?" Julie said in surprise, before rushing into the office. Then there was a loud noise from the office. Lin Feng was also surprised. He had already formed a bad impression of Zhu Li. He didn't expect this woman to be so loyal. Next, Zhu Li was also fired. Half an hour later, Zhu Li and Wen Coco walked out carrying 2 cardboard boxes. At the elevator, Lin Feng leaned against the wall with his arms folded, looking carefree. Zhu Li gave Lin Feng another look, full of charm. When Kiki pouted, looking very cute. Lin Feng said with a smile, whether a company has potential depends on the boss. Obviously, your boss, who is going through menopause, can only take the company so far. There is no future working in a company like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Shui walked over with a haughty expression on her face, kicking her high heels, and sneered, "You're not afraid of bursting your tongue if you keep talking such big lies. Don't think that just because you look a little presentable, people will give you face everywhere you go. If you have the energy and time to flirt with young girls, you might as well read a few more books to broaden your horizons." Lin Feng sized up Manager Shui, who had a round waist, and raised his hand to cover his nose. "Auntie, your eyes are dark and bloodshot, your face is pale, and you look tired. I suggest you go see a deputy chief. By the way, sprinkle some perfume on yourself more often, you're starting to smell." Manager Shui couldn't help but be taken aback. When she saw Lin Feng's disgusted look, she blushed with shame and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She had all the symptoms Lin Feng had mentioned. He could tell. The itch had been bothering her for a long time, and after hearing Lin Feng say that, she even wanted to ask him to take her pulse. Unfortunately, she had just offended Lin Feng by saying those things. "You actually know about medicine?" Zhu Li looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Not really, I just read a few medical books." "Oh yeah, you have to pay rent every month, and you can't owe me rent, so let me help you find a job." "Huh?" When Kiki widened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and said, "What's the name of that company on the 36th floor?" "Dodgy International Media Company, Limited, Yanjing branch," Wen Kiki said. "The general manager, Joe, who just fired them, used to come from this company." Lin Feng nodded, "That's right. This is the company, I'm very familiar with the manager of their branch. You can just go work for this company. This company has a future. I interviewed last year, but they didn't hire me." Wen Kiki lowered her head. Zhu Li frowned and said, "Me too." Lin Feng gave a slight smile and said, "Don't worry. If they don't give me face, I'll raise their rent. The 36th floor is mine too." As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened. Lin Feng ignored Manager Shui and got into the elevator with Wen Kiki and Zhu Li. Zhu Li diligently pressed the button marked 36. After the doors closed, Wen Kiki blushed and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to trouble you again." Lin Feng waved his hand, "Don't think too much about it, I just don't want to change tenants. As the landlord, I let you work hard and earn more money, and you won't be able to refuse to raise the rent in the future, right?" Zhu Li and Wen Kiki looked at each other. There was a strong sense of expectation in their eyes. People go high, water flows low. Who would want to work in a small company with no prospects when they can work in a big company? Not only can you get a higher salary, you can also realize your own value. Zhu Li was about to thank him when Lin Feng's phone rang. "Hello?" Lin Feng answered the phone. A young woman's voice came over the line. The voice sounded a little cold and gentle. "Is this Mr. Lin? I'd like to rent your XXX haunted house." Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, and all his hair stood on end. The woman who had called seemed like a female ghost. Chapter 13, The Beautiful Atheist. When Kiki and Zhu Li straightened their upper bodies at their desks, sitting opposite them was a beautiful woman with a head of brownish-red curls and fair skin. She was wearing a white shirt with a bow tie, a small black suit, and black pencil pants wrapped around her slender, straight long legs. She leaned back in her office chair, crossed her legs, and a black high-heeled shoe dangled from her pointed toes. Although the posture and movement were a bit indecent, they brought an invisible pressure on Wen Kiki and Zhu Li. Liang Shishir, general manager of the Yanjing branch of Dodgy International Media. In the advertising and media industry, Liang Shishir is a recognized strong woman. She is also Wen Kiki and Zhu Li's workplace idol. The two women felt Liang Shishir's aura, which was actually psychological. Liang Shishir looked expressionlessly at Wen Kiki and Zhu Li's resumes. Then she gently placed the two resumes on the desk. Wen Kiki and Zhu Li's hearts were in their throats, fearing that they would be rejected again. Liang Shishir paused for a moment, then nodded and said to Wen Kiki and Julie, "You two come in tomorrow to start. The planning department is short-staffed. The 3-month internship period will pay a base salary of 5,000 yuan per month. After you are hired, the base salary will be 8,000 yuan plus bonuses." As soon as the words fell from his lips, excitement spread across Wen Kiki's and Julie's faces. Walking out of the office, Wen Kiki and Julie placed the cardboard boxes in the reception area for safekeeping. At the elevator, Lin Feng was waiting for the two of them with his arms folded, just as he had before. "How did it go?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Julie said excitedly, "Lin Feng, you're amazing. After General Manager Liang read our resumes, she accepted us directly." When Kiki also nodded happily, Lin Feng, thank you." When Kiki finally stopped calling Lin Feng Mr. Lin. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Actually, you don't have to thank me, because I lied to you before. I don't know General Manager Liang well, and I didn't call her just now." "Ah." The two women looked at Lin Feng with surprise on their faces. When they went to the interview just now, Lin Feng didn't follow, saying that he would call General Manager Liang in advance to give her a heads up. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Sometimes something is not as difficult as you think. That boss Liang is famous for being cold and unapproachable. She won't give me, a small landlord, face. She's impressed by your abilities. Congratulations." When Kiki and Julie smiled wryly, not knowing what to say. When Kiki and Julie went to the 22nd floor for dinner. They wanted to stay and familiarize themselves with the work environment in the afternoon. Lin Feng arrived at the underground garage, opened the car door and got in. He started the engine and was about to pull out of the parking space when a curly-haired beauty with arms folded appeared in front of the car. Lin Feng immediately slammed on the brakes and shifted into reverse. Knock, knock. The beauty came to the driver's window and knocked on the window. Lin Feng pressed the window down. "Lin Feng, we're already on the 36th floor, why don't you come into my office and have a seat?" The beauty asked with a frown. If when Kiki and Julie were here, they would be surprised. Lin Feng had said he didn't know this General Liang, right? This beautiful woman in her early 30s was none other than Liang Shishir. "Auntie," Lin Feng whispered. "You're still as shy as before. How come you didn't tell me when your parents passed away?" "I only got the news the day before yesterday, and went to the cemetery to visit them," Liang Shishir said with a sad face. Lin Feng said helplessly, "Mom and Dad made the arrangements before they died, and it was their wish not to notify you. Even if they died, they didn't want to see me." Liang Shishir choked up, completely losing her usual strong woman demeanor. She is not Lin Feng's mother's younger sister, and she is not related to Lin Feng by blood. As for the entanglements and grievances involved, Lin Feng doesn't really understand either. Seeing that Liang Shishir's tears were about to fall, Lin Feng sighed in his heart and comforted her. "My mother always kept a photo of you, the one where you were smiling happily in her arms." "Really?" Liang Shishir's beautiful eyes widened. Lin Feng nodded. "They haven't completely abandoned you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed over the 36th floor to you, not charging a single penny in rent, which amounts to millions of dollars a year." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Shishir couldn't help but smile. However, the tears in her eyes couldn't be stopped from flowing. Lin Feng took a tissue and handed it out the window. Liang Shishir quickly composed herself, dried her tears, then walked around the front of the car, opened the door, and got into the passenger seat. "Why?" Lin Feng asked, his eyes wide as he watched Liang Shishir fasten her seatbelt. Liang Shishir said, "I've been short of cash lately, so I sold my house." "You have so many under construction, so get me one to live in." Lin Feng said helplessly, "I knew this would happen." "Where are we going?" The car pulled out of the underground garage and onto the main road. Liang Shishir played with her long hair and asked. Lin Feng laughed, "I have a set of haunted houses ready for rent. It's a 200 square meter apartment with luxurious decorations and all kinds of appliances. It's perfect for a cold and beautiful woman to move in and protect my home." Liang Shishir pretended to be serious and said, "Xiao Feng, the grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with you. You can't think about revenge or anything like that. My body can't take your tempering." Lin Feng naturally didn't think in a bad way, and he smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. I won't trick you, you'll see when we get there." Lin Feng felt a little guilty about going to meet the mysterious female tenant who wanted to rent the haunted house. If Liang Shishir hadn't come up to him, he would have definitely called Zhao Xiaoyang over. That guy is full of young energy. Liang Shishir suddenly said, your parents are dead, so we are the only family we have in the world now. We need to keep in touch and visit each other often, got it? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Next, Liang Shishir talked about the past. More than 10 years ago, at the end of the 1990s, Liang Shishir had finished high school and wanted to study abroad. Lin Feng's mother was resolutely opposed to the idea. At the time, it was also rumored that Liang Shishir had a foreign boyfriend. This time even Lin Feng's father was resolutely opposed to the idea. As a result, the situation became tense, and Liang Shishir resolutely went abroad. Lin Feng's mother was so angry at the time that she fell seriously ill. She had treated the girl, whom she had picked up off the street, like her own daughter. And now she was so disobedient. A few years later, Liang Shishir returned home after completing her studies, but neither of Lin Feng's parents wanted to see her. After Liang Shishir finished speaking, Lin Feng laughed and said, I heard that you ran away after listening to the nonsense of your neighbors, who said that my parents were raising you as a child bride. Liang Shishir nodded. At that time, she didn't know much, but she did have concerns about this. But what she yearned for more was the foreign country. Later, after she went abroad, she realized that the foreign country was not as good as she had imagined. I'm sorry to them, I should have apologized to them earlier. Forget it. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, we're both stubborn. We miss each other a lot, but we put on a cold front. By the way, how's your foreign boyfriend? Liang Shishir shook her head and said, there's no such thing as a boyfriend. Don't listen to what some people say. Foreign men look handsome on TV, but when you get close to them, you'll see that their pores are big and they smell really bad. After saying this, she lifted her hand and pinched Lin Feng's face, smiling and saying, our family's men have tender skin and are refined, and they smell sweet without perfume. Lin Feng looked helpless and said, you might as well say I'm a little fresh meat. As they spoke, the car pulled into a small community called Belvedere Century. This community was newly built 3 years ago. The buildings in the community are not tall, most of them being split levels. Building 7 has a total of 16 apartments, all of which belong to Lin Feng. The year before, there was a murder in apartment 404 in this building. A young woman and her so-called boyfriend were caught in bed by her boyfriend, who then stabbed them to death with a knife. Afterwards, the murderer's boyfriend took a rope and hung himself from the chandelier. After this murder, all 15 other tenants in Building 7 moved out. To this day, none of the 16 apartments have been rented out. Residents of other buildings in the community usually walk around this building. At the same time, it has also affected the housing prices in the entire community, which are much lower than those in other communities. Lin Feng drove his car into the underground parking lot. Usually the parking spaces next to Building 7 are empty. But this time there was a small truck parked. There was also a long-haired woman in a white coat standing next to the truck, her hands in her pockets. Lin Feng honked the horn twice. The woman in white turned around and looked at Lin Feng's car. An incredibly delicate, melon-shaped face, as if retouched with beauty software, appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Although she was wearing a loose white lab coat, her waist and hips were visible. What long legs! Lin Feng turned the steering wheel and let the car slip into the adjacent parking space. Then he hurriedly got out of the car. Hello, I'm Lin Feng, and you must be Miss Chi, the one I spoke with on the phone, right? Lin Feng politely extended his hand to the beauty. From the looks of it, this is another highly qualified tenant. The woman surnamed Chi gave a slight nod with an expressionless face, extended her hand and shook hands with Lin Feng, saying lightly, my name is Chi Yao. After that, she let go of his hand and pointed behind her to the van, saying, this is the stuff I brought, I need to carry it up there. Since the stuff is a bit special, I need to let you know in advance. If you don't agree, I won't rent it. Chi Yao's voice sounded very soft, with a peculiar kind of rhyme. Combined with the echo in the underground garage, her voice sounded like a wistful sob. Chi Yao waved her hand. The male driver, wearing a mask, got out of the car and opened the trunk. When he saw the contents, Lin Feng's eyes widened. They were cylindrical glass containers. They contained all kinds of human organ tissue. Liang Shishir came over and just took a look, then immediately covered her mouth and stepped aside. Lin Feng, suppressing his discomfort, frowned and asked, Miss Chi, are you a doctor? Chi Yao said indifferently, I'm a forensic doctor, and I just transferred to Yanjing. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I can take these things home with me, and I have all the legal procedures. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then smiled and said, no problem, since you're not renting, no one else is living in this building anyway. Xi Yao nodded. I'll take 404. The split-level space is large, so I can display the specimens and also have a workspace. For rent, I will only pay half the market price. Half the market price is 10,000 yuan a month. You have to know that it is a 200 square meter split level, with a living area of more than 300 square meters, and a balcony on the top floor. No problem. Lin Feng nodded, and then curiously asked, Miss Qi, are you really not afraid? That is a haunted house, and 3 people died inside. Qi Yao said indifferently, I am an atheist. Chapter 14, Liang Shishir's Test. Miss Qi, you're really gutsy. If it were me, I would be scared to death living in a house like this. Lin Feng said with admiration as he helped carry a glass container half filled with hearts up the stairs. It's actually nothing, as long as you're not afraid of anything. Fear comes from people's erroneous understanding of the unknown. Qi Yao said lightly as she arranged the specimen containers. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. A cockroach slowly crawled out of her line of sight. At that moment, she held her breath. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the cockroach crawled into the crack in the floor tile. She let out a sigh of relief. She turned her head and saw Lin Feng, who was facing away from her, and hadn't noticed her unusual reaction. Mr. Lin, this place has been vacant for so long that there are even bugs. Xi Yao frowned. Lin Feng turned back and said in surprise, this is the 4th floor, and it has all been redecorated, so there shouldn't be any bugs, should there? Xi Yao was silent for a moment, and said indifferently, it's fine, I'll use insecticide. At this time, Liang Shishir helped carry a suitcase up. She was helping mainly because she felt a little sour when she saw that Lin Feng had become a dog when he saw a beauty. She is Lin Feng's sister-in-law, a relative. Lin Feng is not as enthusiastic towards her as he is towards Qi Yao. What Liang Shishir didn't know was that in Lin Feng's mind, Qi Yao had to pay rent, while Liang Shishir lived for free. Paying rent or not should be treated differently. More importantly, after someone has lived in the house, it is easier to rent it out later. In fact, if Qi Yao didn't pay rent, Lin Feng would be willing to let her live there even if he had to pay money. So far, it seems like a win-win situation. It is estimated that apart from himself, there are not many landlords in the capital city of Yen that would be willing to turn their houses into human organ specimen rooms. Dozens of glass containers and 2 complete human skeletons were soon moved into 404. After bidding farewell to Qi Yao and going downstairs, Lin Feng noticed that the minivan had already left. Oops, I'm exhausted. Liang Shishir, who had done a good job, got into the passenger seat, rubbed her waist, and yelled. Lin Feng smiled and said, you should work out a bit. After saying that, Lin Feng started the car. He drove the car directly into the Jinhu community. That is the community where Wen Kiki and Gui Yanru rented a place. Jinhu community is famous in the capital as the nest of beauties. With her looks, President Liang is qualified to live here. Building 6, Apartment 901. The door is equipped with the latest digital lock. With the development of the times, the interior decoration of the house and various electrical appliances are being updated in a timely manner. Therefore, the business of renting a house, in addition to the money for buying and renovating a house, will have continuous expenses afterwards. How about this place? It's worthy of a beauty like you, right? Lin Feng asked with a smile after showing Liang Shishir around the room. Liang Shishir nodded. The room was big enough and had good lighting. I'll move in today. Feng, help me move. Yes, my queen. Lin Feng bowed. Don't be silly. I don't have much stuff, and your Land Rover can carry it all in one trip. With that, Liang Shishir pulled Lin Feng out the door. Although Liang Shishir didn't have much stuff, she managed to get it all in one trip. But it still took several trips to carry it upstairs. After finishing decorating the room, Liang Shishir collapsed on the sofa. After a short rest, she went into the bathroom. Lin Feng sat in the living room, smoking a cigarette while flipping through Liang Shishir's photo album. Many of the photos in the album were old ones from more than 10 or 20 years ago. There were the most photos of her parents. There was also a photo of her when she was little, naked, hugging a black dog. Apart from that, there were photos of him as a student and studying abroad. After going through the photo album, Lin Feng couldn't find a single unfamiliar handsome guy. The door opened, and Liang Shishir walked out wearing black pajamas with lace edges. She wiped her hair with a towel while saying, my waist and legs are so sore, please massage them for me. Later, I'll take you out for a big meal. After she finished speaking, she threw away the towel and lay down on the sofa. Lin Feng took a look and his heart pounded a few times. She's got a really high back. But when he thought about her being his relative, the fantasies in his heart disappeared. Then he honestly massaged Liang Shirshir. Lin Feng's skills were not bad, he could accurately locate the acupuncture points, and knew the function of each acupuncture point on the human body. In addition, he had also read relevant books and memorized the techniques, he just needed practice. Xiaofeng, your technique is really good. It's even better than those female technicians. Liang Shirshir said with a slightly narrowed eye and a face full of enjoyment. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right. I have studied. When I was young, I was forced by my father to work, and I have done all kinds of work. Well, your parents shouldn't have been so harsh on you financially. But the result of this training is quite good, and I misunderstood them. By the way, I have noticed that you have changed a lot. When I saw you that year, you were like a shy little girl, and I was really worried for you at that time." Lin Feng smiled bitterly, thinking that his old parents really ruined their son. Lin Feng is now just an imposter. People change. Lin Feng said lightly. "What are those two girls today related to you?" Liang Shirshir asked with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, "They're just two tenants in this community. Maybe you'll run into them often in the future, so you should keep your CEO aura in check, so as not to scare them when you meet." Liang Shirshir laughed and said, "I know very well what kind of men you guys are. If they weren't beautiful, would you help them? Deep down, there's always a little expectation, isn't there?" Lin Feng smiled and didn't deny it. "Right. You shouldn't use them just because of my face. Work is still based on ability." Liang Shirshir said, "I'm not like that. Even if those two girls didn't have your connections, I would still use them. That girl named Winkiki is very talented, and you can see it in her work. With some good training, she has unlimited potential in advertising and media." Hearing her say that, Lin Feng was relieved. "Lower." Liang Shirshir muttered. Lin Feng moved his hands a little lower. "Lower still." A moment later, Liang Shirshir reminded again. Lin Feng stopped, but going lower would mean crossing the line. "What are you thinking about?" Liang Shirshir turned her head and gave Lin Feng a cold stare. Well, Lin Feng felt like a child with impure thoughts. Reciting the great compassion mantra in his heart, Lin Feng's hands moved downwards by the billions of points. This was a matter of extreme endurance. By the time Liang Shirshir was satisfied, Lin Feng had sweat on his forehead. "Next time, you'd better go find a technician," Lin Feng said with some pain. "This is even more tiring than carrying bricks all day." Liang Shirshir smiled slightly. "This was a test for you, and it seems that your perseverance is good, so I'm relieved." After saying that, she went back to the room to change. Chapter 15, Two Lost Souls. Night. Inside a Western restaurant opposite the Jinhu residential community. Lin Feng and Liang Shirshir were chatting while eating steak and drinking red wine. "Are you just going to be a landlord, guarding hundreds of houses and living a life of leisure?" Liang Shirshir asked. She was wearing a black evening dress, sexy and elegant, but also giving off a feeling of keeping people at a distance. Even though this is an upscale Western restaurant, it has attracted many gentlemen with aggressive stares. If Lin Feng were not here, I'm afraid someone would have come up and hit on her. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "What's wrong with being a landlord? You can collect money just by lying at home every day. And no matter how the world changes, most people can't afford to buy a house. So even if it takes another 100 years, being a landlord is still the easiest and most promising profession." Lin Feng wanted to say that he had suffered a lot in his previous life and wanted to take a good rest in this life. As long as he didn't have to worry about food and clothing, it was pretty good just like it was now. He could live a leisurely life every day, and from time to time, he could get surprises like opening a blind box. Liang Shirshir shook her head helplessly. Lin Feng asked with a smile, "Auntie, with your current wealth, you can definitely buy a big villa in the suburbs, right? You're taking advantage of me. I'm not as unmotivated as you." Liang Shirshir said, "Dodgy media has run into problems, so I took out some money and bought the equity of the branch company, which cost tens of millions of yuan. By the way, apart from the house, your parents also left you quite a bit of cash, right? How about taking out some of your spare money and investing it for your aunt?" "No way." Lin Feng shook his head resolutely. Even if he wanted to invest, he wouldn't invest in his aunt's company. Most relatives who do business together end up hating each other. Because if there is a problem, one side will always lose out. Besides, the rate of return on media companies is too low. But investing the money did remind Lin Feng. He has more than 2 billion yuan in his bank account. Even if there is interest, it can't keep up with the rate of depreciation of the currency. My parents left behind more than 1,000 apartments, but it's not like there will always be this many. The country's economy can still develop rapidly for at least 10 years. Take this opportunity to buy more houses. Let the ranks of tenants grow ever larger. This is the attitude and pursuit of a landlord. Just quit. You're crazy not to take the money. Liang Shishir gave Lin Feng a cold stare. In fact, she didn't need Lin Feng's investment, and the company could still operate normally. The reason for asking Lin Feng to partner with her was to give Lin Feng a layer of glamour. For example, in the future, if she said she was the boss of a certain company, she would have so much face. Landlords who simply live off the rent they collect are generally labeled local tyrants in people's minds. The word local tyrant contains the character, which means local. In the eyes of many elites, local tyrants are people who are not up to scratch. Although these so-called elites are not richer than local tyrants. When Kiki and Julie are two people you need to look after a bit more. I don't want them to be fired by you after working for a short time, because I still have to rely on them to earn money to pay the rent. Lin Feng reminded with a serious face. Liang Shishir laughed. They are really blessed to have a landlord like you. After dinner, Lin Feng drove away after dropping Liang Shishir off at home. In the following days, the tenants finally calmed down. Lin Feng took this opportunity to buy a computer and organize all the tenants' information into files and save them to the computer. He divided the tenants into 3 categories: first-class tenants, who were of high quality and had strong financial means; second-class tenants, who were less stable in their jobs and could withdraw from the lease at any time; and third-class tenants, who were of the lowest quality, often defaulted on rent, or were not clean. The worst were the third-class tenants, who were of the lowest quality, often defaulted on rent, or were not clean. There were also a small number of special tenants. For example, Gui Yanru, Wen Kiki, Julie, and Chi Yao. In fact, they all had one thing in common: beautiful women. Who doesn't love beautiful women? Of course, to be considered beautiful in Lin Feng's eyes, in addition to having a good appearance, you also have to have good qualities. Naturally, such tenants deserve professional, attentive service. April 13th, Friday. After finishing up, Lin Feng took some time to go to Zhao Xiaoyang's Tiger Gym to work out a bit. In the afternoon, he received a phone call. It was Julie. "Handsome, you promised you'll treat us to a big meal on Saturday." After the call was connected, Julie's flirtatious voice came through the phone. Lin Feng said generously, "No problem. Just let me know where and what you want to eat, and I'll send the address." "Okay." By the way, Julie suddenly lowered her voice and said, "You've ruined all of Coco's underwear, so don't you want to show your appreciation?" Lin Feng immediately felt a few dark lines hanging on his forehead. Before he could think of how to answer, Julie giggled and hung up. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. When he got home, Lin Feng took a shower, changed into a clean bathrobe, and sat in front of the computer. He was reading stock market information. If he wanted to double the money he had, investing in the stock market was the best option. He wanted to see if the stock market trend was the same as in his previous life. After reading it, Lin Feng let out a long sigh with a smile. Nothing had changed. Familiar stocks, familiar prices, and familiar trends. He immediately had an idea in his mind. He was about to close the computer when suddenly a news article on the browser caught his attention. ASML, the lithography manufacturer, is on the verge of bankruptcy and is looking for investment. Saturday, 8 o'clock in the morning. When Kiki and Julie got up from bed at 7 o'clock because they had an appointment with Lin Feng. It took nearly an hour to put on makeup and get dressed. "Julie, this is too formal. I feel like I'm going on a blind date," when Kiki said embarrassedly as she looked at herself in the mirror. This was the first time she had put on such elaborate makeup and dressed so sexy. White skirt hugging her hips, white stockings, and high heels that she rarely wore. She had been dressed up by Julie. So pretty. Sexy yet innocent. "If I were Lin Feng, I would be charmed by you too." Julie looked at Wen Kiki's current appearance and said with envy. She was actually conflicted. On the one hand, she had fantasies about Lin Feng, but on the other hand, she was thinking about Wen Kuku's future. She dressed similarly to Wen Kuku, only changing from white to black, trying not to be outshined by Wen Kuku. However, she also had her advantages. Although her face was not as delicate as Wen Kuku's, her body looked more mature and sexy, with seductive eyebrows and eyes. It all depended on what type of woman Lin Feng liked. Wen Kuku didn't have the intention to compete with Julie, and her expression was a little unnatural. Okay, from now on, just wear this kind of outfit when you go out, and you'll get used to it. With that, she grabbed her bag and left the house with Wen Kiki. It was Saturday morning, and the roads weren't that crowded. Even so, Wen Kiki, a novice driver, was driving very slowly. There was an intersection ahead, and she needed to change lanes to get into the straight lane. But a black sedan came out from the side, so Wen Kiki missed her chance to change lanes and had to stay in the right lane. What to do? I have to turn right, or I'll get a demerit for driving straight in this lane. Wen Kiki frowned and said, turning the steering wheel to head towards the intersection on the right. She had wanted to turn around after driving for a while, but after driving for a few kilometers, she still hadn't found a chance to turn around. The two lost souls didn't know where to go, so they used the navigation system, turning left and right. There was another intersection ahead, and an old woman carrying a black plastic bag walked onto the zebra crossing. Wen Kiki braked sharply from a distance. Suddenly, the old woman fell to the ground. Wen Kiki opened the car door and was about to get out, but Julie pulled her back, frowning and saying, Kiki, we didn't hit her, so just leave it alone. Do you remember that news story a few years ago? It's best to stay out of things like this. Wen Kiki nodded, then looked up and looked left and right, and saw a camera next to the traffic lights. She pointed to the traffic lights in front of her and said, there's a surveillance camera there. That's a relief. After saying that, she got out of the car and ran up to help the old woman up. Auntie, auntie. Wen Kiki called out a few times, but the old woman didn't respond. Julie, who was standing nearby, quickly picked up her phone and dialed an emergency number. After 10 minutes, an ambulance arrived. Chapter 16, The Bad Guy is Getting Old. After tossing and turning for almost 2 hours, Wen Kiki finally managed to drive into a commercial street. Lin Feng had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Wen Kiki and Julie arrive, Lin Feng couldn't help but light up. Because Wen Kiki was dressed very nicely. However, she looked a little awkward, probably because it was the first time she had worn such clothes out. This was a commercial street with a high flow of people, and all the people passing by, both men and women, were attracted by Wen Kiki and Julie. In the full view of the public, Wen Kiki was inevitably a little nervous. Ladies, is this how you usually go to work? The two women walked up to them. Lin Feng raised his hand to look at his watch and said with a smile, you two always go to work like this? Wen Kiki lowered her head in embarrassment. Julie said with a smile, sorry, something happened on the way. What happened? Lin Feng asked curiously. Julie recounted what had happened earlier when she had encountered an elderly person who had collapsed. After the ambulance arrived, Julie had stayed behind to wait for it. Wen Kiki had gone with the ambulance to the hospital. Since the elderly person's family had not arrived, they had left their name and phone number. My Coco has such a kind heart, Julie said, and Lin Feng gave Wen Coco a thumbs up in praise. Who's your family? Wen Coco pouted. Lin Feng laughed, you rent my house and live in my house, so aren't you my family? Then I'm your family too, right? Do I get a share? Julie's face was not as thin as Wen Coco's, and she climbed up the pole. Okay. No problem. Lin Feng agreed very firmly. Then, he took Wen Kiki and Julie to the door of a lingerie store. I'll wait for you outside, Lin Feng said lightly. I thought you were going to go in, Julie said with a smile. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders. I don't mind, but I'm afraid it'll be awkward for you. Wen Kiki was embarrassed and quickly pulled Julie inside. It was Julie's idea to make Lin Feng pay for her underwear. When she called, Julie mentioned this, and she was embarrassed to death. Half an hour later, the two women had made their choice. Lin Feng used his credit card to pay more than 3,000 yuan. After the list was printed out, Lin Feng looked at it. Then he couldn't help but glance at Wen Kiki. I really didn't realize it, but it's actually a D. As for the extra E, it must be one that Julie borrowed. Wen Kiki's cheeks suddenly flushed. Handsome guy, thank you. Why don't I pay the bill today? Julie waved the paper bag in her hand and said with a smile. I'm treating, there's no way you're paying. Please. Lin Feng made a gesture of invitation. The place to eat was a high-end Chinese restaurant, and Lin Feng had already reserved a table in advance. When Keek's phone suddenly rang before she had taken a few steps. After answering the call, she realized it was the hospital calling. Okay. I'll be right there. After hanging up, when Kiki said apologetically, Lin Feng, Julie, why don't you go to dinner? The hospital called and said that the family of the elderly man has arrived and wants to see me. Lin Feng frowned. The family of the elderly man didn't even thank Wen Kiki on the phone. They asked the hospital to call and ask Wen Kiki to go over. This is not normal. Does Wen Kiki have to be cheated even after doing a good deed? After that incident a few years ago, the social climate has completely changed. Not only are people reluctant to get involved, they are afraid of being cheated. Some people even smell a business opportunity in it. As a result, the profession of touching the porcelain has also prospered. Let's go together, Lin Feng said indifferently. Julie couldn't help pouting her lips and gave Lin Feng a resentful look. She thought she might have a chance to be alone with Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng still values Coco more. In that moment, Julie even wondered if she had already lost her charm. She felt a hint of jealousy towards Wen Cuckoo. But soon she adjusted her mindset. In the hospital ward, Zhou Taoqua, in her 60s, had been rescued. The cause of the illness was a stroke, which was not too serious. In addition, the fall on the ground had broken her left arm. Zhou Taoqua had come round. Her son and daughter-in-law are sitting around the bed. There is no one else in the room, the door is closed, and the doctor and nurses are not there. Mom, you must remember, no matter what that woman says, you must say that you were hit by her car and fell to the ground. Yang Honglin looks at his frail old mother and whispers, yes, Mom. People with cars are usually rich, and if you just stick to it, she will have to pay a lot of money. Wang Meili, the daughter-in-law, smiles and says. Zhou Taoqua nodded, I know, I've seen it on TV before, this way you can get a lot of money. Yes, Mom. With the money, we'll buy you delicious food, live in a big house, and send your grandchildren to a good school. Mom, whether we can get rich depends on you. The three of them conferred in low voices. They only stood up when they saw a nurse come in. After leaving the ward, the two of them guarded the corridor outside. They waited for almost half an hour. Lin Feng, Wen Cuckoo, and Julie appeared in the eyes of Yang Honglin and Wang Meili under the guidance of a doctor. When he saw Wen Cuckoo and Julie, Yang Honglin's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen such beautiful women in real life. That face, that figure, it was simply mesmerizing. Seeing that her husband was stunned, Wang Meili immediately reached out and twisted Yang Honglin's arm. The sharp pain finally woke Yang Honglin up. When they reached the door of the ward, the doctor gave a brief introduction. As soon as Yang Honglin heard that Wen Kiki was the main person, he reached up and grabbed Wen Kiki's arm. Lin Feng waved his hand and slapped Yang Honglin's hand away, coldly saying, let's talk nicely, don't get physical. Yang Honglin shook his hand, which had been slapped by Lin Feng, and glared at Lin Feng before staring at Wen Kiki and saying, you ran my mother down with your car, so you have to pay for the medical fees, lost wages, nutrition fees, mental distress fees, etc. Otherwise, I'll sue you in court. Wen Kiki's eyes widened. Could this really be happening? On the way here, Lin Feng joked that she was going to be cheated, but she didn't believe it. Unexpectedly, as soon as they met, not only did the patient's family not thank her, they actually said that she had hit the old man with her car. This is really unjust. Lin Feng patted Wen Kiki's shoulder to comfort her. Then he looked at Yang Honglin and said, how much do you want? In addition to medical expenses, hospitalization expenses, and other expenses, it's going to be 20. Yang Honglin was about to name a number when Wang Meili quickly pulled him aside. Then, Wang Meili took a look at Wen Kiki, Julie, and Lin Feng. She often went to tea houses to play cards, and her knowledge was wider than that of Yang Honglin, who worked on the construction site. The clothes on Wen Kiki and Julie's backs cost at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. And the clothes on Lin Feng's back, the wristwatch on his wrist, and so on, if they were real brands, they were worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. Such rich people, if you don't rip them off, you're simply not doing your best. Wang Meili said with a smile, my mother was perfectly fine, but now she's been hit by your car and may have to spend the rest of her life in bed. How about this, let's settle this privately. You pay 1 million yuan and we'll forget about it. 1 million yuan. Yang Honglin couldn't help but look at his wife in surprise. Julie frowned and said, it's obvious that your old lady fell on the road by herself. If we hadn't called 120, we wouldn't even know if she's dead or alive. If you don't want to be grateful, you're actually turning the tables on us. Have you no conscience? Who are you calling without a conscience? You're scolding me? Wang Meili suddenly exploded, raised her hand and grabbed Julie. Julie was so scared that she took a few steps back. The doctor next to her quickly stopped Wang Meili, frowning and saying, "Everyone, this is a hospital, please don't make a scene. I think you should call the police and let them handle this matter." When it came to calling the police, Yang Honglin and Wang Meili couldn't help but flinch. The doctor continued, "The patient is the person involved, so let's hear what the person involved has to say." Zhou Taoqua had already woken up and had already discussed this with her son and daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will go crooked. Her son and daughter-in-law have no conscience, and the old folks aren't any better. Zhou Taoqua also insisted that when she was crossing the street, when Kiki drove past, and the car's rearview mirror knocked her to the ground. "If you didn't hit me, why did you send me to the hospital?" After repeatedly answering the doctor's questions, Zhou Taoqua finally impatiently said a very classic sentence. Chapter 17, Send them to jail. After returning home, when Kiki sat silently on the sofa, this incident had a significant impact on her. Next to her, Julie frowned and kept talking. "I told you before not to get involved, and now look at the trouble you're in, right? This society nowadays. There are just too many bad people and not enough good people, so don't meddle in other people's business. I told you before to install a dashcam in the car, and now you're in trouble and can't even defend yourself. I just hope there's a camera at the traffic lights at that intersection. If there isn't, that family will find some so-called eyewitnesses, and you won't get away with hitting someone," Julie said, and when Kiki's tears flowed down her face. She didn't have hundreds of thousands of yuan to pay compensation. If she really had that much money, why would she work so hard every day? "I haven't earned much in the past few years, and I have to ask my family for a large sum of money." Thinking about this, when Kiki couldn't help sobbing. Lin Feng, who was sitting nearby, couldn't bear to hear it anymore, glared at Julie, and "Shut your big mouth." Julie immediately covered her mouth. "Kiki, after this incident, what will you do if you encounter something like this in the future?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. When Kiki raised her head, nodded first, and then shook her head and said, "I don't know." Julie glared at Lin Feng and said, "You're the one with the evil mouth. You only need to encounter such bad luck once in a lifetime, not twice. Coco, don't cry. I've saved some money over the past few years. If there's no other way, I'll lend you some money to tide you over." Lin Feng looked at Julie and said, "I didn't realize you were a little rich girl. How much money have you saved over the past few years?" Julie made a scissor hand gesture and said, "More than 200,000 yuan. Lin Feng was shocked and said, "That's amazing. More than 200,000 yuan can buy you a flat in a third or fourth tier city." Julie laughed, "Thanks for the compliment. Why don't you say that you can't even afford to buy a toilet in Beijing?" "Okay, don't cry." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "I'll help you with this. You're my tenant, after all." When Kiki was taken aback and fluttered her beautiful eyelashes at Lin Feng, Julie's mouth curled up. She knew Lin Feng wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. A few 100,000 is nothing to a rich guy like Lin Feng. Spending a few 100,000 will win the heart of a beautiful woman, it's a really good deal. However, after when Kiki reacted, she kept shaking her head and said, "No, no. This is something I caused, I'll solve it myself." "You have money?" Lin Feng asked. When Kiki lowered her head and said, "If there's really no other way and I have to pay compensation, I'll discuss it with them and see if I can pay in installments." "Ha!" Lin Feng thought when Kiki was really cute. She looks so innocent. Girls as pretty as her and as innocent are rarer than pandas. How about this? Lin Feng thought for a moment and suggested, "If it is determined that it is your responsibility, then I will pay to settle it for you. Then, you can keep renting my place until you have paid off the debt, how about that? Then, I'll write you an IOU at that time." When Kiki said without hesitation. Lin Feng waved his hand and gave up. "Anyone who owes me money, even without an IOU, would not dare not pay it back. Besides, I believe in your character." Listening to the conversation between the two, Julie felt extremely sour. Because it was a traffic accident, the traffic police were already investigating. On Tuesday, Lin Feng got the news. The surveillance camera at the intersection of the accident was broken. At the same time, a witness named Li Xuan appeared. The man said he had personally seen Wen Kiki driving and knocking Zhou Taoke to the ground. Lin Feng called a lawyer at the law firm for advice. The result was that without evidence and with someone else having an eyewitness, the likelihood of losing the lawsuit was high. It was suggested that the matter be settled privately. If the case went to court, it would cause a big stir in society. That would not be good for Wen Kiki. Wednesday noon. After communicating in advance, the two sides decided to meet in the meeting room of the traffic police brigade. After getting the news, Lin Feng pulled Zhao Xiaoyang and drove to the company to pick up Wen Kiki and Julie. Solving the matter during the lunch break would not delay Wen Kiki's work. It had only been 3 days since they last saw each other, but Lin Feng noticed that Wen Kiki had become much more haggard. Julie called yesterday and said that Wen Kiki had been afraid to drive to work these past 2 days. Her driving skills are even worse than Wen Kiki's, but she has to drive herself, and she gets so nervous every time. Her work has definitely been affected, but fortunately she hasn't made any big mistakes. The cold-faced Queen Liang Shishir was not polite, and she scolded Wen Kiki several times. Every time, she made Wen Kiki's eyes brim with tears. For Wen Kiki, this incident was not about the money. It was the feeling of being wronged, and it really wasn't pleasant. Cheer up. It was just a minor thing. Don't let it get to you. If you can't let it go, I'll make them beg for forgiveness in front of you. Lin Feng opened the back door and patted Wen Kiki on the shoulder. Wen Kiki finally smiled. Forget it. After this incident, I don't want to see them again. No problem. Handsome guy, you're really considerate. After getting in the car, Julie looked at Lin Feng sitting in the passenger seat and smiled. Zhao Xiaoyang was driving. Lin Feng introduced him. Zhao Mengnan, how did you build up all those muscles? Julie looked at Zhao Xiaoyang's arms and asked curiously. Zhao Xiaoyang was driving and didn't say anything for a while. Julie felt bored and stopped talking. But after a few minutes, Zhao Xiaoyang suddenly said, I'm a gym instructor. What a long reaction time. Julie rolled her eyes helplessly. Zhao Xiaoyang drove fast and steadily. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the destination. Seeing Lin Feng and his entourage arrive, the couple Yang Honglin and Wang Meili couldn't have been happier. On the way here, they consulted a lawyer and said that they could get at least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan in compensation. After taking their seats, Wang Meili crossed her arms and said with a proud face, My mother has a stall in the market and can earn 10,000 yuan a month. The elderly person's body is recovering slowly and will need at least a year to recover. That's 120,000 yuan in lost income for the year. And there's the medical expenses, which are roughly estimated to be around 50,000 yuan. And there's the time that the two of us will spend taking care of her, and we don't earn low wages either, so at least 100,000 yuan for our care. And there's the nutrition expenses, the mental damages, the post-treatment expenses. Wang Meili rattled off a long list. Finally, she quoted a price, at least 1 million yuan. Lin Feng frowned and said, 1 million yuan. This is blackmail, do you know that? Wang Meili's breathing stopped for a moment. But she quickly recovered and, with a sneer, pointed at Wen Kiki and said, It was obvious that she hit my mother with her car. This is a negotiated settlement. If you can't afford to pay, then we'll just send my mother to her family to be nursed there. Yang Honglin added, My mother is not well. If she gets angry and has a heart attack, it's not just a matter of money. Lin Feng pretended to look troubled and fell silent. When Wang Meili and Yang Honglin were about to lose patience, Lin Feng finally frowned and said, In other words, if we don't pay 1 million, you'll make trouble for Wen Kiki? Yang Honglin smiled and said, Of course. We're poor and we're not afraid of wasting time with you rich people. If you don't meet our demands, we'll hire a reporter to expose this matter. Lin Feng pretended to look worried and said, If you do this, it will have a big impact on our lives. What if we lose our jobs and have no income? That's your problem, Wang Meili said coldly. Fine, we'll pay 1 million. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. Yang Honglin and Wang Meili laughed proudly. The traffic police mediator sitting nearby, who was responsible for taking notes, frowned. With her professional intuition, she always felt that there was something wrong with what Lin Feng had said. But after thinking about it, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. Give me your account number, sign the mediation agreement, and I'll transfer the money to your account. I hope after this incident, you won't bring Ms. Wen any more trouble with your mother. As Lin Feng finished speaking, regretful expressions appeared in the eyes of Yang Honglin and Wang Meili. If they had known the other party was so easy to manipulate, why didn't they ask for 2 million, or even 3 million? It would have been better to get the money all at once. Now it's too late. Once you say 1 million, you can't take it back. There are people from the traffic police sitting next to us. But soon, the two of them shook off their feelings of regret. 1 million is not a small sum. With this money, they can rent a nicer apartment, buy a car, send their son to private school. Next, when Kiki and Yang Honglin signed the mediation agreement. Then Lin Feng took out his phone and called the bank. Soon, Yang Honglin received a text message informing him that the money had been transferred. Seeing the series of zeros, the couple were so excited that they almost couldn't help but hug each other and shout. 1 million. With my current salary, it will take me 10 years to pay it back. After returning to the car, when Kiki said with a sad face, "That's even better. He'll work for me for the rest of his life, ha." Lin Feng laughed proudly. Julie shook her head and said to Kiki, "Young lady, you must accept your fate now. You little white rabbit, you can never escape the clutches of this wolf in your life." She actually envied Kiki. Lin Feng was willing to spend 1 million on Kiki. If it were me, I would definitely offer myself to him. Lin Feng quickly added, "Don't worry. I won't sell you. Just work hard in the future and don't think about these nonsense things. It's only worthwhile to live a happy life." When Kiki nodded, wiped her eyes, and then smiled. That family of 3 really got off easy. Julie said angrily. That million yuan was not something that could be obtained so easily. Zhao Xiaoyang, who had been silent, suddenly said. "What do you mean?" Julie looked surprised. Lin Feng opened his phone and played a video, which he then handed to Julie. Julie took the phone and tapped to play the video. The video was a little shaky, showing the car window and the front of the car, as well as the road receding in the distance. It was obviously a recording from a car's driving recorder. After driving for a while, an intersection appeared 100 meters ahead. An old man carrying a black plastic bag walked onto the zebra crossing. The car slowed down a little. At that moment, the old man suddenly collapsed to the ground, and a white car stopped 10 meters away. The car in the video also stopped. Then, from the white car, when Kiki opened the door and got out. This is. When Kiki was so excited that she couldn't speak after seeing this video. Oops. Julie suddenly exclaimed, slapping her thighs wrapped in black silk. I remember now, there was a black car opposite, and I glanced at it at the time. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Actually, I got this video on the weekend." When Kiki looked puzzled. Then why didn't you show this video? This is evidence that proves her innocence. Lin Feng sneered, I hate this kind of innocent person being wronged in my life, animals with a conscience eaten by dogs. If I had shown it at the time, how could I have sent that family of 3 to jail? Extorting 1 million yuan would at least keep them in jail for a few years. Chapter 18, The Power of Language. What if we can't find this video? Julie asked curiously. Lin Feng gave a slight smile and didn't answer. Zhao Xiaoyang, who was driving, said, "This is too easy. Yang Honglin commutes to work on a motorcycle, so he'll find 2 people to pretend to be injured after being hit by his motorcycle. At least they'll suffer broken bones and need at least 6 months of recuperation. Then Yang Honglin will find out that the 2 people just applied to become coaches at the Tiger Gym and are being paid 20,000 yuan a month. Just the compensation for lost wages would cost him more than 300,000 yuan. Wang Meili likes to play mahjong, so they found some experts to set up a game for her, and she lost everything in no time. And then, they made the couple lose their jobs, so they could focus on taking care of the old lady at home. As for the so-called witness they bribed, there were ways to make him change his testimony." After Zhao Xiaoyang finished speaking, when Kiki and Julie couldn't help but widen their eyes. They had never imagined that people could be manipulated in this way. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have money. Zhao Xiaoyang added. Money is also a powerful force. At the same time, in front of a bank's ATM, Yang Honglin inserted his bank card into the ATM. Then he entered his PIN in response to the prompt and selected inquiry. Soon, the bank balance was displayed. Honey, we're rich. Yes. We're rich. If it weren't for the people waiting in line, the 2 of them would have danced for joy. Suppressing their excitement, they retrieved their bank cards and walked to the curb. Honey, I need to remind you of something. Wang Meili frowned. What is it? Yang Honlin grinned. When we go to see mom later, tell her that everything has been settled and we've got the money. But don't tell her how much. Why? Yang Honglin looked at Wang Meili in surprise. Wang Meili said, "You have a sister who married and moved away. What if your sister finds out about this and comes back here to split the money? Don't forget, the money is for the old lady. Since it's the old lady's money, she has the right to do what she wants with it. Your sister's family is poor as hell. If she cries in front of the old lady, she might get away with hundreds of thousands of dollars." Yes. Yang Honglin suddenly realized and gave Wang Meili a thumbs up. You're still the thoughtful one. After discussing it, the two took a taxi to the hospital. After a few days of recuperation, Zhou Taoqua's complexion had improved a lot. Her left arm was not very convenient due to the fracture, so a nurse was helping her to peel an apple. A patient had already been admitted to the bed next to her. At this time, the patient's family came to visit, and there were 6 or 7 of them. The ward suddenly became lively. Zhou Taoqua frowned and looked displeased. The nurse handed Zhou Taoqua the apple she had cut, but Zhou Taoqua pushed it away with her right hand and yelled, "I want to change wards, it's too noisy here." "Ma'am, the other wards are full, so you'll just have to make do," the nurse said, smiling and trying to persuade her. Zhou Taoqua raised an eyebrow and said, "Who says they're full? I heard that you have an intensive care unit here, reserved for the rich, right? I'm rich, so move me to the intensive care unit now." The nurse was at a loss. "Humph." Zhou Taoqua snorted, "Are you afraid I can't pay? Don't worry, give me the best place to stay and the best medicine, you won't lose any money." "Ma'am, let me go ask for your permission." "Okay. You shouldn't get agitated with your illness, please wait a moment." After saying this, the nurse immediately put down the apple she had been peeling and turned around to leave. Zhou Taoqua's outburst had made the ward quiet. The old man in the bed next to her and his family looked at her with curiosity. Zhou Taoqua raised her eyebrows again and turned her head away. After all, she wasn't the one paying for the hospital stay. Of course she wanted a better room. She had never enjoyed a special care ward in her life. At that moment, Yang Honglin and Wang Meili walked in. "Mom! Mom!" the couple called out happily. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law glowing with health, Zhou Taoqua's eyes lit up and she asked, "Did it work out?" Yang Honglin nodded. "How much?" Zhou Taoqua asked in a low voice. Wang Meili gestured with 3 fingers, 300,000 yuan. Zhou Taoqua was first surprised, then her eyes widened and she said, "Ouch. My dear, go find the nurse, I'm not going to the intensive care unit. This is our money now." Although the 3 members of the family spoke in a low voice, they were still heard by the people next to them. As Zhou Taoqua yelled, there was a puff of air from next to them. Then someone started to laugh loudly. "Mom!" Wang Meili gave Zhou Taoqua a reproachful look. "This is so embarrassing." Then, Yang Honglin and Wang Meili sat down and discussed how to spend the 300,000 yuan. Before they could come to a conclusion, 2 policemen walked in. Seeing Yang Honglin and Wang Meili, one of the policemen showed them his ID and an arrest warrant. "You are Yang Honglin, Wang Meili and Zhou Taoqua, right? Someone has accused you of extortion. Please come with us." The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Zhou Taoqua was still in the hospital with injuries, but Yang Honglin and Wang Meili were taken away. They had just got their hands on 1 million yuan, and it hadn't even had time to warm up. Zhou Taoqua lay on her hospital bed, her eyes dull. Her blood pressure was already high at this point. At that moment, a voice came from the doorway. "Who were the 2 people the police just took away?" "The man is called Yang Honglin, and the woman is called Wang Meili. They are husband and wife. Did they do something wrong? Of course, otherwise why would the police take them away? What did they do?" The old lady in the family had a stroke and collapsed on the road. A young girl had a kind heart and helped take her to the hospital. But not only did the family of 3 not thank the person, they also blackmailed her for 1 million yuan. What a heartless family. Yes. But justice will prevail. I didn't expect that a car passed by at the time, and the dashcam captured the whole thing. Ha ha. 1 million yuan. That's a huge sum of money, and they really dared to ask for it. They're going to go to jail for 10 years now. After the sound of his voice disappeared, Zhou Taoqua's face flushed, and the word jail echoed repeatedly in her mind. Suddenly, everything went dark, and she fell over onto the hospital bed. She had high blood pressure, which had been temporarily controlled. Now her blood pressure suddenly spiked, and the blood vessels in her head burst. After the doctor's rescue, she didn't make it. Half an hour later. "Brother, it's done." Zhao Xiaoyang hung up the phone and reported to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave a faint smile, and the world was finally rid of a scourge. "Brother, you did a really good job. I didn't realize that a few words could kill someone." Zhao Xiaoyang looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Lin Feng picked up Zhou Taoka's medical report from the table and lit it with a lighter. Looking at the flames in his hands, he said lightly, "You have to seize the moment. As long as you seize the moment, there is nothing you can't do." Chapter 19, The Last Will and Testament in His Sister-in-Law's Hands. The phone rang. It was Dr. Connor calling. "Mr. Lin, that Miss Gua has already checked out of the hospital. I'm sorry, but we can't restrict her personal freedom." Connor explained. "It's fine, if she wants to go, let her go." Lin Feng said helplessly. He had previously deposited 300,000 yuan, and there were still 200,000 yuan left. Lin Feng asked Connor to use his ID number to apply for a membership card with this money. "Since I'll have to go for regular medical checkups in the future, I'll just consider it an advance payment." Less than an hour after the phone call, Lin Feng received a transfer on his WeChat account. It was 83,000 yuan. This was the cost of Gui Yanru's medical treatment at Ronald Hospital. Then, Gui Yanru's phone rang. "Brother, the medical expenses have been transferred to you. Have you recovered from your stomach problem?" Lin Feng asked with a frown. "I'm almost better. I've been in the hospital for over a week, and if I don't go back to work soon, the company will fire me." Gui Yanru's tone was lazy as she spoke, and there was the sound of water. She was obviously taking a bath. "Remember, you can't drink during this time," Lin Feng reminded her. "I know. I'm still in the shower. I'll buy you dinner some other time, I have to go." After saying that, she hung up directly. Lin Feng shook his head. It's raining, and his mother is getting married. He can't force Gui Yanru to do anything. Everyone has their own convictions. It was already past 6 p.m., and Lin Feng was about to boil some noodles for dinner. His phone rang again. It looked like the caller ID was Liang Shishir. "Xiao Feng, come over right away." Liang Shishir's slightly tired voice came from the phone. "Yes, sir." After hanging up, Lin Feng immediately put on his jacket and went downstairs. Then he drove to the Jinhu Garden residential area. Building 6, apartment 901. The combination lock had not been changed. After entering the house, Lin Feng noticed that the house was even cleaner than before. The floor was so shiny that it could reflect a shadow. The sister-in-law is also very clean. Having just taken a shower, Liang Shishir, wearing black silk pajamas, was lying on the sofa. Seeing Lin Feng entering the house and changing his shoes, she looked languid and said, "Come, just like last time, give me a massage." "I'm going to charge you though," Lin Feng joked. "Okay. As long as your technique is professional, I'll pay you." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Come on. You're still living in my house, you poor guy." "I know." Liang Shishir looked pleased with herself. As usual, it started with shoulder massage. Lin Feng suddenly felt his breath stop. There was no shoulder strap in sight. This auntie is really getting more and more brazen. Lin Feng could only pretend not to know. After finally getting through it, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Liang Shishir rolled over and said with a smile, "I've done your back, now it's your front." "Forget it. I have my bottom line." After saying that, Lin Feng picked up his jacket, which was on the back of the sofa, and was ready to leave. Liang Shishir hurriedly said, "Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. You're a little brat who's grown up, and your heart is no longer pure." Lin Feng retorted, "It's you who has an impure heart, okay?" Liang Shishir got up, went to the wine cabinet, and got a glass to pour Lin Feng a glass of red wine. She took a glass for herself, too, and sat down on the sofa. Lin Feng picked up the remote control and opened the living room curtains. Although the 9th floor was not high, the living room of this apartment faced an open area outside. Not only could you see part of the night view of the city, but also the stars scattered in the sky. Such a night view of the city could easily calm a person's emotions. Lin Feng and Liang Shishir just sat on the sofa, not speaking for a long time. The reason I asked you here today to give your aunt a massage is secondary. The main reason is that I have some business to introduce to you, to see if you are willing to invest. Liang Shishir said lightly after she came back to her senses. What kind of business? Lin Feng asked kindly. Liang Shishir gave a detailed account. It turned out to be asking Lin Feng to invest in a company that makes web games. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that the business his sister-in-law was introducing was indeed very good. The past 2 years had been a golden period for the development of web games, and the game company was making very good games. However, the boom in web games would not last long. Very soon, they would be replaced by mobile games. If you invested some money now, you would make a profit of 2 or 3 times in a year or two. But for Lin Feng, the rate of return was still too low. His sights are set on the future. Forget it. Lin Feng shook his head after some consideration. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pinched by Liang Shishir. Kid, do you really plan to be a landlord until you die? If you're not motivated, I'll give you a good lecture on behalf of your parents. Lin Feng laughed. Forget it. When you were young, you were even more rebellious than me. Before my parents left, they said to be conservative and just live a stable life. Liang Shishir gave a slight smile, bent down, took out a letter from the drawer of the coffee table, and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the envelope, opened it, and pulled out a piece of paper. The handwriting on the paper was so familiar. Didn't this come from his mother? The general content of the letter made Liang Shishir watch Lin Feng a little. If Lin Feng drifted off, she would give him a good scolding. After reading the letter, Lin Feng let out a long, helpless sigh. The old couple even wanted to control what happened after they died. Lin Feng could understand. Given the previous cowardly character, it really wasn't possible without someone watching over them. Soon, Lin Feng came back to his senses and frowned, saying, Auntie, there's more than one letter, right? What about the rest? Liang Shishir spread her hands, saying, there's nothing else, just this one. Lin Feng couldn't do anything if his auntie didn't show it to him. Auntie, you've been in the United States for a few years. Do you know any experts in financial investment, preferably the kind of elites who hang out on Wall Street? Lin Feng said seriously. What do you want? Liang Shishir asked curiously. I want to find some people to trade stocks for me and invest in gaming companies. Where is the fastest way to make money in the stock market? In China. Retail investors are already having a hard time, so let's not rip them off. It's safer to make money abroad. Liang Shishir considered for a moment and nodded, okay. I'll do it tomorrow. I almost forgot about the time difference. I'll contact you later. Let's go. Lin Feng stood up, put on his jacket and left. After Lin Feng left, Liang Shishir took out a piece of letter paper from the drawer. The letter roughly said that Liang Shishir and Lin Feng were not related by blood and that they should take care of each other in the future. The two are only 5 or 6 years apart in age, and Lin Feng is so handsome and honest. If Liang Shishir ever feels tired and wants to lean on a man, the two of them can live together. If Liang Shishir doesn't like Lin Feng, she can help keep an eye on him when he finds a girlfriend in the future. The girlfriend Lin Feng is seeing now, Liu Na, is not a good woman and they cannot get married. On the other hand, the girl named Wen Kiki who lives in the Jinhu community is quite good. Unfortunately, time is running out, and there is no time to make arrangements. Liang Shishir was once again lost in thought. She had only received the letter that afternoon, delivered by Auntie Wang, the couple's former nanny. If it had been the previous, weak and introverted Lin Feng, Liang Shishir would definitely not have liked him. But now it was different. Spending time with Lin Feng was natural and fun. This kid is now smarter than a monkey, so there's no need for me to keep an eye on him. After muttering to herself, Liang Shishir picked up the lighter and burned the piece of paper. At the same time, in the underground garage, Lin Feng dialed Auntie Wang's mobile phone. Auntie Wang, did my parents leave anything behind or did they say anything? Lin Feng asked after the call was connected. Auntie Wang hurriedly said, Xiao Feng, I don't know the contents of that letter. Auntie Wang's tone of voice seemed a bit nervous. Lin Feng smiled and said, Auntie Wang, I'm not blaming you. I'm just asking. Auntie Wang said, no. There really isn't anything. They couldn't have predicted anything, they were just worried about that woman Liu Na. Now that you've solved the matter yourself, and you're so smart and capable, they would be very happy if they knew. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, I wish. And every now and then, I can still receive their instructions, it feels like they're still alive. As he spoke, Lin Feng's eyes welled up with tears. The care of one's parents is the most precious thing in the world. On the other end of the line, Auntie Wang also began to cry, murmuring about how good the old couple had been in their lives. Chapter 20, We Are Triplets. Jinhu Garden Community, Building 5, Apartment 1706. When Kiki and Julie have just finished taking a shower and are sitting facing each other, both with their long legs resting on the coffee table. They then apply nail polish to each other's feet. When Keek's is pink, Julie's is rose red. Julie, do you think if he brings back the 1 million, I won't owe him any money? One Kiki asks. You wish. Julie looked at One Kiki with a look of disbelief and explained, do you think it's free to hire a lawyer in a lawsuit? Do you think it's free to get someone to do something for you? Think about it, why did only Lin Feng get the video from the black car? So, how much will all this cost? When Kiki looked at Julie with wide, watery eyes. Julie frowned and did some calculations, then said, it's hard to say how much it will cost to hire a lawyer, but it will be at least tens of thousands of yuan. Rich people like Lin Feng usually have connections with law firms and will definitely hire the best lawyers. It's possible that it will cost 100,000 yuan. And that video clip was definitely bought, so tens of thousands of yuan must have been spent. 2 to 300,000. I'll have to work for years to pay it back. One Kiki lamented. Julie laughed and said, so? People are still your creditors. You little white rabbit, you can't run away. You're the little white rabbit. When Kiki gave Julie a blank look. Julie laughed, glanced at When Keek's chest, and said with a smile, last time at the mall you only looked at the number, you didn't try it on. Go on, wear it out and show it to me. No way. When Kiki shook her head and refused. The handsome guy paid for it, so doesn't it feel kind of amazing to wear it? Julie asked with a smile. When Keek's pretty face suddenly flushed. Someone like her, with no experience in love and no man having even touched her hands, could be made to blush by just a few flirtatious words. Lin Feng pulled the car out of the parking space, and suddenly felt dizzy, so he immediately backed the car back in and parked it. He suddenly remembered that he had had a glass of red wine upstairs. If it weren't for his usual poor tolerance for alcohol, Lin Feng would suspect that his sister-in-law had spiked the wine. There was no spiking. However, Liang Shishir liked to make red wine, which, although it tasted good, had an alcohol content several times higher than that of ordinary red wine and had a strong aftertaste. If he went back now, he would definitely be mocked by his sister-in-law. Fortunately, there was an empty house in this community. This is the advantage of having multiple properties in the family. Lin Feng can casually find a place to live in any prosperous area of the city. 0804 in the 5th building had a female tenant who had just moved out not long ago. The door also had a code lock, and Lin Feng opened the door after covering his head and remembering. After the door opened, a fragrance of osmanthus perfume hit him in the face. He didn't expect that after so long, there was still a woman scent in the room. Lin Feng muttered to himself and turned on the lights. Although his head was a little dizzy, Lin Feng was clear-headed. After opening the door, he saw that there were actually a few pairs of high heels on the shoe cabinet next to him. In the cabinet in front of him, there were all kinds of things on the top. A large red plastic cover was hooked on the dining table. Lin Feng lifted it to see that 3 plates were full of leftovers. Looking at the living room again, there were women's clothes on the sofa and a small white bag on the coffee table. This is no empty house with no one living here, it's clearly occupied. Lin Feng frowned, immediately took out his phone, and after a moment of recollection, dialed a mobile phone number. The phone quickly connected. Hello. A woman's voice rang out. Miss Li, didn't you check out already? Why are you still living in 0804, Building 5, Jinhu Community? Lin Feng asked with a frown. Who is this? The woman was very confused. I'm Lin Feng, son of Lin Shandong. Lin Feng introduced himself. So you're the landlord's son. I moved out a long time ago. I've gone back to my hometown. If you'd called this number a few days later, you definitely wouldn't have been able to get through. The woman explained a bit, saying she didn't know what had happened either. Lin Feng was even more puzzled. After hanging up, he scratched his head and thought about it, feeling that the tenant, Miss Li, had probably told someone else the code for the room. This did give Lin Feng a wake-up call. Any vacant apartment that has not been rented out should have its lock changed. The fingerprint lock should also be deactivated and the password changed after someone has moved out. A luxury apartment costs hundreds of thousands of yuan just for the decoration, not to mention all the electrical appliances. Lin Feng walked around the living room. Then he carefully opened the 3 bedrooms and looked inside, but there was no one there. Each bedroom had a bed, and the woman's clothes were hanging in the closet. It seems that this apartment is not yet occupied by a woman. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and waited with his arms folded. Due to the wine, he fell asleep on the sofa without realizing. I don't know how long it took, but the girl's voice sounded. You scared me. Yes. I thought there was a thief. It's a handsome guy, so handsome. Look at his skin, it's even better than mine, his waist, his legs, wow. Long-legged appa. He is your secret boyfriend, isn't he? Not mine. Not mine either. Lin Feng woke up and opened his eyes. What appeared in his eyes were 3 young girls. They looked to be less than 20 years old and were beautiful and youthful. Handsome guy, you've finally woken up. One of the girls asked with a smile. Lin Feng was a little dazed and wondered if he was having a hallucination. Because the 3 girls actually had the exact same face. And the height and figure were like they were shaped from the same mold. He quickly realized that this was no illusion, but that the 3 girls in front of him were triplets. They were all wearing white t-shirts, black windbreakers, and blue jeans wrapped around their legs. The same face, the same height and figure, and the same clothes. If someone else had just woken up and suddenly saw these 3 girls, they would also think that there was something wrong with their vision. Handsome guy, who are you? You're not a thief, are you? You're so handsome, you can't be a thief. You can't think that way. Thieves don't distinguish between beautiful and ugly. Mom and Dad said that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. The sound of jibber-jabber was a bit too much for Lin Feng's ears. He had excellent hearing, and the voices of the 3 girls were very clear and penetrating. Stop. Lin Feng sat up and raised his hand to stop them talking. The triplets finally shut up. Lin Feng frowned and said, I don't know how you got to live here, but this house is mine. So you're the landlord. Even if you are the landlord, you can't just enter your tenants' houses without permission, can you? Is that old lady the landlord your mother? You don't look anything alike. Yeah. Do you look more like your father than your mother? Lin Feng frowned, scratched his ear, and raised his hand again to stop the 3 girls. I understand, you have been deceived. I am the only owner of this house, and my parents are already dead. Lin Feng finished as quickly as he could. He was afraid that if he paused, the 3 girls would interrupt and it would go on forever. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the triplets all fell silent and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. My name is Lin Feng, what are your names? Lin Feng asked curiously. I am Bei Huarong, the eldest. I am Bei Luhua, the second. I'm Bei Yuyao, the youngest. After the 3 sisters had introduced themselves one by one, they all said in unison, we are triplets. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, your names are taken from Li Bai's verse, aren't they? The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze brushes the windowsill, and the dew is thick and heavy. If I hadn't seen you on the Jade Mountain, I would have met you under the moon on the fairy island. The 3 sisters nodded together. Lin Feng raised his hand and said, please sit down, and let's sort this out. Chapter 21, Catch the Liar. The eldest of the 3 sisters, Bei Huarong, picked up her phone and dialed the phone number of the landlord's wife. Soon, the phone rang with a prompt, sorry. The number you have dialed has been switched off. After Bei Huarong hung up, the 3 sisters looked at each other. If you don't believe I'm the landlord, I can bring you the property ownership certificate to show you tomorrow. By the way, this is my ID card. Lin Feng took out his ID card and showed it to the triplets. No, no, no. We believe you. What about what happens next? We paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan and 3 months' rent. Yes. It's not due until the end of June. You mustn't evict us. The 3 sisters spoke together, like a machine gun. Lin Feng didn't stop them this time, and let them go on and on. It was only after a long time that they stopped. How much did the liar charge you per month? Lin Feng asked with a frown. 7,000 yuan, plus a deposit, we paid 31,000 yuan in total. We agreed to pay such a high price because we thought the house was big, with 3 bedrooms. There were several other houses, and the others only charged 6,000 yuan. The kitchen is also very spacious. I like to cook the most. Summer is coming, and there is air conditioning in every room. The furniture is all new. While the three sisters were talking, they shifted positions. Lin Feng glanced at them, but couldn't tell who was the eldest, the second eldest, or the third eldest. From the way they spoke and acted, he knew that they had been spoiled since childhood and had simple hearts. Girls like this are the easiest to deceive. Lin Feng felt that if he were to become a liar, in addition to cheating them out of money, he could also cheat them out of sex. Finally, it quieted down again. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Liars are usually greedy. How about this, let's join forces and trick the liar into coming over so we can catch him." "How?" one of the three sisters asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, when you call the liar again, if he answers, say you were fighting in the room and broke the TV. Then ask the liar how much the TV is worth. At this point, the liar will probably ask you how much you think the TV is worth. Then you reply that the televisions in your family's homes are all worth more than 20,000 yuan each, and you ask if the television in this room is also worth 20,000 yuan. Then the scammer will most likely tell you to go buy it yourself, and you say that you don't know how to buy electrical equipment and that in the past, the housekeeper took care of this at home. Then you say that you will give the scammer 20,000 yuan to replace it with a new one, because you want to watch TV at night. Remember this, you must mention the word housekeeper. In the eyes of the scammer, you will then be the well-behaved, clueless triplets from a wealthy family." After Lin Feng finished speaking, the three sisters started talking again. "We already had a housekeeper at home. When we came to Beijing to go to university, my mother said we should move to the big house in Beijing. That villa had a nanny and a Filipino maid. Of course we didn't want to. Because we wanted to experience a day without anyone taking care of us. So we rented a house." The three sisters have not finished talking when their phones ring at the same time. It's the alarm. It's 8:30. Time to get ready. Take a shower. Change clothes. I'll be the first to shower today. I'll go brush my teeth in the kitchen. Oh, it's my turn to mop the floor. The three sisters disperse. Then one goes to the bathroom to shower. One brushes her teeth in the kitchen. One starts mopping the floor. Lin Feng was in a daze. Half an hour later, it was 9 o'clock. The three sisters, having finished washing up, sat on the sofa in their pink pajamas, turned on the air conditioning and the TV and started watching a Korean drama. Seeing the three sisters with their eyes wide open and a look of concentration on their faces, Lin Feng didn't dare to make a sound to disturb them. Fortunately, the sofa was spacious enough, so he curled up with his legs folded and fell asleep. Under the hypnotic effect of the melodious Korean drama, Lin Feng fell asleep quickly. Perhaps it was because he had drunk some wine, or because the room smelled of osmanthus, which Lin Feng liked. He slept straight through until dawn. When he got up at a little after 6 in the morning, Lin Feng found a thin blanket covering him. The air conditioner had been left on, keeping the temperature in the room at 17 to 18 degrees Celsius. The three sisters were quite considerate. It wasn't even the weekend yet, and they were supposed to be going to class. But in order to lure the liar over, they had decided to skip class for the day. Breakfast was already ready. You woke up at the right time. Breakfast is ready. There's milk and oatmeal bread. After the sisters had finished talking, Lin Feng said thank you. When he came to the table, he took a cup of warm water and drank it. Then he drank a glass of milk and ate a piece of rough but nutritious oatmeal bread. While eating, the sisters didn't say a word. After eating, they cleaned the table in front of them, not sparing a single crumb. It was clear that they had all received training in etiquette. After tidying up, Bai Huaron, the eldest sister, dialed the scammer's phone. Number again. It was still switched off. Lin Feng decided to stay for another 2 hours, and if he still couldn't get through after 9 o'clock, he would give up. This showed that the scammer was cautious and would give up after getting a sum of money. The fact that the scammer could use the Jinhu community to commit fraud meant that the scammer probably knew someone in the Jinhu community. Otherwise, they would not have known so much about the house. It was even possible that they were staff members of the property management company. But these are just speculations. If he can't catch the scammers, Lin Feng has decided to waive their rent for 3 months and put them on the list of special tenants, so they can stay there indefinitely. Lin Feng doesn't feel bored when he stays in his room. Brother Lin Feng, what do you do? I don't have a formal occupation at the moment, I live off the rent. Do you have a girlfriend? No. You're so handsome, How come you don't have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Thanks. No need. Anyway, the three sisters never stopped talking during the half-hour-long meal break. Of course, Lin Feng also asked them many questions. He learned that the triplets were attending the same university, one of the top 2 universities in Beijing, and were in their first year. They didn't get in through the back door, but through real tests of strength. They were currently studying finance and management. Such rich girls are going to inherit the family's wealth in the future, so basically they all study these kinds of majors. At the same time, they are also talented in dance and music. They have also practiced martial arts and are not bad at it. No wonder the family is not afraid of them being bullied outside. At 8 o'clock, the three sisters took out a yoga mat from their room and spread it out. Then they started practicing yoga in their leotards. With their thin waists and long legs, Lin Feng's eyes were fixed. The main thing is that the three of them look exactly the same, which adds to the visual impact. Fortunately, although he was enjoying the view, he hadn't forgotten his business. He took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Xiaoyang. After practicing yoga, the eldest sister, Bei Huarong, called the scammer again. This time, the call finally went through, and Bei Huarong put the phone on speaker. Hello? Who is this? A middle-aged woman's voice came on. Landlord auntie, the TV is broken. I can't watch Korean dramas anymore. We had a pillow fight last night and broke the TV. Hurry up and get someone to fix it. We want to watch dramas. The triplets' voices were very impressive. The liar immediately remembered. Ah. You are the triplet sisters from 0804, right? The liar asked. Yes. Landlady, how much is this TV? We can pay for it. The second child, Belva, asked. Well. The liar paused and said, why don't you just buy one yourself? We won't buy it. Yes. At our house, the housekeeper handles all purchases of household appliances. Why don't we transfer the money to you and you buy a new one to install here? How much is the TV? The con man paused for a moment and asked, how much do you think a large-screen LCD TV is worth? More than 20,000 yuan. All the TVs in our house cost more than 20,000 yuan, said the third child, Bei Yuda. The con man was silent again, probably hesitating. In fact, the TV could be fixed for a few thousand yuan. If it costs more than 20,000 yuan, we can make more than 10,000 yuan after we get our hands on it. The temptation of getting 10,000 yuan easily is very great for the scammer. The eldest sister, Bai Waron, added, why don't you add a WeChat account and I'll transfer the money to you? No need. The scammer directly refused, I'm old, I don't know how to use that. How about this, just like before, you pay in cash. Get ready 25,000 yuan, the TV is worth 25,000 yuan. Okay. Hurry up. We don't have class today and we want to watch TV. Please, auntie. After the phone call, the three sisters looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up and smiled, saying, perfect. He thought to himself that if he were a scammer, he would probably be fooled by the innocent and naive tone of the sisters' voices. Half an hour later, a middle-aged woman arrived at the gate of the Jinhu Garden community. A security guard who had been waiting at the gate went up to the middle-aged woman and spoke to her for a few moments. Then the guard went into the security room of the residential compound and checked the surveillance footage. He mainly looked at the footage related to Building 5. The elevator surveillance footage showed Lin Feng getting in and out of the elevator. After watching it, the guard walked out of the gate with a frown and said to the middle-aged woman, don't even think about trying to get any more money. If you get caught, we're both screwed. This trip, we can get more than 10,000 yuan. The middle-aged woman frowned and said. The security guard said in a low voice, damn it. This kind of thing only needs to be done once in a place. There is a strange man on the surveillance camera. He went to the 8th floor and hasn't appeared yet. I suspect that someone is setting a trap. Fine. I'll leave, okay? Don't look at me with those fierce eyes. After saying that, the middle-aged woman reluctantly turned around and left. The security guard reminded in a low voice, throw away the phone card. Not far away, Zhao Xiaoyang watched the whole thing expressionlessly. The middle-aged woman walked to the curb and hailed a taxi, and he immediately got in and followed. The driver was one of Zhao Xiaoyang's men. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhao Xiaoyang looked at the taxi in front of him while taking out his phone and dialing Lin Feng's number. Brother, just as you thought, it's related to the property security guard. The middle-aged woman came and left, and I'm following her now. Call the police. Let the police handle this. It's illegal for us to arrest anyone. Lin Feng reminded him. I know, brother. After ending the call with Lin Feng, Zhao Xiaoyang immediately called the police. Room 804. Lin Feng stretched and said with a smile, the crooks will be caught soon, don't worry. You're leaving? We have time today, let's go out and have fun together. The weather is nice today. How about flying a kite outside the city? I think it's better to go shopping. We still need to buy a lot of things for the house. Before the three sisters could finish their conversation, Lin Feng quickly said, I still have things to do. How about I take you out next time? Chapter 22. Is this considered a date? When he left, Lin Feng was pulled by the triplet sisters and exchanged contact information. Then he happily hummed a song as he went downstairs. It's so comfortable being a landlord, meeting different beautiful women every day. In fact, he should thank that liar. After driving home, Lin Feng received a call from Zhao Xiaoyang. The middle-aged woman had been caught. She confessed to the crime on the spot before being taken in for interrogation. In fact, the mastermind was still the security guard from the community, who took 20,000 yuan out of the 30,000. No matter what the reason is, these two people will definitely go to jail. If this gets out, it will tarnish the image of the property company. The property management company must hate these two people to death and wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Lin Feng was about to hang up when Zhao Xiao added, Brother, Liu Qi's sentence has been announced. He was fined tens of thousands of yuan and sentenced to 5 years in prison. I see. Lin Feng responded indifferently and hung up the phone. If Zhao Xiaoyang hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about Liu Na and Liu Qi's plan to trick him. Time quickly passed and it was Sunday. Lin Feng had been busy for 2 whole days. On Friday and Saturday, he was busy changing the locks and passwords of the vacant houses. He also took the opportunity to see if the electrical equipment in the vacant houses had been damaged and what needed to be replaced. In 2 days, he had visited more than 50 houses. On Sunday, he could finally rest. He had planned to sleep in, but his sister-in-law Liang Shishir called and asked Lin Feng to go to her company. It's the weekend. Lin Feng lamented. The temperature these past few days has been neither too high nor too low, just right for sleeping. Liang Shishir said, Our company is working overtime today. I've got something important to discuss with you. It turned out that the person Lin Feng was looking for had already been contacted. And the person had already flown from Country M to China and wanted to meet with Lin Feng to discuss the matter. Lin Feng looked at the time on his phone, it was already 8 a.m. He got out of bed, washed up, and changed into a suit. Then he drove to his sister-in-law's company. In the office, the guest was already waiting. He was a Malaysian. In his 30s, he was shorter than the average Malaysian, with a pair of blue eyes and a look that resembled that of the celebrity Leonardo DiCaprio. Liang Shishir introduced him, This is Jack Stephen. You can just call him Jack. This is my nephew Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Jack. The two shook hands. Jack spoke Chinese with only a slight accent. Mr. Jack, your Chinese is very good, Lin Feng praised. Lin Feng said this in English. Jack looked surprised. Because Lin Feng speaks English very well, not at all worse than Liang Shishir, who has lived in the United States for several years. Feng, you actually speak English? Liang Shishir asked curiously in English. Lin Feng smiled slightly, watching American movies when he had nothing to do, plus the foundation from college, and that's how I learned, let's just communicate in Chinese. The three sat down. Lin Feng stated his plan. Jack frowned when he heard it. Compared to other clients, Lin Feng's requirements were really too simple. They only needed to trade stocks, and Lin Feng would provide advice on whether the stocks would rise or fall. Any losses would be Lin Feng's, and any profits would be split between them according to Wall Street rules. No need to collect stock information, no need to pay people to find insider information. It is no exaggeration to say that throwing a brick at Wall Street and hitting a few people can complete such a simple task. Seeing Jack's puzzled expression, Lin Feng smiled and said, Jack, this is not an easy task. If you want to get more commission, at least in the price range and time period I give you, you need to carry out short-term operations. The more money you make, the higher your commission will be. Jack nodded and asked, I wonder how much money Mr. Lin plans to spend. Lin Feng silently calculated. The funds he could use now were 2.3 billion. The current exchange rate of the domestic currency to the M currency was 6.3:1. Converted into M currency, it was 365 million M gold. 365 million M gold it is. Lin Feng replied. Jack's eyes lit up. This is a lot of money even if it is just sitting in the M country. Mr. Lin, we will do what you ask. Anything else? Jack asked. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The account number is a Hong Kong stock account, I am not familiar with the United States. Also, I want to add leverage. Jack nodded first, and then asked, how many times? He was not surprised. In the United States, stock speculation, adding leverage is something these elites often do. Of course, if you make a profit this way, it will be a big profit. If you lose, you will lose all your money in one day. Let's go for 5 times leverage. Lin Feng said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack and Liang Shishir were both shocked. This is M stock, not a stock with a 10% price limit set in the country. If there is a misjudgment and the price rises or falls by nearly 20%, the 365 million M gold funds will be forced to close out the position and they will lose every penny. To put it simply, this process is to use the 365 million in funds as collateral to borrow 5 times that amount. Almost 1.7 billion M gold. If you buy a certain stock and it goes up, once it falls 20%, the 365 million principal will be gone, and the financing company will have to force sell the stock to prevent losses on the money they lent out. Lin Feng, you're crazy. Liang Shishir exclaimed after she came to her senses. Don't worry, Auntie, I've always been lucky. Even if I lose, I still have 1,000 apartments, right? I won't sell any of them. In that case, he was unable to convince Liang Shishir. So he leaned over to Liang Shishir's ear and whispered, do you think I'm stupid? I have insider information. Liang Shishir looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng winked at her. Since Lin Feng had said that, there was no reason for Liang Shishir to dissuade Lin Feng anymore. Besides, the money belonged to Lin Feng and they were adults, so she had no right to restrain Lin Feng. If there is a loss, it will be a lesson. This is what Liang Shishir could only think. Next, it was time to discuss the details. For example, opening an M-share account in Hong Kong, signing a power of attorney, contacting a capital allocation company, and so on. It would take at least a week to get everything done. That afternoon, Jack took the information provided by Lin Feng and took a plane to Hong Kong. In the afternoon, after finishing the things on his hands, Lin Feng went to the planning department. When Kiki and Julie were working hard. For most of the day, they didn't even notice Lin Feng going in and out of Liang Shishir's office several times. How was it like working overtime on the weekend, you two beauties? Lin Feng leaned against the partition and smiled. When Kiki and Julie looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng, why are you here? When Kiki asked curiously. Lin Feng smiled and said, I came especially to see you. You've gotten prettier since I last saw you. I didn't get to take you out to dinner last time, so how about I take you out tonight? When Kiki was embarrassed to answer, but Julie laughed and said, yes. This time you won't get away, I want a seafood feast. I've been putting this off for so long, I feel bad for my stomach if I don't take advantage of you and treat you to a big meal. Seafood is very expensive in Beijing, it's not something you can afford without tens of thousands of dollars. This isn't to say that Julie is out of touch with reality or anything. Rather, she knows that Lin Feng is rich. Going to those small street-side restaurants is not doing Lin Feng any face. Coco, what about you? What do you want to eat? Lin Feng asked Wen Coco. When Coco said, I don't care. Great. It's settled then, I'll book it right away. After saying that, Lin Feng picked up his phone and booked the table. The two were still at work, and Lin Feng didn't want to stay there all the time, so he went to the meeting room to play with his phone. It was less than an hour before work was over anyway. Hey, who is that handsome guy? He's handsome and rich. Yeah. How did you guys meet? After Lin Feng left, a few female colleagues came up curiously and asked. When Kiki was embarrassed to answer. Julie said with a smug look on her face, I can't tell you, I'm afraid you little devils will steal Kiki away from me. As soon as she said that, the single female colleagues looked a bit disappointed. Julie made it very clear that the handsome guy was already taken, and told them not to think about him. The female colleagues teased Wen Kokoro a little more, and let her go only after when Kokoro blushed. Finally, it was time to go off work. You heartless man, all you think about is picking up young girls, and you've forgotten your sister-in-law. How come you didn't invite me to a seafood dinner? Look at me, I've lost weight from hunger these past few days, I need to make up for it. When Liang Shishir learned that Lin Feng was going to treat Wen Kiki and Julie to dinner, she tugged at Lin Feng's ear and said discontentedly. Lin Feng endured the pain and broke free, rubbing his ear and chuckling. Auntie, you really can't compare with them. They have paid the rent, but what about you? Not only are you living for free, but you want to eat for free too? Liang Shishir gave Lin Feng a glare and said, come back early and give me a massage. Yes, sir. Lin Feng bowed and immediately ran out of the office. He first drove Wen Kiki and Julie back to Jinhu community. The two took a shower and changed clothes. When they left, Wen Kiki frowned and said, Julie, is this considered a date? Julie laughed, you silly girl, have you ever seen a man go on a date with two women? Wen Kiki felt a little awkward. I always feel a little embarrassed. Julie laughed and said, silly girl, this is urban life. Young men and women don't only hang out because they're in a relationship. You can think of it as normal interaction between friends, mixed in with some inexplicable, faint stirrings of desire. Work is so tiring. You have to learn to enjoy the process and relieve your stress, okay? Chapter 23, 2 Slaps. It was still a little cool in the evening in Yanjing City. When Koku and Julie wore light makeup and knee-length belted trench coats, with flesh-colored pantyhose wrapped around their slender, straight long legs. This kind of attire was both conservative and sexy. Lin Feng looked at the two of them with an admiring gaze before pulling open the car door. When Koku and Julie got into the car and sat in the back seat. After the car left the garage and drove onto the busy street, when Kiki asked, Lin Feng, what happened with that case? These past few days, she still couldn't let go of the fact that she had been blackmailed for doing a good deed. The couple was arrested, and the evidence of blackmail was complete. For a sum as large as 1 million, they would have to serve at least a few years in prison. As for the old woman surnamed Zhou, she had died of a sudden cerebral infarction. When Kiki's expression was complex when she heard that Zhou Taoka had died. Julie sneered, good riddance. God has finally opened his eyes this time. What about the family with the child going to school? When Kiki frowned. Lin Feng said indifferently, Kiki, you are really kind. But you have to understand that they have broken the law and should be punished by law. Someone will take care of the child. When Kiki nodded and asked, so, how much will the lawsuit cost? The 1 million will definitely be recovered, and as for the money to hire a lawyer to fight the case, it's not as much as you think, just 100,000 or so. When Kiki finally let out a sigh of relief. 100,000 yuan, with her current salary, she could pay Lin Feng back in 2 or 3 years. Handsome Lin, you're really becoming more and more considerate. Julie said with a smile. When Kiki didn't understand, but Julie knew that Lin Feng had spent more than 100,000 yuan on this matter. It was more like 2 or 3 times that amount. Lin Feng didn't make the numbers sound so big, obviously not wanting to put any psychological pressure on Wenkoku. What is this if not considerate? Lin Feng drove the car to the entrance of the Tianxian restaurant. The open space in front of the door was already full of parked cars. Looking around, they were all luxury cars. The men and women entering and leaving the restaurant, regardless of their beauty, were all dressed very fashionably. This is a place of high consumption, and a meal here costs at least a few thousand yuan, equivalent to an average person's monthly salary. Lin Feng did not ask the hotel security guard to park the car for him. After dropping off Wen Kiki and Julie, he drove the car into the parking space himself. Lin Feng had booked a private room. After sitting down, the waiter immediately placed a variety of seafood on the table. There was no need to bother ordering here, just choose the set meal. A table was quickly filled. So much. When Kiki's eyes widened as she looked at the table full of red shells. Lin Feng laughed and said, don't be fooled by the amount of food on the table, very little of it actually makes it into your stomach. Julie's eyes lit up, and when Kiki also looked very hungry. Lin Feng laughed and picked up the wine decanter to pour a glass of wine for the two of them. We don't drink. When Kiki shook her head. Lin Feng explained, you can't not drink this wine, because the seafood is cold, and this is a medicinal wine specially brewed by this restaurant. Not only does it taste good, it also neutralizes the cold nature of the seafood. The alcohol content is not high. The reason this seafood restaurant does so well is because of the fresh seafood, and the credit goes to this medicinal wine. When Kiki curiously picked up the wine glass and took a sip, there was only a faint smell of wine and Chinese medicine. "You're welcome, dig in," Lin Feng said with a smile. He didn't act like a gentleman when eating. When Kiki and Julie were a little reserved at first, but seeing Lin Feng devouring his food, they gradually loosened up. The meal lasted over an hour. Lin Feng left the private room to settle the bill and prepare to leave. As he passed by a private room, a familiar voice came from inside. "Boss Wang, I really can't drink anymore after this glass. Please understand." Lin Feng curiously leaned over to the door and looked inside. He saw that there were 6 people in the private room. 4 men and 2 women. One of the women was Gui Yanru. Gui Yanru's face was flushed, and she looked slightly drunk. She had just put down her glass when a middle-aged bald man on her right picked up the bottle and filled her glass again. "Miss Gua, everyone knows you can drink a lot. Usually you can drink a caddy or 2, but today you've drunk less than half a caddy. Aren't you not giving Mr. Wang face?" The woman who said this was the heavily made-up woman sitting to Gui Yanru's left. Gui Yanru glared at this woman and said in a reproachful tone, "It's still General Wang's face that's big, and you've been made a traitor." The bald General Wang laughed heartily and said, "Drink up. Let's see Miss Gua's capacity." As soon as the words fell, the rest of the table followed suit. Seeing this, Lin Feng shook his head and turned to leave. You can't drive after drinking, so after paying the bill, Lin Feng led Wen Kiki and Julie to the roadside, waved his hand and hailed a taxi. After the 2 women got into the car, Lin Feng waved at them and said, "It's getting late, you go home and rest first, I'll call a designated driver." "Lin Feng, see you again. Handsome guy, keep in touch." When Kiki and Julie waved at Lin Feng. After the 2 women left, Lin Feng was about to call a designated driver when he suddenly remembered Gui Yanru again. So he returned to the hotel and went to the door of the private room. Gui Yanru had already drunk 3 glasses of baijiu and looked like she was about to pass out. The bald boss Wang was eyeing Gui Yanru with an evil gleam in his eye. The woman on the left, intentionally or unintentionally, pushed Gui Yanru into the boss Wang's arms. I don't know if Gui Yanru was really drunk or just pretending, but with an unconscious movement, she blocked the boss Wang's hand from falling onto her lap. "President Wang, I've had 3 drinks in a row, so I'll keep my word. You should sign the contract now, right?" Gui Yanru said with a drunken smile. President Wang's eyes flickered with embarrassment, but then he laughed heartily and said, "I always keep my word. The contract will be signed tomorrow." Gui Yanru, however, gave a small smile, picked up the handbag she had placed behind her, took out a folder from it, and handed it to President Wang. Wang took the document and looked at it, then helplessly picked up a pen. He had indeed just said that he would sign the contract as soon as Gui Yanru finished 3 drinks. At that moment, the heavily made-up woman spoke up, "What sense is there in signing a contract at a drinking table? Mr. Wang, our 2 companies are cooperating, so we should find a formal occasion to sign the contract, right?" Wang immediately put down the pen in his hand, closed the folder, and said with a smile, "Ms. Li is right, let's just drink." Gui Yanru turned around and looked at the woman next to her with dissatisfaction. "We're all from the same company, but she's actually undermining me. Miss Li, what kind of place do you think is a formal setting?" Someone asked with a smile. Miss Li gave a slight smile and said, "Let's go to the Yinjing Hotel. We'll rest for the night and talk in the hotel meeting room in the morning." "Great." Mr. Wang was delighted to hear this. Gui Yanru, however, was not happy. She understood what Miss Li meant, and it was obvious that she was going to betray her. Over the years of socializing, Gui Yanru has seen all kinds of tricks. However, this is the first time she has been betrayed by a colleague. At this moment, she felt an uncomfortable feeling in her stomach. She quickly stood up and apologized, "Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." After saying this, she wanted to leave. Miss Li thought that Gui Yanru wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, so she grabbed Gui Yanru's arm. And then raised her eyebrows and said, "Manager Gua, are you trying to run away? I'm telling you, if you leave, Mr. Wang will lose face." Lin Feng couldn't bear to watch anymore. He quickly walked into the private room, came up to Miss Li, and slapped her. A crisp sound rang out. Miss Li was stunned by Lin Feng's slap, covering her burning face and looking at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng then kicked Miss Li aside with another foot, pulled up Gui Yanru, and walked out. "Stop!" Finally someone reacted, shouting. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Wang Zong coldly and said, "The contract is not signed, what can you do? Who are you? How dare you hit me? You're not going to get away with this today." Miss Li got up from the ground, took a few steps forward, raised her finger at Lin Feng, and yelled. Her finger was about to poke Lin Feng in the face. Pop! Lin Feng slapped her backhand. Miss Li fell to the ground after being slapped. Lin Feng then took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his hands. The makeup on his face was thicker than the Great Wall of China, and he had the nerve to show his face in public. "I can't stand women like you. I'll give you 2 slaps on the hand. You can sue me. Here's my business card." After saying that, Lin Feng casually took out a business card and threw it at Miss Li. The business card did not have a title or address, only Lin Feng's name and phone number. Then, he turned his head and looked at President Wang and said, "What kind of man drinks a woman's wine? If you want a woman, pay for it. I think this Miss Li is not bad." After saying that, he took Gui Yanru and left the private room. No one came up to stop Lin Feng. "Woo woo woo!" Miss Li cried. Her crying was a bit muffled because her cheeks on both sides were swollen from Lin Feng's slap. Chapter 24, I'll depend on you for the rest of my life. Lin Feng helped Gui Yanru into the car and waved to call a designated driver. After driving to the underground parking lot of the Jinhu Garden community, the designated driver took the money and left. Gui Yanru's drunkenness had set in and she could no longer walk. "Last time I carried you down, and now I have to carry you up again. What a cycle of cause and effect, the retribution is not pleasant." Lin Feng muttered, carrying Gui Yanru into the elevator. 803, Building 8. Lin Feng opened the door and gently placed Gui Yanru on the sofa. It seemed that Gui Yanru had lost a lot of weight. Lin Feng quickly realized that it wasn't Gui Yanru who had lost weight, but that his strength had increased. The training Zhao Xiaoyang had prescribed had increased his strength rapidly. "Get some rest. I'm leaving." After taking a blanket and covering Gui Yanru, Lin Feng said that and turned to leave. "Wait." Suddenly, Gui Yanru rolled over and sat up. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the beautiful woman with surprise. "You're not drunk." Gui Yanru smiled slightly and said, "I'm drunk, but my mind is clear. If I didn't have this ability, I would have been drunk and passed out long ago." After saying that, she stood up and went into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. 10 minutes later, a scream sounded. Then there was a loud bang. What happened? Lin Feng immediately ran to the bathroom door, knocked on it, and asked. Gui Yanru said, "I slipped and my legs are numb, I can't get up." Lin Feng took his hand off the doorknob and said, "Wait a minute, it'll be fine in a minute. Open the door and help me up." Gui Yanru's voice came again. "Is this a good idea?" Lin Feng frowned, looking troubled. "I don't care, what are you afraid of as a man?" "Okay." Lin Feng twisted the doorknob and opened the door. He would not refuse such a request. Inside, the air was filled with mist and the scent of shower gel. Gui Yanru was sitting on the floor with her knees in her arms, and the water from the shower was hitting her head, leaving some of her long hair sticking to her face. Lin Feng only glanced at it, immediately reached out and turned off the shower, and pulled a towel and placed it on Gui Yanru. Gui Yanru rubbed her hair with the towel and wrapped herself in it. Lin Feng then stepped forward and helped her up by the arm. But just then, the towel suddenly slipped. Lin Feng was taken aback and his eyes widened. Time seemed to have come to a standstill for Lin Feng at this moment. Gui Yanru was not shy and said with a smile, "Have you had enough? My leg still hurts, I dare not use too much strength, you help me get dressed." "Oh." Lin Feng came back to his senses, and somewhat awkwardly removed the silk pajamas with lace trim from the hook and put them on Gui Yanru's head. Gui Yanru spread her arms and pulled them downwards, covering her perfect body. Lin Feng took a deep breath in secret and helped her sit down on the sofa in the living room. The knee of Gui Yanru's right leg was already swollen and red. She had fallen quite hard just now. Under the coffee table was a bottle of safflower oil, a standing medicine that Gui Yanru had bought. It could be seen that she usually drank a lot and fell a lot. After applying the medicine, Gui Yanru closed her legs, hugged her knees and leaned against the back of the sofa, smiling and saying, "Thank you. If you hadn't helped me today, I wouldn't know what to do." Lin Feng didn't know which incident she was referring to. Was it the incident that happened in the restaurant, or the one that just happened when she fell? Do you think a woman who drinks is a good woman? Wei Yanru suddenly asked this strange question. Lin Feng laughed and said, "It depends on the situation. If she's usually fine or hanging out and gets drunk, such a woman definitely isn't the kind of woman I have in mind. But you're different, you were doing it for work." "Yes, for work." Wei Yanru sighed, and then continued, "I messed up tonight, so I'll have to hand in my resignation tomorrow. But it's for the best, I've had enough of this kind of life." Lin Feng took out a cigarette and used his actions to ask Wei Yanru if she minded. Wei Yanru gave a gesture of invitation. Lin Feng lit the cigarette, took a drag, and then exhaled the smoke slowly. "You're giving up hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, don't you feel sorry for that? Sooner or later, there will come a day when you have to give up. In our line of work, health is our capital. If the company's management finds out that you are not healthy, they will want to replace you. Do you know what that woman surnamed Li was doing here today? She was actually sent by the management to take over my work. But she was too eager to get rid of me, and she didn't even bother to learn from me. Young people nowadays are so impatient." After saying this, Wei Yanru shook her head. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "That woman surnamed Li, you call her a young person? I think she's even older than you." Wei Yanru smiled wryly. "You're wrong. She's only 25. By the way, you slapped her twice. Be careful, she might sue you." Lin Feng shrugged and said with a carefree look on his face, "If she wants to sue, let her go ahead. I can hire a lawyer anyway. Besides, if she had any brains at all, she wouldn't do that." "Oh?" Wei Yanru was puzzled at first, but then she quickly reacted, nodded, and said, "That's right. We're both in the public relations industry, and this is a big taboo for clients. Unless she doesn't want to work in this industry anymore. Back in the day, I also got slapped, and I still remember it vividly." "What do you plan to do after you quit?" Lin Feng asked. Wei Yanru gave Lin Feng a cold stare. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to support me? It seems that a man's mouth is indeed a lying ghost and cannot be trusted." The flirtatious look in her eyes made Lin Feng freeze. Just now Wei Yanru was normal, but suddenly she had turned into a demon, and Lin Feng couldn't handle it. His mind suddenly flashed back to the images he had just seen in the bathroom. He had an excellent memory. His brain was like a memory card, able to clearly record the images he saw with his eyes. This woman in her 30s had well-maintained skin and a great figure, and she was ripe from head to toe. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes well up with desire, Wei Yanru quickly spoke up, "I used to study financial management, and by a twist of fate, I entered this industry. I feel a bit regretful when I think about it now. I'll take a break for a month or two and see if anyone wants me." Lin Feng came back to his senses and said with a smile, "I'll help you find a job in a couple of months. If you don't want to work, I can really support you. I'm not poor, little brother." After saying that, Lin Feng took a drag on his cigarette, tilted his head back and exhaled the smoke, looking like a nouveau riche. Wei Yanru gave a small smile and said, "That's settled then, I'll be relying on you for the rest of my life." After saying that, she closed her eyes, tilted her head slightly back, and said with a slight smile, "Come on. I'm counting on you." Lin Feng quickly retreated, chuckling, "Sis, I was just joking. It's getting late, I have to go, call me if there's anything, bye." After saying this, he opened the door and fled. Seeing the closed door, Wei Yanru gave a small smile. Of course she was joking with Lin Feng. Of course, if Lin Feng really pounced on her, she didn't know if she would dodge or not. If she dodged, then it would be awkward afterwards. If she didn't dodge, what would happen afterwards? When it comes to love, neither of them have reached that point. It was more a feeling of gratitude towards Lin Feng. And Lin Feng didn't make her feel in the least bit annoying. They got along very easily, and she felt understood and cared for. He was nothing like a young man in his 20s. Sighing, Wei Yanru took out a small mirror from her bag and said to herself in the mirror, "Guo Jiao, can you rein it in a bit in the future? I know, I'm the older sister and he's the younger brother, I won't get my hopes up." "That's right. You have to be good in the future." Wei Yanru has no best friend. Because all the women she spends time with eventually become intensely jealous of her looks, temperament, and manipulative skills. When she feels lonely, she likes to take a mirror and say a few words to herself. This is actually a habit she developed when she first entered the workplace. Every morning after washing up, she prepares to go to work and faces the mirror to encourage herself. Once she is out the door, Lin Feng lets out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost couldn't hold back. At that moment, the voice of Gui Yanru came from the room. Lin Feng has super hearing. I didn't realize she had such a playful and cute side. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed to himself. At that moment, there were sounds of a fight between a man and a woman coming from the next room, 804. Lin Feng quickly slipped away. Otherwise, if you accumulate a lot of evil fire and have nowhere to release it, it will hurt your body. As soon as he got into the elevator, his phone rang. Lin Feng quickly answered, smiling and saying, "Hey, auntie." It was Liang Shishir calling. Liang Shishir's lazy voice came from the phone, saying, "You haven't finished eating yet. It's already 10 o'clock. I've been waiting for you for almost 2 hours." Chapter 25, A Chance Encounter on the Bus. Monday, April 30th, 2012. 9:30 p.m. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, opened a newly purchased laptop and launched a stock market software. In the mainland, it was not possible to trade M stocks, but it was possible to monitor the stock market across the ocean in real time through specialized software. In order not to affect the next trend of each stock, Lin Feng provided Jack's team with information on hundreds of stocks in one go. Some of them rose, while others fell. Of course, the stocks that could rise were bought, while those that could fall were sold short. The funds allocated reached 1.7 billion yuan. This was not a small sum. However, the money is spread across hundreds of stocks, with the amount invested in each stock ranging from a few million to 10 to 20 million. Such a sum of money does not have a significant impact on the trend of a single stock. Lin Feng stayed up from 9:30 p.m. until 4 a.m. After the market closed for the day in the United States, he let out a sigh of relief. A huge stone had fallen from his heart. The stock trends in his memory had not changed. He might lose some money on the dozen or so stocks he had remembered incorrectly, but the losses would not be significant, and overall he would make a profit. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was about to go to bed when Jack called. "Mr. Lin, you are really amazing. You made more than 15% profit today." Jack's voice was full of excitement. Lin Feng yawned and said with a smile, "Get rid of the stocks that lost money tomorrow. Keep operating the ones that made money." "Okay," Jack answered very decisively. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng hung up the phone. A 15% profit in one trading day is basically impossible in the domestic stock market. Because the domestic stock market has a 10% limit on ups and downs. 15% of 1.7 billion M gold is 255 million. This is still net profit after tax. For Lin Feng, who has mastered future information and possesses bugs, this is even faster than printing money with a money printing machine. Of course, Lin Feng does not expect to make money in the long term with this. Even if the daily turnover is hundreds of billions of dollars, the inflow and outflow of billions of dollars will set off a small ripple. If you make a profit this time, the next time you use leverage to speculate in stocks, you may not even have any underwear left. Apart from this, there is also the human factor. Lin Feng doesn't want to become a stock god himself, and then a lot of people will follow him in buying stocks. In the future, he still has to be conservative and make his fortune quietly. The price of stocks can change at any time, but the development of technology and industry will not change much. In the future, we should invest more in industry. After a shower, it was 5 a.m. I had just lain down on the bed when I received a call from Liang Shishir, still half asleep. As Lin Feng's sister-in-law, Liang Shishir was even more nervous than Lin Feng about Lin Feng's first battle. That was Lin Feng's parents' savings for most of their lives, and if it were suddenly lost, she, as his sister-in-law, would also bear a great deal of responsibility. "Sister-in-law, are you still not asleep, or have you already got up?" Lin Feng asked dazedly. "Of course I haven't slept. It's Tuesday already, and your sister-in-law still has to go to work. You actually kept me up all night, so how are you going to make it up to me? I'll give you a massage tonight." Lin Feng finished speaking and suddenly shuddered, adding, "But it can't be like last time." Because his memory was too strong, when he said this, Lin Feng felt a soft and warm touch on the middle finger of his right hand. Now even the sleepiness was gone. "Okay, get some rest early." After saying that, Liang Shishir hung up the phone. Lin Feng let out a breath, put down the phone, and pulled up the quilt to cover his head. After a while, after making sure that the sleepiness had been driven away by his sister-in-law, Lin Feng got up. After washing his face with cold water, he looked at himself in the mirror with a wry smile. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeshadow was also a bit dark. However, there was not even a hint of sleepiness, and he was even a little hyper. Driving in this state of mind was dangerous. Lin Feng made a phone call and asked Zhao Xiaoyang to come over. During the day, he also had to collect rent, or in some cases, tenants would come to the house to check it out. With more than 1,000 houses, on average, there were about 10 or so leases to handle every day. In fact, it would be perfect to find a few people and set up a team. But then Lin Feng would really have nothing to do. Having nothing to do every day is not good for the mind or the body. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoyang arrived. It was also bright outside. Lin Feng got into the back of the car and handed Zhao Xiaoyang a paper bag. "Brother, what's this?" Zhao Xiaoyang asked, puzzled, after taking it. Lin Feng said as he fastened his seatbelt, "It's only 100,000 yuan. Your gym doesn't make any money, and you don't have much money to spend normally." Zhao Xiaoyang said, "Brother, I have money. My mom gives me 5,000 yuan every month. 5,000 yuan is useless. You have so many friends, and if someone asks you for money, you won't have any money left. Although they are unreliable, when you are out and about, you have to make friends with some of these people." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, saying lightly, "I haven't slept all night, so you drive and see if you can fall asleep." "Good." Zhao Xiaoyang responded, starting the car. The car pulled out of the garage, and the two had breakfast first, then Zhao Xiaoyang drove aimlessly around the city of Yanqing. By 8 o'clock, Lin Feng still wasn't sleepy. When the car passed a bus stop, Lin Feng told Zhao Xiaoyang to stop the car, asked Zhao Xiaoyang for some change, and then got out a bus. He sat in the corner of the back row and soon fell asleep as the bus stopped and started. He didn't know how long it had been. Young man, wake up." Hearing a voice, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and saw that it was just 10 o'clock in the morning. He had only slept for an hour. "We've arrived at the terminal." The cleaning lady on the bus reminded Lin Feng. Lin Feng said dazedly, "I took the bus just to sleep, I'll insert the coins later." The woman looked at Lin Feng in surprise. It was the first time she had seen someone take the bus just to sleep. It was true that taking the bus was very hypnotic. 10 minutes later, the bus started moving, and Lin Feng climbed up with difficulty and inserted the coins. Then he sat in the back row and continued to sleep. After a while, he felt a faint fragrance. It was obviously the smell of a woman. In addition to the smell of perfume, there was also the body odor that women naturally exude, and a faint stench of decay. If Lin Feng didn't have a keen nose, he simply wouldn't be able to detect the smell. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked around. A familiar half-face appeared in her eyes. "Miss Qi!" Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Sitting next to him was Qi Yao, the forensic professor who had rented the murder house. Qi Yao was still wearing a white lab coat, with her hair tied in a ponytail. She was not wearing any jewelry or makeup. However, even in this natural state, she could still beat 99.9% of other women. "You're awake." Qi Yao turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, and said indifferently. Lin Feng was curious and asked, "Why are you on the bus?" "I went out to investigate the scene, but the car broke down, so I took the bus back." After Qi Yao finished speaking, Lin Feng glanced at her feet. A silvery white metal case was sitting there. "What case?" Lin Feng asked curiously, remembering the smell of rotting flesh he had just caught a whiff of. "There's discipline, I can't tell you about this." Lin Feng pinched his nose. "A corpse was found at the scene, no wonder you smell of rotting flesh." Qi Yao looked at Lin Feng in surprise. After she recovered from her surprise, she hurriedly moved to the other side of the bus at the back. There were many empty seats on the bus. Qi Yao spotted Lin Feng as soon as she got on the bus. The reason she sat next to Lin Feng was because she saw two young men around Lin Feng. In her professional opinion, these two were most likely pickpockets. Then she sat next to Lin Feng. Seeing that there was no chance of success, the two pickpockets had no choice but to get off the bus. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. He shouldn't have covered his nose and said that Qi Yao smelled. Forensic doctors deal with corpses every day, and it is inevitable that they pick up these smells. He went home and took a shower, and the smell disappeared. He was still a beautiful man, and she shouldn't have disliked him. At that moment, the bus pulled up to the stop again. Lin Feng glanced at the stop and knew where he was. So he sat down next to Chi Yao and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things just now." Chi Yao said indifferently, "Your nose is very sensitive." "It's okay. You have to transfer a few more stops, right? Why don't we get off at the next stop and take my car back? You don't mind if I stink up your car?" Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly, "No, no, in fact, the fragrance on you is even stronger." Chi Yao did not refuse, because it was almost noon, and she was in a hurry to get back to work. There was another thing she didn't say, and she was also embarrassed to say it. She had left her phone in the police car, and then took the wrong bus. Asking for directions and speaking to strangers, she had a strong psychological resistance. Chapter 26, she was actually afraid of cockroaches. The bus stopped at a stop. Chi Yao followed Lin Feng's advice and got off the bus with a silvery metal suitcase. The suitcase was the size of a small suitcase and seemed a bit heavy. Lin Feng wanted to help carry it, but Chi Yao refused. The bus stop where the two got off was in a relatively remote location with low traffic. Lin Feng took out his phone and called Zhao Xiaoyang, reporting the name of the bus stop, a station on a certain road. After hanging up, Lin Feng handed his phone to Chi Yao. Chi Yao looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng reminded her, "Call your office. They must be worried sick about you if they can't find you." Chi Yao finally reacted and took over Lin Feng's phone. She placed the phone on the touchscreen and then froze. Because she didn't know who to call. "Call the spirit of the dead." Lin Feng reminded her again. He now doubted whether this beauty was actually a qualified forensic pathologist. Chi Yao nodded and dialed the number. "This is Chi Yao, the forensic pathologist from the XX Bureau. I'm looking for Captain Jiang." "Yes, just contact this number." Chi Yao hung up the phone, returned the phone to Lin Feng, and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lin Feng took the phone and put it in his pocket. Not knowing how long he would have to wait, Lin Feng sat down on a seat at the bus stop and lit a cigarette. At that moment, a motorcycle came speeding up, making a deafening roar. As it was about to pass the bus stop, the motorcycle came to a sudden stop with a screeching sound. There were two people on the motorcycle, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a metal earring in his ear. The other person had short hair and was shirtless, with a black bat tattooed on his right arm. The young man with dyed yellow hair pouted his lips, whistled at Chi Yao in her white coat, and then flirtatiously asked, "Beauty, which hospital do you work at?" Chi Yao glanced at the two men and remained silent. The tattooed man behind the yellow-haired man flirtatiously asked, "Beauty, how about leaving your contact information?" Chi Yao still didn't say anything, frowned, and her eyes revealed disgust. "Yo ha!" Seeing Chi Yao's eyes, the tattooed man sneered. Then he rolled off the motorcycle and walked up to Chi Yao. After taking a close look at Chi Yao, the tattooed man, with a teasing look on his face, raised his hand and reached for Chi Yao's face. Chi Yao took a step back, allowing the tattooed man to reach an empty space. "Poochie." Huang Mao let out a laugh. Hearing this laugh, the tattooed man was annoyed and kicked the silver-white metal box. Bang! The box made a muffled sound and then split apart. It wasn't broken, but due to the shock, the lock on top had been popped open. Then, a mass of something wrapped in translucent plastic film squished out. The tattooed man glanced at it, not knowing what it was, and kicked it again. The plastic film broke, and a rotting human head and a foot were exposed. A strong stench of decay immediately filled the air. Lin Feng's sense of smell is much stronger than the average person, and he almost fainted from the stench. He finally knew where the rotten smell came from. What puzzled him was that this was a human corpse, which should have been transported directly back to the station for disposal. Why was it being carried by Chi Yao, a beautiful woman? If it weren't for helping to carry the specimen a while ago, which had exercised his courage a bit, Lin Feng wouldn't have known how scared he would be. His stomach reacted even more strongly, churning about, and Lin Feng almost couldn't help vomiting. As for Huang Mao and the tattooed man, they had never seen such a scene before, and they were so scared that their eyes widened and they trembled all over. In particular, the tattooed man, who was closest, had a wet crotch. This guy looked very brutal, but he was actually scared shitless. "Kill, murder!" Huang Mao suddenly yelled out, threw down his motorcycle, and ran away. The tattooed man's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Then, with all his strength, he kicked his feet and took a few steps backwards. After getting up, he yelled, "Murder," and chased after the yellow-haired man. Qi Yao frowned, took out a pair of plastic gloves from her pocket, put them on, and went over to put the decomposing corpse into the box. After she fastened the box, she took off her gloves and threw them into the trash can. From beginning to end, Lin Feng never saw Qi Yao frown at the stench of the corpse. This willpower is even stronger than steel. Your forensic box is really flimsy. After the smell had dissipated, Lin Feng walked up to Qi Yao and frowned. It's not our box, it was left behind by the murderer, Qi Yao said indifferently. Why didn't you just take it back, but carry it around everywhere? Lin Feng asked again. The car broke down. Qi Yao answered again. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Feng answered and handed it to Qi Yao. I'm on the road, I don't know where, I'm lost. Okay, I'll figure it out and come back soon. After hanging up, Qi Yao glanced at the motorcycle left behind by Huang Mao and looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look. Is it urgent? Lin Feng asked. Qi Yao nodded. Lin Feng made a phone call to Zhao Xiaoyang. Zhao Xiaoyang said there was a traffic jam and he didn't know when he would arrive. I can ride a motorcycle. Lin Feng said, straddling the motorcycle and revving the engine a few times. Qi Yao held the suitcase in her hands and placed it on the footrest, then pressed it from the side with one leg and put an arm around Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng had no time to appreciate the feeling of being embraced by a beauty. Okay. Qi Yao reminded Lin Feng. Lin Feng shifted into gear and gave the throttle a push, and the motorcycle immediately sped off. Damn it! My bike! My bike! Huang Mao's voice came from far behind. After returning home, Lin Feng immediately went into the bathroom and washed all over. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Lin Feng let out a long breath of relief. It was already past 3 p.m. He was about to take a nap and continue monitoring the stock market in the United States in the evening, when his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Qi Yao. Thank you for today, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. At home, at 6 o'clock. Lin Feng was surprised by Qi Yao's invitation. Thinking about the haunted house, Lin Feng was about to refuse when Qi Yao hung up the phone. Well, I have to go to the haunted house again. After catching up on some sleep, Lin Feng got up at 5 p.m. Zhao Xiaoyang had already parked the car in the garage. Lin Feng drove to Belvedere Century. Building 7, 404. Apart from 404, the whole building was unoccupied. The air in the building seemed a little cold. Lin Feng first looked through the peephole to make sure there was a light inside before ringing the doorbell. The door opened quickly. What appeared in his eyes was Qi Yao in a white coat. Lin Feng was sharp-eyed and noticed that the white coat on her was freshly changed and still smelled of washing powder. Does this woman not have any other jacket apart from the white coat? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Come in. Qi Yao said indifferently. Entering the living room, Lin Feng saw 2 steaks on the dining table. There was also a bottle of red wine and a glass, which was obviously for Lin Feng. Qi Yao doesn't drink. I baked it myself, it tastes very good. Qi Yao said indifferently and sat down. For the first time, Lin Feng felt a little awkward in front of a woman. He smiled at Qi Yao, sat down, and poured the red wine, which had already woken up, into the glass. He took a sip of the red wine first, and then cut a small piece of steak into his mouth. After chewing a few times, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he gave Qi Yao a thumbs up and said, "It tastes good." Lin Feng was not just paying a compliment to Qi Yao, but the steak was indeed delicious. Some chefs in hotels may not be able to make this taste. I only know how to make steak, Qi Yao said lightly. Although she didn't smile, Lin Feng could hear from her voice that she was very happy. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng volunteered to help clean up the tableware, while Qi Yao locked herself in the workroom. Lin Feng, who had finished washing the tableware, was curious and walked into the workroom. A large metal table appeared before him, covered with broken human bones. The human bones weren't scary, so Lin Feng glanced at them and then picked up a book at random from the bookshelf next to him and started flipping through the pages. It was a medical book that introduced the structure of the human skeleton. Qi Yao was already in full working mode and ignored Lin Feng. She picked up a piece of bone the size of a fingernail with tweezers, observed it for a while, and quickly pieced it together to form a leg bone. What's the point of piecing these bones together? Lin Feng asked curiously. It mainly depends on how many different bodies there are. Qi Yao explained indifferently. Then, she picked up another bone the size of a finger and observed it. It's a leg bone, near the ankle. Lin Feng said casually. Xi Yao turned her head and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng waved the book in his hand and said with a smile, I have a good memory, and I judged it based on the thickness, density, and surface curvature of this bone. Xi Yao nodded and said, your eyesight and sense of smell are very strong, far superior to the average person, you should study forensic medicine. Forget it. I'm a germaphobe. Lin Feng shook his head. If he were to be exposed to dead bodies every day, he would rather be dead. Xi Yao, however, said, they are all various organic substances and chemical substances, only that their appearance, shape, and smell are different. Lin Feng retorted, why don't you say that they are all made up of molecules and atoms? Unexpectedly, Xi Yao nodded and said, you are very reasonable. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. At that moment, pop! Something fell from the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a purple-black cockroach. When she saw the cockroach, Xi Yao's eyes widened. Then, ah! A scream escaped her lips. Seeing Xi Yao covering her head in fear, Lin Feng quickly swatted the cockroach to death. This woman is not afraid of even dead people, but she is afraid of a cockroach. Chapter 27, Yao Yao is a good girl. Xi Yao hugged her head and crouched on the ground, looking like a helpless little girl. Sometimes, when people fear something, it's not the thing itself that they're afraid of. It's the people and things related to that thing. That's really insightful. Lin Feng, who had read books on psychology, sighed in his heart, suddenly feeling that he had the talent of a philosopher. Don't be afraid, look, I killed it. Lin Feng picked up the cockroach with its intestines hanging out and shook it in Xi Yao's face. Xi Yao glanced at it, then tilted her head and fell to the ground. She fainted. At that moment, there was a loud bang outside the house. Then the door to the studio creaked open slowly, letting in a cool breeze. The house protection talisman has fainted, has the evil spirit come out? Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver. If anyone in the world believed in the existence of ghosts, it was undoubtedly Lin Feng. Because he was the one whose soul had crossed over. Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Lin Feng was so scared that he grabbed Xi Yao's arm and shook her. At that moment, ding dong ding dong ding dong. The sudden sound of a ringing phone startled Lin Feng again. He looked up in the direction of the sound and realized that it was Xi Yao's phone ringing. That was a shock. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead and immediately went over to pick up the phone. The caller ID showed Mom. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then swiped his finger across the screen. Hello? Yao Yao. Why is it a man? Who is this? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone. I'm a friend of Xi Yao's. Lin Feng replied. Boyfriend? No, you've got it wrong, auntie. Lin Feng quickly said. Xi Yao's mother asked again, where is Yao Yao? Tell her to pick up the phone. Well, auntie, Xi Yao is not available to answer the phone right now. She just fainted. To avoid any misunderstandings, Lin Feng spoke quickly, explaining what had just happened. After he finished, Xi Yao's mother was silent for a moment, then said, Yao Yao has a video calling app on her phone. Let's video chat later. Her phone password is 794613. After she finished speaking, she hung up. Less than a minute later, the phone rang again. Lin Feng entered the lock screen password 794613, opened the phone, and connected to the video call. On the screen, a woman wearing a white mask appeared. Although her face could not be seen, her facial features were similar to Xi Yao's. Hey, he's a cute guy. The woman exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng quickly turned the phone around the room and took another picture of Xi Yao, who was sound asleep. Xi Yao's mother finally felt relieved and said with a smile, young man, Yao Yao is asleep, this is your chance. Auntie, what do you mean? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Xi Yao's mother said with a smile, young man, are you the legendary straight man of steel? At this time, shouldn't you help the girl back to her bedroom to rest? After saying that, she winked. That auntie, Xi Yao, and I are really just ordinary friends. Lin Feng emphasized again. Xi Yao's mother said, what's your name, how old are you, what do you do, what do your parents do? A whole bunch of questions popped out of Xi Yao's mother's mouth. Lin Feng answered honestly one by one. Xi Yao's mother said with a smile, not bad, not bad. You have a good family background, you're good looking, and I can tell from your eyes that you're a responsible man. I can rest assured as your mother if I leave Yao with you. Auntie, I'm just Chi Yao's landlord, let's. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Chi Yao's mother said with a smile, Chi Yao has never spent time with boys. The fact that you were able to enter her room means that she has a good impression of you. I have a girlfriend. Lin Feng had no choice but to say this. He thought that Chi Yao's mother would not bring up the matter again. However, Chi Yao's mother said, Is your girlfriend as good looking as my Chi Yao? Lin Feng was taken aback. He thought that there were really not many women in the world who were more beautiful than Chi Yao. No, no. Lin Feng stammered. To say that there is, that would be a lie. Does my Yao Yao have a good figure? No. My Yao Yao has never had a boyfriend, she has never even had her hand touched by another boy. My Yao Yao can cook a delicious steak, can your girlfriend cook a steak? No. My Yao Yao is also very hardworking, she always does the housework herself. And she is thrifty, she doesn't go to bars, doesn't smoke, doesn't play cards. Chi Yao's mother went on and on. Finally, she stopped and Lin Feng asked curiously, Auntie, why is Chi Yao afraid of cockroaches? Lin Feng had previously thought that Chi Yao had an unbearable childhood, but seeing that Chi Yao's mother was so cheerful and humorous, he must have had a very harmonious and happy family environment. What was the reason? Chi Yao's mother frowned and said, It's still your brother-in-law who killed 1,000 knives, oh, that is, my son, Yao Yao's younger brother. When they were kids, they were playing hide-and-seek in their hometown, and her brother locked her in a cabinet in their hometown, which was full of cockroaches. Yao Yao was locked up for a whole night, and those cockroaches crawled all over her body. Since then, she has been very afraid of cockroaches. So that's what happened. Lin Feng exclaimed. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the video. He looked to be about 50 years old and was a handsome guy. Chi Yao's mother quickly took out her phone and showed it to the middle-aged man, saying, Hubby, look. Yao has brought home a guy. The middle-aged man was taken aback at first, but then came over with a surprised look on his face, waved to Lin Feng and said, Hello, young man, I'm Yao's father. Ha, when are you coming over to play? The two of us can have a drink. Chi Yao's father was very enthusiastic. Lin Feng felt a little overwhelmed and quickly said, Auntie, Uncle, Yao Yao. Chi Yao is lying on the ground. I'll put her in the bedroom. Go ahead. Chi Yao's mother quickly said. Lin Feng put down his phone and picked Chi Yao up from the ground. At this time, Chi Yao's mother's voice came from the phone again, Honey, how do you turn off this app you made? It seems to be stuck. Honey, Yao Yao finally brought a man home, which is really, really good. Yes, yes. Finally, a man has taken a fancy to her. I thought she would never get married. It's all that damned guy's fault. Honey, to celebrate, how about we beat the hell out of that guy? Great idea. You're so quick to agree to beat up your own son. Do you have a secret love child out there? That's not true. Hearing the voices of the couple, Lin Feng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Unfortunately, the video call suddenly disconnected. Lin Feng carried Chi Yao into the bedroom and laid her down on the bed. Then he pulled the quilt over her. Lin Feng was about to turn and leave when Chi Yao suddenly opened her eyes. You're awake? Lin Feng said with a smile. Chi Yao gave a hump and got up from the bed, saying, I'm not done yet. Then she went back to the studio and began to concentrate on piecing together the broken bones. Lin Feng also became interested in these bones and helped out. With his super memory and visual ability, this kind of piecing together was simple for Lin Feng. After more than an hour, it was finally finished. Lin Feng let out a breath and looked at the 3 piles of bones on the table, a strong sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. Chi Yao picked up the folder and started writing the report. As she wrote, she said, with your help, it was finished at least 3 hours ahead of schedule. Thanks. You're welcome. Lin Feng said lightly, and then curiously asked, where did all these bones come from? They were dug up from a pit. The suspect said he killed 2 people, but there were the bones of 3 people, including a child. With this report, it will be very helpful for the interrogation and conviction. Shouldn't this kind of work be done at the police station? Lin Feng asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen a forensic doctor bring things home to do. Isn't that against the rules? Chi Yao said indifferently, I don't like the environment at the bureau, and the work efficiency is not high. Besides, I have privileges. Privileges. Lin Feng nodded and said, oh, you are the authority in this field, you are the expert. Thinking about the conversation he had just had with Chi Yao's parents, Lin Feng joked, "If you get married in the future, your husband won't agree to you bringing things home like this, will he?" "Then I won't get married," Chi Yao said very decisively. "How can you not get married? When a man and a woman get together, it is a harmonious blend of yin and yang, which is good not only for the mind, but also for the body." As soon as she finished speaking, Chi Yao looked up at Lin Feng and said lightly, "I haven't studied it, so I'm not interested for the time being. From a scientific point of view, it is just an act of biological reproduction. Well, I'll go first. Bye." Lin Feng was about to leave, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Chi Yao's parents were anxious about her personal matters. With her personality, her occupation, and her indifference in some ways, it's strange that she can find a boyfriend. "Thank you," Chi Yao added. "No need." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "I like to put things together. What I mean is that your conversation with my parents made them very happy." After saying this, a rare look of embarrassment appeared on Chi Yao's face. Although she was in a coma, she could still vaguely hear the sounds from the outside world. Chapter 28, Her Majesty. Lin Feng returned home at a little after 1 a.m. After taking a shower, he didn't bother to check the share market, but instead slept comfortably. He woke up at 8 a.m. on May 2nd. Yesterday was the last day of the May Day holiday, so it was no wonder that Zhao Xiaoyan was stuck in traffic yesterday. Counting the 2 days of the weekend, office workers actually only had one more day off. Jack, who was on the other side of the Hong Kong River, called just as Lin finished washing up. Yesterday's income from stock trading was 8.2%, with a profit of 136 million. Without hanging up, Lin immediately opened his laptop and checked the trend of M stocks yesterday. The stocks traded did not change much from the trend he remembered. The reason why the income was not as much as the first day was that the capital invested was less than yesterday. Second, the overall trend of these stocks did not fluctuate much throughout the day. In that case, there is limited room for short-term trading. In 2 days, almost 400 million M gold has been received. "Boss, can we withdraw the principal, or reduce the leverage ratio, so that it is safer?" Jack suggested. Lin Feng thought about it and nodded, "Yes. Since you want to be more conservative, just withdraw the principal." "Okay, boss." Jack was obviously relieved. In that case, it's a sure win. Psychologically speaking, his team will operate with less pressure. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng got busy again. After plugging in the work card, a series of prompts sounded. He received more than 30 missed call notifications at once. They were all unfamiliar numbers, and he knew without having to guess that someone wanted to rent a room. Lin Feng called each one. Then, he drove around all morning. He added 5 more tenants to his list. Without going through an agent, Lin Feng can charge a lot less than the market rate. In addition, the apartments Lin Feng has available all have very good living conditions. For example, lighting, electrical appliances, neighborhood environment, transportation, and so on. After finishing up at noon, Lin Feng randomly found a restaurant to settle for lunch. Before he finished eating, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" A middle-aged woman's voice rang out. "Yes." Lin Feng replied. "It's like this." The middle-aged woman said, "I heard that the lease for the 12th floor of the Jechen World Trade Building will expire at the end of this month, and Carry Trade will not renew the lease. We would like to rent this floor as office space. However, we don't need that much space." Before the middle-aged woman could finish speaking, Lin Feng said, "How about this, let's meet and talk at the coffee shop across from Jechen." "Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll see you there at 2 o'clock. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After the phone call, Lin Feng looked at the time and saw that it was already 1:30. So he finished eating immediately, paid the bill and left. When he arrived at the location, Lin Feng walked into a coffee shop right on time. After entering, he glanced around. In addition to a dozen young couples, there was only one middle-aged woman in the coffee shop. And this middle-aged woman, he also knew. Isn't she the general manager of the company where Wen Kiki used to work? The woman's surname was Chow, her name was Chow Hui, she was in her 40s, had curly hair, and her body was showing signs of weight gain. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and it must be this woman who rented the office to him. Lin Feng walked over and sat opposite Chow Hui. "You must be Boss Lin, right?" Chow Hui took a very short time to size Lin Feng up, then stood up, extended her hand to Lin Feng, and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Feng stood politely and shook hands with Xiao Hui. After sitting down, Xiao Hui immediately called the waiter over. The two ordered a cup of coffee. Ms. Xiao, we have actually met before, you probably don't remember me. Lin Feng took a sip of his coffee and smiled. Oh? Xiao Hui tried hard to remember. Lin Feng smiled again and said, when Kiki, do you remember? The day I resigned, I went into your office with him. At that time, I wanted to talk to Ms. Qiao about the lease, but I didn't expect Ms. Qiao to lose her temper and not give me a chance to speak. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Xiao Hui finally remembered. Then an embarrassed smile appeared on her face. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it. At that time, I thought you were Wen Kik's boyfriend, and I was in a bad mood, so. Lin Feng asked, you're renting the Zhang family's office building, right? Xiao Hui smiled bitterly and said, we haven't signed the renewal contract for a while now. That Zhang boy comes here every day harassing the girls at the company, and he's even threatening to use the lease as leverage. So I don't want to talk to the Zhang family anymore. Lin Feng laughed, thinking to himself that the main problem was that they couldn't agree on a price. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't saying anything, Xiao Hui continued, I heard that the entire 12th floor belongs to you, Mr. Lin, but we only need a little over 1,000 square meters. After we lease it, Mr. Lin can also lease the rest of the area to other companies. In fact, it would be easier to lease it if it was smaller. Lin Feng nodded, yes, but I'm the kind of person who, if someone offends me, I'll keep it in mind. I'm really not satisfied with your company's manager Shui. Even if it's empty, I don't want someone like that to come onto my property. Oh? Xiao Hui frowned. She remembered what Lin Feng had just said. The other day, Lin Feng had come to see her about the lease. But manager Shui had arrived at her office early and said that when Kiki had not been working properly, had brought her boyfriend to the office, and had had a conflict with Zhang Guanqing. Zhang Guanqing had been willing to renew the lease at the original price, but because of this incident, she was very unhappy. Regardless of who was right and who was wrong, manager Shui had offended Lin Feng badly. Was there any chance of negotiating the lease? Xiao Hui thought about it. The location is excellent, and if they move, it will be difficult to find a good location in the future. This will have a significant impact on the company's business. You have to understand that when some customers come to discuss cooperation, the first thing they look at is the strength of the company. And the office building where the company is located is the best business card. After some careful consideration, Xiao Hui said with a smile, Manager Shui really doesn't fit in with the company anymore, and I will ask her to submit her resignation. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Lin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, this is your decision, not mine. What about the lease? Xiao Hui asked. Lin Feng said with a smile, 500 square meters, 5 yuan per square meter per day, signed for 3 years, and I won't raise the price in the middle, how's that? The price Lin Feng quoted was slightly on the high side. But it was also within Xiao Hui's affordability. The most important thing was that the price would not increase during the lease period. Some office buildings have rent increases of more than 5% per year. This is mainly due to the depreciation of the currency caused by inflation. 1,500 square meters, the annual rent is more than 2.7 million. This is also in line with Xiao Hui's psychological expectations. She said happily, okay, Mr. Lin, let's just say it's settled, let's sign the contract this month. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. After the conversation was over, Xiao Hui paid the bill. Today is already work, and since Lin Feng has come here, he also plans to go up and see Wen Kiki. However, he did not walk with Xiao Hui, but stayed outside for a few minutes before entering the building. At the same time, Manager Shui was on the 36th floor, in Liang Shishir's company. Although they were in the same industry, they also had some business dealings. The advertising design project that Wen Kiki was currently in charge of and the project in Manager Shui's hands came from the same company. In order to integrate the project, Liang and Xiao's companies had to coordinate. In business, such things actually happen a lot. Although they are in the same industry and in competition with each other, Liang Shishir is not so petty as to actively suppress Xiao Hui's company. However, Manager Shui, who is in charge of project integration and is a little older, adopts an arrogant attitude in front of Wen Kiki and Julie. When I was in this industry, you were just a cell. Don't think that just because you've moved to the 36th floor, you become a phoenix. The reason was that Wen Kiki disagreed with her plan. Wen Kiki is an honest girl who is not good at arguing with others. Her eyes were red and tears were about to fall. Julie couldn't bear to listen anymore and sneered, "What century is this? I thought you were relying on your age to get by. Calling you an old fossil is a compliment. Go home and look in the mirror. Your ideas are so old that maggots are growing on them. And you still think you're the darling of the fashion world." As soon as the words left her mouth, there was a suppressed laugh all around. Manager Shui was furious, and pointed at Julie and said, "You call me old, but how young are you? At your age, my child was already playing with soy sauce. Look at you, flirting and posing, no one dares to want you." Julie was not at all intimidated. "Manager Shui, you seem to be quite agitated lately, have you stopped itching? Does your husband cherish you, this piece of old bacon?" Puff. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Julie finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the office. The colleagues finally couldn't hold back any longer. Manager Shui was poked in a sore spot and was about to swear. But at this moment, the laughter around him suddenly stopped. It turned out that the queen had arrived. Liang Shishir appeared on the side with her arms folded, frowning as she looked at Manager Shui, Wen Kiki, and Julie. Wen Kiki and Julie lowered their heads guiltily. Manager Shui laughed, "Ms. Liang, what brings you here?" Liang Shishir had a strong psychological rejection of the word Ms. Liang. Generally, subordinates called her boss. "Our company's employees don't need Manager Shui's lectures. If there's nothing else, please leave," Liang Shishir said with a cold face. Manager Shui nodded with a sneer, then glared fiercely at Wen Kiki and Julie, turned around and left. Liang Shishir looked at Wen Kiki and Julie again and said, "You're not young anymore, and you're still acting like children. Do you really need to argue with a shrew? Your bonuses for this month will be cut in half." After saying this, she turned around and left. Wen Kiki and Julie couldn't help but smile wryly. Half of their bonuses, that's 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. "Good afternoon, my queen. Lin Xiaozi greets you." Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded as Liang Shishir returned to her office. Liang Shishir quickly closed the door and gave Lin Feng, who was bowing, a blank look. Then, she opened the office cubicle and said, "My back is a little sore, so give me a massage." "Yes, my queen," Lin Feng said with a smile. Liang Shishir let out a puff of laughter, and her queenly aura vanished. Chapter 29, Wei Yanru's Distress. After serving the queen, Lin Feng walked out of the office and went to where Wen Kiki and Julie were working. This was an office of almost 50 square meters, known as the planning department, with more than 10 desks, equipped with computers and projectors. When Kiki and Julie were sitting at their desks, one drawing a design plan and the other looking through the latest fashion magazines for inspiration. "Busy?" Lin Feng walked up to them and said with a smile. "Why are you here?" When Kiki was surprised to see Lin Feng. Surprise shone in her beautiful eyes. There was a murmur of voices nearby. Last time, Julie said that Lin Feng was Wen Kiki's boyfriend. But Lin Feng hadn't shown up for a long time, and some jealous female colleagues had spread rumors in private that Wen Kiki had been broken up with or something. Lin Feng's appearance this time dispelled those rumors. "I'm here to vent for you," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Huh?" When Kiki and Julie both looked at Lin Feng with puzzled expressions. "It's like this." Lin Feng told the two of them about how Manager Shui had fired Xiao Hui. It wasn't Lin Feng's style to go unnoticed when doing good deeds. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Julie smiled and said that Shui really is annoying, he deserves it. When Kiki didn't comment on this, but you could tell from her eyes that she was also very happy. Not to mention the previous conflicts, just this one task has caused Manager Shui a lot of trouble for Wen Kiki. "You can go over there when you finish work. I have things to do, bye." After saying this, Lin Feng waved to the two and turned to leave. Staying a little longer would affect the progress of the two's work, and the queen would get angry. Of course, she wouldn't get angry with Lin Feng. But when Kiki and Julie would definitely get scolded. Manager Shui returned to the 18th floor and was called into the office by Xiao Hui. As soon as she entered the door and saw Xiao Hui, Manager Shui complained, "President Xiao, I'm having trouble getting the work done. When Kiki and Julie are always working against me." Before she could finish, Xiao Hui interrupted, "Mei, how long have you worked for me?" Manager Shui's name is Shui Mei. When she heard Xiao Hui ask, her heart skipped a beat and she had a bad feeling. "President Xiao, why do you ask?" Shui Mei asked with some concern. "Almost 10 years. When you left Liang Hui's team, you even resigned and followed me. But there's no gathering that doesn't end." She paused, took a business card from the card box on her desk, and handed it to Shuemei. A friend of mine has set up a company in Shenzhen and is looking for staff. If you want to go, call this number and say I referred you. What do you mean, Ms. Jiao? Are you kicking me out? Shuemei asked, shocked. Xiao Hui didn't say anything. If she didn't fire Shuemei, she couldn't talk to Lin Feng about the lease. Besides, Shuemei had really been acting badly in the company over the past few years. Not only had she been taking secret kickbacks, she had also been bullying the new employees. But just because she had been so helpful, she had pretended not to know about it, as long as it wasn't too extreme. Seeing that Xiao Hui wasn't responding, Shuemei knew that the matter was irreversible. Then she thought about her age, and that even if she went to another company, she would probably not last long. Okay, Manager Qiao, I'll write my resignation letter right away. After saying that, she turned around and left the office. When she finished work in the afternoon, when Kiki was stopped by Julie in the lobby downstairs. Sure enough, not long after, Shuemei, carrying a cardboard box, walked out of the elevator with a gloomy face. Hey, isn't this Manager Shui? Why did you just go on vacation and now you're taking another vacation? Julie took the opportunity to mock her. Shuemei gave Julie a fierce glare before speeding away. Seeing that Shuemei was silent, Julie lost interest. Kiki, Lin Handsome is really amazing. Auntie Shui really got rid of him. After getting into the car in the underground garage, Julie said with a smile. When Kiki, however, said, I was happy at first, but then I felt kind of sorry for myself. Julie tapped Wen Coco on the shoulder. While others are worried about their future in the workplace, you don't need to be. With your face and figure, handsome Lin won't be able to resist you. Wen Coco blushed. She did have a crush on Lin Feng now. In mid-May, the temperature in Beijing reached over 20 degrees Celsius. The streets were full of beautiful girls dressed in sexy clothes. As an international metropolis, fashionable and beautiful women could be seen everywhere in Beijing. At first, he liked to greet the beautiful women, but later he simply admired them silently. Because of his handsome appearance and the $1 million Land Rover that supported his appearance, even if he didn't provoke the girls would find a way to approach him and strike up a conversation. In a world full of material desires, relationships between men and women are just as straightforward and realistic. Moreover, this is still competitive Yanjing, one of the cities with the most gold-digging women. Unfortunately, most of the girls were unsuccessful in front of Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's discerning eye, he could not look down on women who only had appearance but no quality. Lin Feng was in a good mood at the moment. After nearly a month of sorting out, the leasing of more than 1,000 apartments, rent collection, and other things were all done smoothly. There was also a huge return on the stock. After half a month of operation, and after more than 10 trading days, 365 million M gold had increased by a full 5 times. After deducting the high interest on the allocated funds and the commission paid to Jack's team, the net profit was more than 1 billion M gold. In Jack's mind, Lin Feng was almost on par with Warren Buffett. The funds allocated have been withdrawn, and now there are almost 1.5 billion jins in M shares, which are entirely Lin Feng's money. Lin Feng silently calculated in his heart. By the middle of next month, 1.5 billion jins should be able to multiply 2 or 3 times, and then he can start the investment plan he has long wanted to implement. May 16, 2012. Wei Yanru has been back in her hometown for 10 days. Her hometown is located in the western region of the country, a small county with an underdeveloped economy. There are more than 30 households in the mountain bend more than 20 kilometers from the county seat. Among these households, Wei Yanru's home is considered the poorest. In order to send Wei Yanru and her 2 siblings to school, her parents have never repaired the house. It's already 2012, but it's still a mud-walled, tiled house. In the same valley, other villagers have built 2- or 3-story houses because they have earned a lot of money working away from home. Wei Yanru was promoted to a higher salary just 2 or 3 years ago. She has almost sent all of her money back home. Some of it has been used to pay off debts from the past years, some of it has been used to send her younger siblings to school. And some of it has been spent on the hospital. Guo Qingyuan, Wei Yanru's father, and Qinli, her mother, are not in good health due to years of hard work. Her father Guo Qingyuan had an operation last year, and although medical insurance reimbursed most of the costs, it still cost more than 100,000 yuan in total, not to mention the need to take expensive imported medicine to maintain the treatment. The daily medication costs more than 200 yuan. This is the reason why Wei Yanru works so hard outside. When Wei Yanru returns home, the neighbors come to visit her all the time. Why? They want to introduce her to a boyfriend. Although Gui Yanru is already 32 years old, her appearance and figure are both exceptional. With a little bit of makeup, she looks better than the stars on TV. Some young people in their 20s and 30s don't mind that Gui Yanru is 6 or 7 years older than them because of her appearance. Blind dates? Gui Yanru has rejected them all. She still has to go back to work in Beijing. Besides, she is used to city life and doesn't have much in common with local men. It's sunny. Gui Yanru helped her father Guo Qingyuan to the courtyard to soak up the sun. Guo Qingyuan is only 60 years old, but due to illness, he looks like he is in his 70s. It is summer, but he is still wearing a hat. He is weak and afraid of the cold. The three of them sat in the courtyard and started chatting. The main topic of conversation was Gui Yanru's marriage. Eldest son, you're 32, right? It's time to get married. I'm definitely not going to get better from this illness. Last year, in the 12th lunar month, the doctor said I had 6 months to live at most. Now more than half of that time has passed, and I won't feel at ease until I see you get married. After Father Guo Qingyuan finished speaking, Mother Qinli continued, you're a college graduate, educated and cultured, and we don't want to meddle in your affairs. But you're 32 already, look at people your age, their children are going to junior high school. Gui Yanru frowned and said, Dad, what are you talking about? Your illness can definitely be cured. Tomorrow I'll go to the city to see if I can find a good traditional Chinese medicine doctor to give you a tune-up. Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman walked into the courtyard. Big brother, sister-in-law, Swallow, you're all home. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Qinli quickly got up and handed the middle-aged woman a bench. Hello, Liu Na. Gui Yanru greeted her with a smile. Then she went into the house and brought out a plate of melon seeds and candies and put them in front of the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman's surname was Liu and her name was Liu Yu, a villager from the same village. Liu Yu looked at Gui Yanru and said with a smile, the big cities really bring out the best in people. You're getting younger and prettier every day. Qinli waved her hand, saying that she was already an old maid, turning 32 this year. Liu Yu said with a smile, what's wrong with being 32? Swallow is so pretty, she won't have trouble getting married. By the way, I came over today to introduce Swallow to someone. There's a guy in the county town, 35 years old, a doctor at the county hospital, and he's not bad looking. As Liu Yu talked, Gui Yanru felt a sense of helplessness. After Liu Yu finished speaking, Gui Yanru was about to find an excuse to refuse, but then her father Guo Qingyuan said, Oldest, do you want to go take a look? Before I die, I want to see you get married. As your father, I don't want to harm you, but when you get older, it will be harder to find a good man. With no choice, Gui Yanru had to lie, Dad, Mom, I actually have a boyfriend outside. Then why don't you bring him here? Guo Qingyuan asked. He has to go to work, Gui Yanru said. Then you call him now and ask him to come over, I want to meet him. Since you two are dating, it's only right that you come and meet us as your elders, right? Guo Qingyuan is stubborn, and since she had said that, Gui Yanru had to do as she was told. Otherwise, she would be sulking. Okay. Gui Yanru had no choice but to agree. Liu Yu frowned, Swallow, you have a boyfriend outside? Gui Yanru nodded. Then bring him back so we can have a look. You don't know, there are a lot of people out there talking bad things about you. They say you're doing dirty things outside, working as a prostitute for a rich man, that's why you've earned so much money. Cough cough. Liu Yu's words were not finished before Guo Qingyuan coughed in anger. Liu Yu quickly said, Big brother, I'm sorry. You know I'm a straightforward person, these are just things some people outside are saying. Chapter 30, Brother-in-law is so good. He almost made Guo Qingyuan lose face. Liu Yu felt embarrassed and couldn't stay any longer. She grabbed some melon seeds and candies and left. This Liu Ma is really something. Gui Yanru was a little angry. There's nothing you can do. Some people are just like that. They can't keep their mouths shut. They have to say whatever they want, whether it's appropriate or not, before they feel better. Qinli frowned and said, Your maid Liu doesn't have any bad intentions, she just speaks her mind and says what she hears from outside. Don't you think you've embarrassed several people these past few days? It's strange that people aren't talking behind your back. Guo Qingyuan then said, If you want people to shut up, just call your boyfriend over. Call him, I'll call your boyfriend right now. Gui Yanru had no choice but to go back inside and get her phone. She had already said it, So even if her parents didn't say anything, Liu would spread the news that she had a boyfriend. Once the news spread and no boyfriend appeared, the rumors would become true. Her parents would be furious. But who would be her boyfriend? At first, Wei Yanru thought of Lin Feng. He was the only one who had the time and energy to play with her. So she dialed his phone. Xing Yuan, what do you really mean? After Gui Yanru went back inside to make the call, Li whispered in her husband's ear. What Xing Yuan said, I'm sure I won't live long. My eldest son is 32 and still not married, and I'm very worried. Now there are rumors going around, and if they get to the school, and classmates say that the eldest son's sister is a prostitute, it will make them lose face in front of their classmates and affect their studies. When she brings her boyfriend over, I'll invite all our relatives and friends over and throw them a wedding. Li worries, young people nowadays have their own opinions. It's not like the time we were young. The eldest son will definitely listen to you, but what if her boyfriend doesn't agree? Besides, we don't really know each other well enough to just throw a wedding together. Guo Qing Yuan said, they're not even getting a marriage certificate, just having a wedding. If the other person doesn't even agree to that, then they don't want to marry the boss, they just want to sleep with him. In that case, shouldn't we discuss this with the boss in advance? Li asked again. Guo Qing Yuan said, what's there to discuss? If we tell the boss about this in advance, what if they join forces to trick us? Only if they suddenly bring it up at that time can we see if they are sincere. Li's brows furrowed even more tightly. Guo Qing Yuan let out a breath. In case things between them fall through, I'll be dead by then, and the burden on my family will be lighter. Just let the boss stay and marry a local boy and live a good life. It'll be close to home, and he can take care of you normally. Li's eyes reddened and tears flowed uncontrollably. Minghu Fitness Gym. Lin Feng was shirtless, using the fitness equipment to build up the strength in his arms. At this time, it can be seen that Lin Feng already had obvious muscle lines. Zhao Xiaoyang, wearing a black vest, looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng laughed and said, Brother, is my physical fitness okay? Brother, your body is really great. Zhao Xiaoyang was about to say that it was too abnormal. He rarely saw someone's body change so obviously during training. Lin Feng was about to brag a little when his phone rang on the side. He had just finished a set of exercises, so he paused, wiped his hands with a towel, and picked up the phone. Seeing that it was Gui Yanru calling, Lin Feng answered with a smile, Hey sis, how's it feel to be at home? As soon as Gui Yanru heard Lin Feng's voice, the annoyance in her heart disappeared. Sis, I need a favor. Just tell me. Lin Feng said cheerfully. It's like this. Wei Yanru recounted in detail what had happened at home. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Gui Yanru said, pouting. Lin Feng said with a smile, I knew that when an older woman comes home, she'll be set up on a blind date. Why don't you go on a blind date? You never know, you might meet a man and fall in love at first sight. Do you accept or not? Gui Yanru said angrily. No problem. This is the first time I've been someone's boyfriend, and I think it's quite interesting. By the way, tell me where your family lives and what the situation at home is like. Gui Yanru gave a detailed report. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay. Just stay at home and wait for me. I'll be there in 3 days. You have to come. Otherwise, something serious will happen, Gui Yanru said, admonishing him. Don't worry. As the landlord, it is only right to provide good and thoughtful service to the tenant. Gui Yanru laughed. After the call, Lin Feng asked Zhao Xiaoyang, do you have time recently? It may take more than a week. I'm always free. Zhao Xiaoyang said. Good. Accompany me to Shu, drive there. Since I'm meeting the parents as a boyfriend, I can't go empty-handed, can I? Although Gui Yanru's father is sick and cannot drink, he still needs to bring 2 bottles of good wine. He doesn't need to buy the wine, he just runs over to his sister-in-law's place and steals 2 bottles of Maotai, which is considered to be equivalent to paying her 1 month's rent. Then there are the health products, such as ginseng and bird's nest, and various supplements. He buys a whole bunch of them, 2 of each, which means good things come in pairs. Gui Yanru has 3 siblings, Gui Yanru is the eldest, Gui Yanqiu is the second eldest, and Gui Yanwan is the youngest. Gui Yanqiu and Gui Yanwan are both currently in their 3rd year of high school and will soon take the college entrance exam. They are both academic top students in their class. Why is it that the second child is more than a year older than the third child, but they are both in their third year of high school? Because Gui Yanqiu had to take a year off school due to family matters. With their grades, the two siblings should have no problem getting into a good university. Lin Feng has prepared a laptop computer for each of them, which costs nearly 10,000 yuan. After a long afternoon of shopping, and with all the clothes they had brought, the car's boot was almost full. In the evening, Zhao Xiaoyang arrived at Lin Feng's place. May 17th. At 6 a.m., Lin Feng and Zhao Xiaoyang set off in the car. At first Lin Feng drove, but once they were out of Beijing and into the western region, the road got rougher, so Lin Feng let Zhao Xiaoyang take over. Lin Feng wasn't very confident in his driving skills. "Brother, are you interested in someone?" Zhao Xiaoyang, sitting in the passenger seat, asked. Then he immediately added, "My mother asked me to find out." You should know that Lin Feng spent more than 100,000 yuan on this purchase and attaches great importance to the appearance of the woman. "Xiaoyang, do you like beautiful women?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. "Of course I do." Zhao Xiaoyang answered honestly. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "Yes. Who doesn't like beautiful women? The more the better. Isn't that just a scumbag?" Zhao Xiaoyang said. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "What's a scumbag?" "It's someone who plays with someone and then kicks them away without wanting to take responsibility. Do you think that with my wealth and resources, I can afford to take responsibility for them?" Zhao Xiaoyang scratched his head. Lin Feng added, "The main thing is that I won't lie to them. For example, flaunting yourself as a pure man, swearing to marry only you, loving only her for a lifetime, and so on. If you are willing to be with me, then we will be together, if not, we will go our separate ways, no coercion. This is a bit." Zhao Xiaoyang still doesn't quite understand. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't watch so many romantic movies. The rules of the real world are that the stronger the ability, the more things you have, including so-called love." Zhao Xiaoyang gave a hum and continued, "Actually, I like two girls too. One is a college student, and the other is a girl who often comes to the gym. They are both very pretty. And it seems like they both have a thing for me. Brother, how can I have them both?" Lin Feng turned his head and gave Zhao Xiaoyang a look. "You'd better take them one at a time. Your personality doesn't suit multiple relationships." May 19th, Saturday. Gui Yanru was waiting in the county town early in the morning with her younger brother and sister, who had returned home for the holiday. Towards noon, a white Land Rover appeared in the county town. Lin Feng in the car saw Gui Yanru at a glance. He pulled over and honked the horn twice. After seeing Lin Feng's car, the three Gui sisters immediately walked quickly over. "You finally arrived." Gui Yanru looked at Lin Feng with a smile on her face. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Honey, didn't I say I'd be here on time in 3 days?" Gui Yanqiu and Gui Yanwen then called out, "Hello, brother-in-law." Lin Feng laughed, opened the car door and got out, then took 2 red envelopes out of his pocket and handed them to Gui Yanqiu and Gui Yanwen. The red envelopes were thick, containing at least a few thousand yuan. If it had been anyone else, the two siblings would have definitely refused. But Lin Feng was their brother-in-law, and it was only natural for a brother-in-law to give his sister-in-law and brother-in-law red envelopes. The two happily accepted and thanked their brother-in-law.